That's
Okay,
really funny.
let's
Somebody
get-
needs to
let's get
ban
this
this
started.
killer of cereal dude.
No, he's cool. He's joking. He's joking around. I know.
Graham, I gave you a mod
Ban him.
for the chat room, so.
I'm gonna ban him from other forums.
I'm gonna ban him from the internet.
I wonder if Almighty is Almighty Moa.
Possibly.
I don't know.
Well, no, because it says 3-4.
Or are they just worshipping the new... Oh, there it is.
How's it going?
What's up, Moa?
Oh boy, this is gonna be interesting.
I wonder if this goose check it... Never mind.
It's an imposter, I say.
I hear she stalks the Lulu.
That's Stalker Testarossa.
She hides behind Master Chief and stalks.
I'm
Right.
totally not sending you any more pictures of this.
Oh man, no, it's up on Twitter now. It's on the Hub. It's on Google Plus. It's going out on Facebook. This is awesome.
Are you kidding? I'm front paging it. Just that picture.
Oh,
You
you
understand
should.
that you're supposed to be like spending time on the podcast, not doing all this other stuff, right?
I can multitask.
Frightening.
Don't you remember from the panel when I was talking about running the league and the poker night and the pickup game and administration and doing all that stuff at once, right?
Yes, there is that. All right, fair enough.
Dude, I do homework while I play Halo. I can't just do one thing at one time.
Okay, that's not fair. That's totally not fair. If I could do homework while playing Halo, I would.
Well, like in between deaths and stuff, since I die so much, and
You're only
right.
dead for 3 seconds.
not Griffball. No, that's why I said Halo, shooty Halo. And shooty Halo, I'll do it. Not
Griffball, you're
Griffball.
only dead for like what?
Seriously, that's how you
3
distinguish
seconds.
between them?
Yeah,
Griffball
shoot-
and Shooty Halo?
Yeah, shooty Halo.
I know. I
Wow.
see tweets like that sometime. Oh, you gonna play Shooty? I was like, is that a new
Who's
game
the
type?
person shooty Halo?
Maybe I'll be better at Shooty than SWAT.
Well, SWAT is retarded peekaboo, so I refuse
Usually,
to do that.
just playing running
You-
playlist.
You realize that retarded peekaboo is 6 syllables and SWAT is 1, right?
Yes, but I'm not saying that I call it that. It's just what it is. It's
Oh,
retarded
okay.
peekaboo.
I like.
Like,
I like
hate
SWAT.
I hate it. Evil.
SWAT's my favorite. Besides Rocket Race.
There needs to be a playlist again for Rocket Race.
Yeah, there does.
Oh my gosh. Do you
Like
guys
the
know
good
about?
Rocket Race, not with the
I agree.
Warhawk.
Yes.
Is apparently a huge feud between Griffball and Rocket Race that we didn't know existed. Like in the old Bungie forums, every single time somebody would talk
It's like
about
every feud I have.
Yeah, it's like every time someone would talk about Griffball, there would be this rush of Rocket Race people coming in there and telling us how we're bad and how they should replace Griffball with Rocket Race.
What?
And we're
Why
like,
not combine them?
I mean, that would be fun. But yeah, I didn't know. Apparently, there's a huge battle, and I guess we're winning because we still have a playlist.
Well, what is Rocket Race in now? Isn't it in the playlist somewhere?
Halo 3.
No. I mean, in Reach.
I don't think you can actually find it.
I thought there was a playlist that one of the options was Rocket Race.
Oh, I
It
think
was in one of them, but now I think it's just Warthog.
Like, wasn't it multi-team or something?
It's some kind of action sacky type of game where you could vote for it, but I don't think you were necessarily stuck. I don't know. I rarely venture.
For some reason, I
out
thought
of
that was
the-
multi-team or something.
I don't know. It's in Shooty Halo. That's all I know. It's not Griffball.
It's not even shooty Halo that much.
But it's not
It's
in Griffball.
It's drivey Halo.
But it's not Griffball, therefore it's Shooty Halo.
I wish there was more drivey Halo stuff.
I would
Halo.
love to have the drivey Halo. Actually, I'm hoping for a flyy Halo one day. Just all space combat.
Yeah, that would be.
Like Rogue
Oh
Squadron.
yeah.
I would like that too.
Oh,
That'd be
see,
awesome.
we have decided. May it be done. I don't know
Be
why
able
they...
to drive a mongoose in
Take
space.
flight.
Among Us in
Griffball is
Space.
Ashy Halo.
Yes. A rocket goose.
Flighty
I
Halo.
like the sound of that.
I feel like I participate in Flighty Halo already.
I mean, it would be.
I'm gonna-
It would be cool if they did have something like a space battle. But then again, I guess you would really need more players in order to do that, because 16 in a space battle is kind of. I mean, how about doing firefight in space?
How? I mean,
Well, I didn't think it would be maybe too big of a deal to do like a saber fight kind of thing. You could even have it in the same place. Just I want waves and waves of Space Banshee fighters and gunships, Phantom gunships, and
and you spawn in the space station. You fly out that way.
oh, it's so sick.
Oh, I remember playing on some Mythic runs with Tyrant, and we were trying to do Long Night of Solace on Quad Mythic, and we literally spent probably a good 4 or 5 hours, trying and repeatedly failing. So I spent a lot of time in space, and
Space.
Oh, who's
Gotta go to
that
space.
Southern twang.
Good lord.
one? Do I want to know?
Sorry, somebody just tweeted. I'm from Florida. You got to go farther north to get that south.
Wait, what?
Roll Tide. Sorry.
That didn't make any sense.
No, that
I
didn't
know.
make any
So
sense.
sorry. See, we should have a Twitter chat feed going on in here too, but it should be my Twitter feed. That way you guys can keep up with the conversations that I'm having.
Am I gonna have to open Twitter while this thing's going on too?
Yeah.
No.
Yeah, I've got Twitter, I've got Ustream, and I've got the Skype
I
going.
just hate
Don't
you
do it.
all.
I have Skype fully maximized on one screen, and now I have the Ustream chat and Twitter on another.
It's all about multitasking.
Too much multitasking.
Too
It's
much.
fun. It's fun. Like you feel like your brain's gonna explode because you're doing so much. It's like
How is this
adrenaline
useful?
or chocolate.
Chocolate? The chocolate's so yummy and tasty.
Chocolate?
Okay. Let's get this thing started before we ramble on any longer.
I thought we
We
had.
haven't started
I,
yet.
yeah, I thought we were
We've
started.
been talking about Halo.
We have been.
We wasted
We have been talking about
Oh my
Halo. We've been
God.
talking about Shooty Halo.
Let's go from the start. So what is Halo?
I mean, like, get started with what we're actually going to talk about.
We
Oh.
wasted a bunch of our Halo conversation off of the podcast.
Never
Like the topic at hand being Halo
Shooty Halo.
Fest.
Halo Fest was fun. I enjoyed it very much.
There was Halo there.
We should do a podtacular about Halo Fest and what we thought of it. Wait.
Oh yeah, that's right. You did one,
Did.
and I listened to it.
And it was slightly bizarre with David Ellis sitting like a
Yeah,
meter,
that was kind of weird.
sitting like Goose over Master Chief with me.
Wait, I did what to Master Chief?
What? No. You did not Goose.
I keep hearing my name and David Ellis and Master Chief, and I'm okay with that.
Here's David Ellsman.
All right.
You just keep talking. I like what I'm hearing.
Oh.
Yes, Alabama goes up 27-3.
Oh, Dust, I found a picture of you in Grimm's Twitter stream.
Really?
Yeah, but it's one you don't actually.
Oh
look.
yeah, helmet.
The helmet one, yeah.
Oh yeah, that was like during the event though, wasn't it?
Yes.
Yeah.
Oh yeah.
That was a while.
No, 10 minutes ago. Look behind.
Did the helmet? So it actually made it there because I didn't see it.
Yeah.
Okay.
I wore it after the panel. Our
Why
panel.
is it sitting on a toilet at one point?
Hey, when you
Nice.
gotta go, you
Uh-oh.
gotta go.
Throne cast.
And then right after it's sitting on a toilet, it's sitting next to your brother's head. That seems a little disturbing.
Well,
Go
Helmet
sit in.
was up really late and had too much to drink with you at the hotel. So
Oh.
I was not drinking. I don't know what you're talking about.
no, I just said he was with you.
Oh.
He was drinking, not necessarily you were.
I wish.
I guess.
Damn these U.S. laws being 21. Lame.
Aim.
So lame.
They were checking it at Microsoft, weren't they?
Yeah, they were.
Kind of obnoxious.
Well, I don't think they had any question about you.
Oh,
Hey!
Oh yes.
Did you
Yeah, I
guys
heard-
hear that I couldn't get a glass of water because I didn't have a drink ticket?
yeah, I heard about that.
No way.
I think you told me.
I was so mad.
I was giving drink tickets away at one point because Allison just she's like, "Oh, I gotta go. Here, hold these," and handed me a stack. I was like, "Okay." And somebody came in and said,
didn't
"I
she
really
ask-
need to drink a lot."
Didn't she ask me to get you and her a drink at one point and gave me like 3 drink tickets and I went over and got some or something? Was it you or was it
I don't think that was me.
Maybe it was Miguel I was getting it for. But she was talking to someone, and it's like, here, go get us some drinks. I'm like, okay.
Okay,
Thanks,
Seven
Allison.
Boy.
Thanks.
That's right. Oh, Piss Boy. It's good to be the king. Or the queen in her case.
Thank you. Thank you for being gender sensitive. We appreciate
There
it.
Love you too, Moa. No homo necessary.
Hey, as long as you high five, it's not homo.
Yes!
Or it becomes way more homo.
Wait a second. I thought you said it like exacerbated the homo.
That was a specific case, though.
Oh, yeah, that's true. Let's not talk about that.
Well, no, that's
That is an off-limit podcast subject.
Forsaken Mango is forsaken.
Oh,
So I was watching G4, unfortunately, this afternoon because Cal wanted to catch the big Skyrim news that they were going to announce on XPlay, and they did,
Did you-
a lot of extensive stuff from Halo Fest. And I'm sitting there watching, and they're like, doing the intro in front of the Warthog and everything, and I'm like, I was there, and because of this, I wasn't able to, I had to wait like 20 minutes for them to clear out of there, and like, it was so bad. They're sitting there talking about a Warthog, and it's like they have no clue what they're saying. Like,
That's
this is
pretty
a
sad.
Yeah.
Warthog?
that's what you get for being in love with such a
That's like
franchise as
that-
Halo. I mean, we all have that curse in
See that
one way or
thing
form.
I front page the other day, that whole, 20 things that are different that OXM UK posted.
No, I didn't see that.
Oh my gosh. It's on Thursday or Friday's front page on HBO, and it's something that one of our forum members posted. OXM UK did a, 20 things in Halo that are going to be different than it was, for Halo Anniversary. 20 things that are different than it used to be. And, some of them, oh my god.
I'm about to say, isn't it really just a couple?
It
It's not that many. I mean,
that's pretty much the same, isn't it?
Yeah.
I can list them off pretty quick. New graphics engine, skulls.
Here are some of the
multi-
highlights of their wonderful journal work here. It won't use the original engine. It isn't made by Bungie.
It does use the original engine.
Yeah, they have two for they've added achievements. In their description. The first one is someone clearly thought it would be a good idea to give fans of the original the chance to grab another 100G in the process. Changes like this are sacrilege, of course.
I just
Yeah.
want to point this
Oh,
typo out
Here's
on
my
number 2.
in case you guys didn't know. Number 8 is they're releasing it 10 years later. Yeah.
Number 2 is actually
that's
It
different.
isn't made by Bungie.
One of them said it won't last forever. I don't even know what that means.
It means it won't last forever.
Well, thanks.
Are these
I
guys?
like this one, Beaver Creek has tunnels. Well,
Yeah.
it can. It doesn't necessarily have to, totally depending on the kind of the game you're playing.
Yeah.
Instead,
But not
it's
fine.
Creek.
Yep, number 19, it'll unlock achievements in Reach.
Wait, I thought there was another one. There said there
That's actually a cool piece of news that not everybody knows.
Yes. Well, no,
I-
that is okay, and I love me some achievements, so I'm
What I
excited
find
about it.
really
But I had
interesting
already...
is this number 15, Beaver Creek has tunnels. And
Yes.
it says apparently the original formula needed sexing up a bit, so the updated version of Battle Creek features tunnels.
no,
I didn't know tunnels were sexy.
no.
Is this just me, or am I missing something?
Tunnels are the sexiest.
Well,
Well,
it depends on what
okay.
you do in them, I think.
yeah.
Oh.
Cal just told me it depends on what kind of quote-unquote tunnels we're talking about.
See?
Oh, there you
See?
go.
Cal.
There you go.
Thank you.
I mean,
Chris.
you love tunnels.
Oh, Cal just said he thinks my tunnel is sexy. I'm a little uncomfortable now. No.
These are things you should not repeat on the air.
I want Cal to feel a part of it.
And technically, the Beaver Creek rendition does not have tunnels, but the new map it has technically a different name.
Battle Canyon, I think.
Battle Canyon, yeah.
What,
Yeah.
are you,
I'm
what
really excited about Ridgeline / Timberland. because that was.
It plays really different to me than.
Well, it does. It does. There are also like 14.6 million more trees, I'm pretty sure, which I really hope are forge objects. Because we're going to have amazing infection log cabins built on the first day.
Yeah, I wish trees were a forgeable item.
I mean, rocks were in reach, so maybe trees will.
It didn't seem like there were too many more trees. I think the fact that the map is 20% smaller made it feel like there were more.
Could be. It could be. Like a density issue?
Yeah. So, I mean, it looked like Timberland, but it didn't feel like Timberland at all to me.
You know why? Because there was no awesome black and gold rocket hog.
Maybe that's why.
Yeah,
I missed
not why.
the rocket hog.
I love that thing.
It was fine,
three rounds.
but that wasn't the map it was great on.
Sidewinder?
Goag.
Oh,
yeah.
yeah.
I was going to say Goag.
Yeah.
So
Good
much fun. I still go back to Halo PC every now and then.
I love Halo 2 PC.
I've never actually.
Hey,
played
there's
it.
another one who has it. Yay.
It looks just about as good as Halo 3 does. Like,
It's close, yeah.
it's not far off.
If you ever want to play sometime, hit me up.
For real. I love that game.
No, I was playing on there one time, and you know how in Halo 2, well, I guess pretty much in most of the Halos preceding Reach, you have to kind of aim ahead of where your target's going to be.
Yeah.
Well, there was just one game where I managed to figure out the timing perfectly, and it pretty much stayed consistent throughout a match, and it was on containment. And people were accusing me of hacking because I would constantly get headshots on them.
Nice.
Well, of course, obviously, if you're good at something, you had to cheat.
You are
there.
hacking.
Yeah.
Yeah.
You are hacking or the host or a hacky host.
Hacky host.
Hacky host.
Sacky hacky host.
Hey, we can have hacky host if she can have shooty Halo.
There we go. There's nothing
Man, I
wrong
was
with
playing some shooty Halo the other day. Such a hacky host. Like, listen, bitch.
Question of the night: how many times is Grim gonna drop that in here?
You never have too much.
Yeah. Well, I don't
Yes,
know.
you
Are we
can.
going 5 hours again tonight? Because it might increase in density as we go on.
We might. It depends. It depends. I mean, I don't think there's that much Halo Fest to talk about, but if there is, then there is.
Oh, that's right. We're talking about Halo Fest.
Well,
Oh, yeah.
that's what we're getting to.
You know what's funny? I was actually, speaking of my boy Rutizzle, we were out at Wingdome with Mr. Sci-Fi, Kevin Hurd, and himself and my brother, Grim Brother 4, and there was another buddy of Rutizzle's there too. And we were talking about something, and I thought about the conversation today. I couldn't remember who I was talking about it with, but I was convinced that it was like it had happened just a few days ago, and then I realized it was that conversation, and it was like 2 weeks ago. I'm like, there's no way it was that long. You know, like Halo Fest, the VIP party and everything happened 2 weeks.
Yeah,
2 weeks
just
ago
2 weeks
yesterday.
ago.
Yeah.
It's a
Or
weird.
yesterday. 2 weeks ago yesterday.
It's a weird
Yeah.
feeling.
That's ridiculous.
I feel so alone.
Oh, that's so sad.
It is. It
No,
is.
it's not.
Oh. It's like we all left the lobby.
I want to go back.
Real life started, man. It just started.
Real
Oh,
life
there's
is a
always
lot
Pack
harder than
East.
it
That's
looks.
right, Forsaken Mango, as much as Rukari wants me to.
I mean, PAX East is only 208 days away.
Yeah, but it's
That's
not
true.
Halo Fest.
There's no Halo.
How many
Fest.
of you guys
No.
are planning on going to PAX East? Chat room, you can respond as well.
I'll be up in the DC area by that time, so I probably will be going.
Nice.
It's PAX Prime.
It totally depends on what the rest of what that month looks like.
I
can't-
am planning on
that far out.
trying to, I'm just saying this right now. I'm planning on trying to organize a Halo Fiction roundtable where we just get a bunch of Halo fans together at some sort of predetermined spot and order a bunch of pizzas, and I'm gonna have a list of talking points and have just kind of like a crazy forum debate and discussion
That'd be
What?
interesting.
live. You know, I think it'd be
live.
see how people respond when they're, when you're all sitting right there, and when you're not, when you don't necessarily have the internet or notes to immediately look up and
First.
Yeah, there's no way I'm doing that.
Pizza Fest. I'm sorry, Danny.
Banned.
Yeah, no, I'm just trying to figure out who else is going, because I honestly don't care. I just, it's not Halo Fest, but PAX is just so fun. So it's all about the people. So if a lot of good guys are going to PAX East, I'll hop on board.
In all honesty, I feel like I haven't been to PAX since it was in Boston anyway. Because I
didn't do anything at this PAX?
Pretty much. I think I was on the show floor, like 30 minutes on Saturday and 45 minutes on Sunday.
I was the same. Like max an hour in total in there, and then I just.
But a lot of them, because it was games that I didn't want to wait 3 hours in line for, knowing that I already had it pre-ordered. Like I wasn't gonna wait 30 minutes in line to play an unfinished Mass Effect that I already know. It's not going to show me anything that's going to convince me one way or the other. I'm already going to get it. Or games like Skyrim and Battlefield and things like that. So, in fact, the one game I did want to go see, they surprisingly didn't have a booth there, which was Space Marine. So.
Yeah, I was on the floor just long enough to do Dance Central, and that was pretty much it. But I think that's kind of the...
Yeah, we checked out you checking out Dance Central.
Yeah, that was fun. I totally should have won. But I think that's one of the problems with PAX now is that it's too big. They were talking about in the Skyrim special that G4 did that some of the lines were 6 hours long. I'm sorry, I would not even wait in line 6 hours to play Halo 4. Like, that is just an obscene... Okay, that's still an obscene amount of time, and even if the convention center itself can hold the space, I mean, what kind of experience are you giving PAX goers if... I know Cal really wanted to go to the, I think it was the Skyrim panel, and they had 2 of them, but they both filled up so fast that not even media could get in. So
yeah,
it's really
part of that was forged tickets, so there were more people there than there were supposed to be. But what?
Well, they said like 5,000 forged tickets or something.
Yeah.
Oh, I didn't know it was that many.
Yeah, it was a lot. So they're gonna change things up for next year, but that was part of it. But you're right. There are too many people for the stuff that's exciting. There's no way to satisfy everybody.
And I'm not sure what the answer to that is. If making it the event longer, or if choosing a larger venue, or making extending the hours or something like that. I mean, maybe
the venue's not going to do it because they're going to have the biggest venue in the world. But if Skyrim is going to be there and only have 12 TVs up, and everybody gets a 15-minute rotation on each TV, you're only moving what's 12 times 4? 40, 48 people. You're only moving 48 people through an hour. And if you've got, 300 people in line, that's ridiculous. Like that's they either need to give developers more room to set up more stations, or they need to somehow crowd control it better, or something like that, because it's insane.
Maybe instead of the giant dragon statue, they should have had more monitors.
Yeah, something like that would... But I can only imagine how much it costs to have a space that big. I can't even wrap my brain around that. But I like the idea of longer hours. I know the exhibitors probably are going to hate that.
Oh, yeah.
But... Or some kind of maybe lottery system where you get in at a certain time, or... I know the only reason we got to play Skyrim was because we got in the hour earlier for media. And even then we still wasted probably about 20-30 minutes in line just waiting.
Yeah. Again, so many of them were games that I know I'm going to get anyway. And PAX and Halo Fest specifically was way more about the people than anything. So I remember Veronica from 343 was asking me, I think on media night, she was like, "What are you most excited about?" And I'm like, "We're doing it."
Yeah.
This, Oh, hold on. Buddy Claw's got a call. This is awesome. Claudcast.
Did you guys check out Horse Must Die?
Yes.
I really like it.
Yeah, good game. I love Justin, too.
Yeah, me too. He's great.
He is so awesome. 6OK. You should follow him at 6OK.
Hey, everybody.
Yes.
Sorry, I hadn't figured out how to actually mute this thing while I was answering the phone call.
No, we were having fun. It's okay.
Too much stuff going on.
Let's talk to Master Chief about Halo.
Hello.
Okay. We
Hello.
should do that. I'm still very interested to see what's going on with the whole armor thing.
Yeah,
What, like,
since it's not
okay,
the
the
final
armor
iteration.
Yeah, like it's because I know Frank gets some too. You know, like yes, the armor gets a little bit better / different with the advancement of graphics, etc. But that's a little too different. And they do say there's story explanation, so I will withhold. You know, I'll give them the benefit of the doubt until it just makes totally not. Yes, Moa, Cortana stripped him in his sleep. Yeah. Don't think his
that's
juice wasn't there. Do it for.
The most irritating thing is the codpiece, in my opinion.
Yeah. Well, it's just the biggest. Yeah, it's
so
everything. The biggest thing that jumps out at you. That was a bad way to put it.
Yes, it does.
I was just wondering, like, when I was sitting there at the Halo 4 panel, I was wondering, how are they going to have, like, human ammo on that Forerunner planet? How's he going to refill his gun?
I guess whatever left over in the frigate.
Uh-oh.
Yeah, like, as he was flying over, it happened to sprinkle in key locations.
Chat.
What'd you say, Grim?
Jessica just crashed the chat.
Yeah, she's in here now.
Uh-oh.
Oh, now we're
Quick,
totally going to have to
about
change the topic from Master Chief Todd.
It's amazing how she showed up right at that time.
Yeah, it's like Beetlejuice or something.
Not like she was, just sitting there waiting for something about that.
Yeah.
Sitting in the silence.
She's like, Pax, penis. I'm in.
Oh,
Oh,
goodness.
it's just a cod piece. It's not a full penis.
So, should we go ahead and at least say who all is in here since we haven't
Probably a
done
good
that
idea.
yet?
Wait,
Oh.
we can't do introductions without David Ellis.
He's not in here.
Yeah, I was about to say, he's not in here. I think, yeah. I think we're gonna have to just do it without him.
Alright.
So,
Do it live.
I'm gonna go from left to right, top down on my screen. He was on here last time, and he's the big guy at the show, of course. Claude Herrera, aka Louis Wu, from HBO.
Hi.
Next down the line is Dan Hamill, aka Green Skull,
Hey,
from Ready Up Live.
oh yeah. Shut up.
He's white, by the way.
If you guys couldn't tell, I know it's tricky sometimes, but I try my best.
And then Jake, I don't remember your last name, Midget Dance from Halo Reach Tricks.
Hi.
There's Stephen Pullum, aka Ace of Space Cards from Cyberline Films.
How's it going?
Andrew Jensen, aka Redemption from Halo Challenges.
Hey, what's going on, guys?
Hey, glad you can make it.
I didn't even see you in there.
Yeah, I snuck him in.
I'm in stealth mode, man. Active camo, dude.
Yeah, but it got nerfed.
Oh. Next is Chris Neer, aka CM Neer from Halo Reach Tricks as well.
Hey, everyone.
Next is Jeff Easterling, aka Grim Brother 1 from HBO.
Listen, bitches.
I think that's number 3 for the night.
Sweet, it's like a drinking game, like a Podtacular drinking game.
Don't get drunk.
As long as I'm not playing
Don't
it,
throw
well,
up on the
that's
podcast.
too
just don't throw up on the podcast, and I'll be
much.
fine.
Yeah, right. Barf.
Next is Kelly Dunlap, aka Goose Checka from Griffball Hub.
Yay, Griffball! Better than Shooty Halo.
Oh boy.
You forgot the bitches.
Bitches, yes.
Yeah.
And of course, I am Duststorm. And we will probably have a few people join in later. We have about, at least I know 4 or 5 other people said they were going to try to come, so they may come later. And we'll introduce them.
I'm actually going to have to leave
Yeah, you have to
now that you've introduced everybody.
Well, it's a good thing that you got introduced, or else
There you go.
not have known who you were.
I'm really sorry. But
Wait, he's giving me in charge again.
maybe I'll stay.
always
No, that's
Oh, come on.
He says that every time.
I know. Half Blue's still chained up in the basement, man. At least you get out sometimes.
Oh. Well, pop back in if
I will do my best. If you guys are still going when this thing ends, I will stop in. I will be a little scared, and you will probably be very tired if it's still going when I come back. But we'll see.
Nah, we'll be fine.
We'll be fine.
We'll just be running away from the Ghost of Lockout. For that dog.
Indeed, yes.
That's my dog.
Or the dog.
That's right. All right, have fun. We'll catch you later.
See you, Louis.
See ya.
Bye. I said bye after he left. Ah,
Awkward.
every time.
Like, by the way.
Too late. So, back to Halo Fest or more pack stuff?
Yes.
More pack rating. I didn't.
Yes.
I mean, I didn't even hit the show floor, to be honest. So I was pretty much exclusively at Halo Fest, except when I was over at the Rooster Teeth booth buying stuff.
Pack floor. I was just getting tons of free swag.
You know, I don't know what else we're ever going to or how many times they're going to do a Halo Fest again. So I figure we soak it up.
Yeah. It'll be interesting to... I mean, I'm pretty sure they'll do it again. It's just a matter of when.
Yeah.
10 more years.
Oh, I hope not.
I don't think 10. I don't think it's going to be annual. I could totally be wrong. Happens hourly, but maybe every 5 years. That'd be kind of a cool in between, or even every other year.
Yeah, that'd be good too.
Every 2 weeks.
Because I don't want it every 10 years.
Every 2 weeks. That's
Yep.
good.
Yeah,
Even
that would be...
You miss-
Next Halo
Yeah.
Fest.
If it's like every 10 and you miss it, then you're screwed.
Yeah.
That's not cool.
Maybe... I was saying this when I was talking with you guys there. It's like either do it around every major release or like in between them. Like every 3 years or so, or every 5 years. Like I would guess would be a good time frame of doing it.
Yeah.
But realistically, looking at what they did this year with Halo Fest, can you see 343 shoving themselves into a booth to fit in with the rest of the game convention?
I mean, they'll have I'm pretty sure they'll have a booth, but it won't be anything.
No, I'm just saying. Can you see it scale from what we've seen to something that small? I think it would be a major letdown for a lot of people.
It's going to be weird looking at it from here on out because we had such a big production at Halo Fest, and then the next time we're going to see them again, they're going to have just their own small little booth, or probably.
Well,
I know,
at the same time, it'd be kind of crazy to expect this,
Right.
this type of commitment, of a show like that every single year, every PAX or what else. I mean, because really, it's not like they're ever lacking in presentation, even when it was Bungie doing it. Halo, when there was something Halo to celebrate, whether it was 3 or ODST or Reach or whatever, I mean, there was plenty of presence and plenty of presence compared to everything else that was around it. I mean, one thing that, if Microsoft's going to create a whole studio to run the franchise, I don't think they're going to let it fall by the wayside and get overshadowed by a bunch of other stuff, even if they're not on an annexed building having their own sub-festival.
I just think I'm spoiled from here on out. I mean, I've been to 3 PAXs before I went to this one, and it was by far my favorite. And I spent maybe an hour actually at PAX. The rest of my time was spent at Halo Fest or running around Seattle doing ridiculous things. But I don't know, like I really feel like there's never going to be another one that was as cool as this, and that's not a very good outlook to have. But I can see them doing something, if not 30,000 square feet to themselves, maybe having a larger than a booth type of area where they can have, access to the games and access to the staff. Because to me, that was really the best part about Halo Fest, was just the accessibility of everyone. you know, and the staff, the other gamers, people from your communities. You could really just hang out with people, and to me that was the best part of everything, was just getting to hang out with people who have similar interests and do similar things that you do.
Yes, who brought up that point that they were saying that like the banners for PAX on Street said "Welcome Home" or whatever. And it's so true. You really feel that way. You feel that as soon as you leave there, it feels like you're like moving houses. Like you're not, because that's where you belong. I felt so at home, and it was amazing.
Well, I know there's always a lot of talk about post-convention blues, or like, I don't know, there's a bunch of different names for it, but basically you hang out with so many amazing people and you have such an active, fun, relatively stress-free, you know, weekend, and then you go back to, you know, quote-unquote real life.
No.
Yeah, huh?
I love you, Cal. I felt so bad the whole time she was talking.
Aw. But then you go back to, you know, regular life or whatever, and it's just not as much fun. And obviously it can't be that much fun, because I don't know about you guys, but after 3 days, I was exhausted. My feet hurt, my back hurt, everything hurt. So I'm not saying like I could keep up with that for weeks at a time or whatever, but there's kind of that emptiness of where did everybody go? And
Yeah.
sad.
No,
so who's getting Glassland?
I will eventually when it comes out.
I will when I finally read the 5 Halo books that I have that I need to finish reading.
I've read all of them except for Cryptum, so.
Oh, Cryptum is so good.
I mean, right now I'm in the middle of Ghost of Onyx.
Ooh, that's my favorite.
Good. I'm actually going to reread Ghost of Onyx in about a week or two, right before Glasslands comes out. And I hear that because I think OXM just put out a like Halo 10-year special standalone Halo book that came out on the 6th. It was released on the 6th on newsstands, and I hear that there is an excerpt from Glasslands in there. So I'm excited about that. I'm going to go pick it up probably tomorrow afternoon and check that out and just see what other Halo stuff they've got in there.
I'm trying to force myself to start reading the books because I read Ghost of Onyx. No, I didn't. Yeah, I did. I read a bit of that, but I definitely read Fall of Reach. And I don't know, like I just don't. I'm not a book guy. I don't read much. I don't know. I find it boring, but I'm getting into it. I'm forcing myself. I'm a bit into Evolutions, and it's pretty good so far.
So what you're saying is that 343 needs to create a pop-up picture book for you.
Essentially,
Okay.
that would be.
What about audiobooks?
That could work.
Did you know that the audiobook for Evolutions had Jen Taylor and Steve Downes doing their respective voices?
Actually,
That's really cool.
I should look into this.
Yeah. I actually because I actually don't really care for audiobooks because I just wander. I'll just do something else, and I feel like I have to rewind it, a bunch of times. So I actually prefer the actual, the visual stimulus of the reading. But yeah, I actually bought the audio book for that just to hear Master Chief read Palace Hotel and Cortana read Human Weakness.
Mm-hmm. Well, I do the same thing when I actually read, though, is I just wander. Like, I'll read chapters and I'll say, whoa, did that just happen? I'll have to go all the way back.
I did that like every 10 minutes with Cryptum. It was ridiculous.
It sounds like you guys lack focus.
I probably do.
I don't think that's a very valid argument. So actually, about this, no. About cake.
That's why they invented movies.
Butterfly.
Yes, exactly. Thank you.
Well, speaking of that, Halo Faith is gearing up. It's coming out soon, isn't it?
2 months? I think
Yeah.
so tomorrow.
Yeah, I think it is November
11th, I think, is when it...
Yeah. Wait, is that the one everyone's super psyched about, or is it the other one everyone's super psyched about?
No,
The
Halo
other one
Faith is...
Chastity.
Halo
yeah,
Faith-
Operation Chastity is...
Yeah, that's the one that really sounds...
Yeah. not to make one sound better or not. I think they're both incredibly
without a doubt.
dedicated and awesome fan undertakings. I think I'm a little more partial to Op Chastity just because I've had more dealings with Pete Cooper and they've been around for so long. we're just kind of used to hearing about it. I certainly wish the folks with Halo Faith all the freaking luck in the world, and I hope that everything does well for them too. But I have a slight social bias, a friend bias for Operation Chastity.
And that's funny because all I hear about is Faith. Like on the forums and the blogs, on boards, that's all I hear about is Halo Faith. I never hear anything about Chastity.
I the opposite. I hear more about Chastity. I didn't really know about Faith until PAX.
I think
I heard about Faith
audience too, like whatever your community is, because the Waypoint community hears different things, the HBO community hears different things. I would imagine Griffball Hub and Halo Gaff and stuff like that are the same way. They're just exposed to, different links and stuff like that.
I mean, I heard about Halo Faith, I think, like 5 months ago.
Yeah, it's been a while.
So.
Yeah,
just hearing about it now.
Yep, 7-0.
And we're actually going to have the Halo Faith director on Podtacular here within the next month or so.
Oh, cool.
So that'll be interesting. But yeah, are there any other I'm assuming there's other fan films that are out there too that we haven't heard of other than these two. I guess these two are just the big productions that are out there though.
Yeah, these are definitely, I think, the biggest undertakings as far as like really trying to do something that is as close to Hollywood as possible.
I don't want Hollywood to make a Halo movie. I really don't, because I think they're just gonna screw it up.
Yeah.
They're gonna demolish it, and it's gonna suck.
It was one of the bittersweet things about District 9, because I was watching it, and I loved District 9, and I kept thinking, like, man, this is so, like, not typical Hollywood, and it should have been Halo.
Yeah, that's exactly how I feel.
At the same time, I would rather have no movie and have a good, strong, cohesive universe full of fiction or full of games and books and graphic novels and things like that, and have it just be knockout awesome, and then have a movie be made and have it turn out like, unfortunately, Spawn, because like I'm a huge Spawn fan, and that movie is definitely not, to me, representative of the whole franchise. A lot of people are like, "Oh, I saw it." I don't want people to say that about Halo. I don't want us to get, a bad.
We don't want Samuel L. Jackson playing Master Chief with a purple assault rifle.
I think it would be The Rock.
Oh god.
You know what? If they do a movie, I would much rather them do. I think we actually maybe talked about this on round one of this podcast. I would almost rather have someone like Blur Studios, who did the cinematics for Halo Wars. I would rather have them animate it and just get a top-notch directing crew and everything and do it like that, because you know what? Then you can have all of your voice actors be the correct characters, and you don't have to worry about casting issues as far as getting, Samuel L. Jackson to play Sergeant Johnson. You can have Jen Taylor play Cortana. You can have Steve Downes play Chief. You can have Real Men of Genius play Stacker,
Say Flood one more goddamn time. Right? Pulp Fiction there?
Yep, a little bit.
What does your wallet say? Oh, no.
I mean, I think that's one big debate that's been going on, is whether or not an animated film or a real life film like Operation Chastity or Halo Faith would be better in terms of a Halo movie.
Well, I think the only way to actually make it work, personally, I think it's got to be CGI. It'd be too hard to pull off in real life. You never know.
That's why they're not making it.
Mr. Sci-Fi, Kevin Hurd, said in the chat, and he also sent me a text, that Halo The Fallen and Halo Helljumpers are also two other fan films that are underway. And now that he says that, I haven't heard much about that, so I will actually do a little bit of research. And Kevin, since you're obviously listening, if you want to shoot me, if you know of any contact people for that, we'd love to catch up with them and do maybe a feature or something on HBO, or throw something in the Waypoint forums or something.
And everyone here in chat's talking about Halo Legends. Speaking of,
Halo Legends is more or less anime, not CGI.
It was trick for Halo.
Whatever it was called, that one that was all 3D and super cool.
Oh yeah, the package.
Yes, I really like that.
I loved that too. You know what? I remember starting a thread on, I think, the Waypoint forums a while back and talking about that I would love for them to do a Legends 2, but have instead of doing like 7 or 8 animated films, do 7 or 8 live action or at least heavy CGI'd films. Because man, there's a lot of cool filmmakers that I know really like and specialize in doing short films, and could be really neat. And then you don't run into the area of, well, we're going to make a Hollywood movie. We probably should tell the origin story, because that would make me want to kill someone.
So do you ever think there will be an actually Microsoft-funded official movie? And if there is, would you guys like to see it? Would you think it would be a good idea? Or since we're on that topic.
I'm sure there will be a movie. I mean, let's face it, Microsoft is a company that likes to make money, and if they think that they can make money off a movie, they're going to make it. I would just hope that they give the respect to the movie that we all know that 343 has for the series. But to me, it always seems like when you take something good and you turn it into a movie, it always sucks. You know, that's what people say, the book is always better than the movie, or the screenplay was better, or, whatever.
It's because you got to turn it into NASCAR.
Well, I mean, it's never going to be as good as the original, because the original of everything has a unique feel to it. And when you make something off of an original, of course it's going to feel different.
Well, fans are going to say that, I think, because fans are fans of something oftentimes because it fits very well in a particular niche that they like. And automatically, when you start making something like a movie, and you have to make it more of like a homogeneous interest, and you have to, in order to get the return on your investment, you have to make it to where you're going to hit the largest number of people possible. And by doing that, it's kind of like cutting the same pie up in lots more pieces. Everybody's going to get a smaller piece. I think that, because Halo has so many, has such a very, yes, it has a diverse fan base, but we're a pretty rabid fan base. And the more you try to make sure that moms and grandparents and kids and this and that are all going to try to enjoy it and go to see it, the more it's going to take away from what we feel is like the purity of the franchise and the story.
It reminds me a lot of those threads on Waypoint.
I was about to say
where people come in and talk about how you should make this change to Halo to attract Call of Duty fans. Oh. And I'm like, that's not the point. We're not trying to attract.
Can we make changes to make the fan base smaller? No.
I'm actually going to post
by the way, I'm just.
Sorry, go ahead.
Hey,
I'm actually going to go post something because I was going through the Waypoint forums, like for the, I guess this is my third time dropping in there, and going through and marking all the forums as read, since apparently there's no mark all as read button yet. So there was a lot of places that I saw in, I guess it was the general forum, about what changes should be made, and it's like, what changes are the changes that you want to make to a franchise? Because there's already a lot of other games, and there are a few threads I saw where it's like, well, add certain abilities into this part, and it's like, wait, isn't that from Call of Duty? Why would you want to make Halo more like Call of Duty? So
because that's what they want.
But there's a point to where you have to make certain changes, not to necessarily please what everyone likes, but keep it unique in a way that the changes that you're making to a game
you can't sacrifice. I do think that you can't sacrifice something that would make your experience awesome just for the sake of not wanting to quote unquote copy. For example, everyone says, "Oh, well, Firefight is like Halo's Horde mode." I don't care if you called it Halo's Gauntlet. It's awesome. And I think it makes the whole experience richer for it. So, you can say that, oh, well, it was just a copy of such and such. Well, that's fine. To a point, like Grimbrother 4, man, he would love to have a Halo game with ADS, aim down the sight. And I know a lot of people would be like, well, that's making it Call of Duty. Well, no, not really, because there's a ton of games. You could say it turns it into a ton of games. I think if you did it right and you based the fiction and the gameplay and the entire kind of thrust of the game around a mechanic kind of like that, then you could make it a part of the franchise, just like Halo Wars. I mean, no one's saying, oh, this is just Command and Conquer.
Well, then there was, I guess, one specific one. I'll pull a specific one out. It's a little bit different. It was talking about having like optional missions, or having kind of more like what New Alexandria was, and that you have different side missions that you can do in different orders. Having more of it like that. But Halo's always been kind of a more or less rail type shooter. With the occasional, okay, you need to go over here and do this.
I don't know. Halo 1 was I mean, most shooters up to the time were very much rail shooters. You think of everything from Wolfenstein to Doom and Quake and stuff. You know, that to me is more of a rail shooter. I mean, Halo 1 was, you know, you walked out and you could kind of go anywhere you wanted to and not necessarily worry about having to go forward and trigger, you know, the very next thing. Now, I do think that as the series went on, there was maybe a little bit more of that funneling. You know, for example, Halo 3, there was definitely more of a funneling you forward. But I always felt that was more of a result of where the fiction was taking the story, and how there was much more of an urgency and you had to be pushed forward, you know, for the sake of the story, rather than, you know, I'm looking forward to Halo 4. Halo 4, I think, is going to go back more to that Halo 1, where they want you to just have these long, drawn-out moments of pure exploration and experience. And I think that's awesome.
I think Halo is Halo so long as you keep some of the main tenets of the game that made it so much, that still makes it different than a lot of other ones. I know my big one is between Call of Duty and Halo is that Halo is a run and gun. Like, you know, taking one bullet doesn't kill you unless you're in SWAT. But, you know, in Call of Duty, that's kind of the thing, the more realism or whatever. And I know if they ever were to change that, if Halo was to become all SWAT-based, I would probably quit playing. Because I don't want realism-based. I want to be an 8-foot-tall, cybernetically enhanced super soldier who can kick ass.
Well, there's a certain amount of realism that we expect. It's not like we completely want everything realistic, but don't.
When I get hit with the rocket launcher, I die. Okay,
right.
I can accept that. But
Uh-oh.
Uh-oh.
I think we got a drop.
What?
You there?
Oh, okay. You cut out for
sorry.
like 10 seconds.
Yeah, you cut out there for a second.
I blame Simon. But no, like you're the super soldier, and that's what I want to feel like. That's one thing I didn't like about ODST. Now I know I'm not a Spartan, but I felt so limited and so constrained. Like I couldn't jump 5 feet in the air, and to me that really sucked. And
I was really worried about Reach when I heard about the health coming back. It wasn't bad though. Like I was worrying about that for like a month. I was like, oh god, it's like Call of Duty, but it wasn't.
No, they did make it reminiscent of Halo 1, and you know that's okay. But the run and gun aspect is definitely part of it. Yeah, throw armor abilities and that's fine, whatever. But as long as the core itself is still Halo, I don't really care what they do to it. Just don't turn it into SWAT.
I just want more driving. More driving.
Yeah, more vehicle level.
More vehicle stuff. Yeah, exactly.
Like even Halo 3 had what was the big sandy level where you got to pretty much drive everything. And that was
Sand Trap?
The Ark.
No, Sand Trap.
The Ark.
Sandy level.
Oh yeah, the Ark.
Shut up.
Well, the big thing though, and I've heard a lot of people say it in different panels and everything. Halo needs to keep its diversity because you know you're gonna have those levels that is a very vehicle based level, and you're going to have the levels that are more of a stealth based. You know, you're going to have them that are more just exploration or running gun or against all odds kind of things. And I mean, I think that's what makes it great is it doesn't. I mean, you know, I'll play a lot of other shooters, and it just feels like the same exact level over and over and over again with a little bit of a story change. Whereas with Halo, I'll just get in a specific mood, and I can, throughout the 5-6 games, I can pull up a specific level to fit that specific mood, no matter what it is. I could load up the Ark, or I can load up
Cortana.
Cortana.
Crow's Nest.
Yep. Well, or Covenant, or load up Long Night of Solace if we're wanting to do flying, or any one of those things. And I think that's the thing, is because I think they need to keep the diversity in just even going into the multiplayer. That's how you end up with things like Griffball. And, you have now a community that's built around something that doesn't even, almost shouldn't exist. And Goose, I say that in good faith there. But if you think about it, you're not gonna have Call of Duty hockey or anything like that.
No.
The most you're gonna get is some sort of deviation on assault or SWAT, capture the flag, kind of something like that. But you're not gonna get a rocket race in that. You're not gonna get a Griffball in that. And heck, you don't even get the machinima in that, which I kind of find surprising. Maybe it's the fact that if you have helmets on, it's easier to do the voice acting and everything like that. But I think if Halo keeps its diversity, it'll keep its fan base.
Speaking of machinima, why have they not made it so you can lower weapons on Xbox Live? Honestly,
you'd think they would have had that by now.
Oh my god, that has been
how
such.
Is it how is it like? Oh no, he's lowering his weapon. He's breaking our game. How does it? But I can't see the reason to not allow that, even in custom games or Forge or something.
Or at all. I don't care if they just make it
why does it matter?
A permanent thing, where you can do it at any time. Because, oh no, he lowered his weapon in multiplayer. Now oh wait, not really much of a change.
Yeah.
Well, and the interesting thing about it was they said the reason behind that was possibly exploiting something. It's like, if there's a possibility of exploiting it, why don't you test it to make sure it's not exploitable?
Or even in the very, very worst case scenario, make it so you can have that option to choose, in the game settings when you're going into a custom game or something. Even at the very least have that.
I think part of the problem with that, though, is if you're testing something and you don't necessarily, it's coming crunch time, and you don't have the resources or manpower to devote to working the bug out, and it comes down to, this is going to be something that makes machinists mad, or this is going to be something that could potentially cause a huge issue in our millions of players strong multiplayer suite, I think they're probably going to err on the side of making sure multiplayer doesn't get broken.
Well, that's true, but then again, they heard the complaints from Halo 3, and they could have decided early on to at least put a little bit of investment into doing it in Reach.
If there's a glitch, then you should patch it. And that's how and if you don't, then you can't really get mad at people for doing it. I know, BXR in Halo 2 was really annoying, and the super jumping was really annoying, and those were blatant exploits of the game, and I understand they definitely needed to be patched. But the perfect example is in Griffball. We have a game type called Dash, because there's an exploit when you have the Dash settings that the bomb carrier can barrel roll twice with the bomb. And so that's why dash courts are twice as big as the ones that you see in regular matchmaking. And the thing is, we told Bungie, hey, we really want to include this game type. It's a lot of fun. It's hectic. It's fast-paced. It's just so much more exciting. And they said that, no, the barrel roll is considered an exploit. And so we're like, okay, then fix it. Because if you fix it, then we can do what we originally wanted to do, which was have the runner to be able to sprint and have the tanks only be able to roll, and not vice versa. And that obviously didn't happen. So if you consider it an exploit, fix it. And if you're not going to take the time to fix it, then make it accessible to everybody. Because I know to lower your weapon in Reach, it's some crazy combination of button mashing with 10 fingers involved. It's ridiculous.
And it only
it's
works
use your toad
offline.
or something.
Work consistently, or by yourself on
Yeah.
So but it's more of someone mentioned
There's
before,
plenty of unused D-pad space.
Yeah, exactly.
I'm pretty sure there's at least 2 directions that mean nothing.
Yeah. I don't know. I don't know. I can see them trying to preserve the integrity of the game, but at the same time, machinima is not something.
Or don't allow it in matchmaking, but allow it in custom games.
Yeah, exactly.
Yeah. How can that possibly hurt? That's what we do with Dash. Honestly, is that if you want to play Griffball Dash, you go into a custom game. You join one of the leagues that allows you to play Dash. And that's the only way you can play it, but we do it anyway. And no one cries, no one gets hurt. It's totally fine.
Well, no, I'm sure people cry.
Well, in Griffball, there's no crying in Griffball.
So you just gotta tell them, listen, bitches, you want to go play Dash? Start your own lobby.
So what?
And I have cried in Griffball.
Yeah, see?
Cry? That makes me sad.
Oh, it's all good.
Cry. She's gonna cry.
And you went like super female, like real quick.
What, crying makes you female?
No.
No. You went like for mother nurturing mode.
Oh, okay.
Yeah.
That's all right. I'm cool with that.
Wait, which part?
Oh.
Anyway.
Oh,
so,
The nurturing part, I'm good with it. Hey, bring it on. I need a little guidance in my life.
well, if you ever want to play Griffball and not cry,
Not use Dash.
hit me.
Don't play Hammer Time if you don't want to cry.
Right.
Oh, that game type's ridiculous. You're running at 300% speed and then trying to swing hammers.
Oh, that is. Oh my god.
Hey, why didn't they bring that game type back into Reach? You know, that Hammer Zeitz? I always loved that thing. You know, regular matchmaking stuff, just hitting people with hammers. I thought that was great.
I loved that. That was hilarious.
That was my one and only perfection in Halo 3 was Hammer Zeitz, and that was great. Luckily, the game only went to 15 kills, so.
You know, things like this and makes me wonder with Halo 4 how they're going to find ways, like for the Griffball community. Are they going to somehow find a way to put the hammer in? Are they just going to have it available in multiplayer? Or are they going to maybe have a new weapon, like some sort of,
Golf club.
Forerunner hammer type thing that, that serves kind of the same purpose and is used in some sort of way in campaign, but then can also be used for, the sporting.
But isn't that part of what the brute weaponry and vehicles are? Is basically a bastardization of some of the Forerunner technology? So, I mean, isn't that kind of what it is?
Well,
if you look at the brute choppers, they got that. They got that thruster on the bottom side of it. That's just what I've heard. Going through different Vidocs and such. So I would think they would have to have a hammer type weapon in 4.
Well, I know we spoke with Josh, who was on the Halo 4 panel, and we asked him, will there be Griffball in Halo 4? And his very politically correct answer was, there's a lot of people in the 343 community that love Griffball. That's what he said. So
you might as well have said, yes, well, I do love pup.
So even if there's not one in the campaign, I mean, I'm sure it's one of those things.
Well, there wasn't one in the. Oh wait, there was one in the Reach campaign. Never mind.
Yeah, but it's one of those things that they won't get rid of. There's an entire community that lives and dies by the hammer. So, and hopefully they like us.
Not by the sword.
Well, they have that big frigate. They can just use that as an excuse for everything if they wanted. There was the Arbiter dropped one on there. There you go.
The Arbiter dropped one.
It made it through that slip space.
That is one thing I hope that they switch for multiplayer is that humans and elites are on equal par again. Because
I liked it the other way. I liked the fact that, because you know what? I think they kind of were on equal par a little bit, but I don't know. I liked the fact that they had, the elites were bigger, the elites were a little faster, they're a little more damage spongy though. I liked that because to me, again, most of it comes down to the fiction. Like that's really what grounds me for the whole series, the whole franchise is the overarching, even when I'm playing like a multiplayer game, it's probably one of the reasons why I lose a lot because I'm hiding in the building being like, man, I wonder who used this building.
And I have no problem with that. My issue is in custom games, you can't make them equal. So, for example, when you play Griffball, obviously this is pretty just specific to us, but You have to be all Spartans or all elites. You can't mix it up like you could in Halo 3. And even if you wanted to keep it for normal matchmaking, the fact that in customs you can't make them equal, because every time you bump the elite by 5%, the Spartan goes up by 5%. So they're not. Again, it's a really kind of niche pet peeve, like the fact that you don't get bomb stop medals in Griffball. You get them in any other assault variant, but you don't get them in Griffball. And I understand that these are
that's kind of weird, yeah.
I mean, that was a mistake on Bungie's part. That was just like a slip. Like it wasn't intentional to do it. They had intended to give it to us, but something happened at the last second and they couldn't pull it together. But I mean, it's things like that. You know that. I mean,
you would think something like that could be fixed in a title update, though.
Well, we've after our community panel, actually, we talked to Umberto, and
Umberto, my father.
Yes, Umberto.
No nurse.
we dropped a couple. We dropped a couple things like, "Hey, did you know that there's no bomb stop medal in Griffball?" And he's like, "Yes." Like, okay, cool. See you later.
Well, we had this little chat.
Just checking.
So, burgers?
Yeah. What you doing later? Yeah, that's all good.
High five.
So
yes. Any questions from chat room?
Let's do that. Let's take a couple.
Sorry, Duststorm. Don't mean to.
That's cool.
Your brother just moves in and he takes over.
Yeah,
just ask Claude.
No. After the questions, I'll crack down and we'll actually talk about Halo Fest, since this is kind of what it's supposed to be about. And we've hit a few topics. Yes, questions. We want questions from our live audience. I guess while that's going on,
what's Halo Fest?
Let's start from the beginning.
The community panel, yay!
Master Chief, boxers or briefs?
Cod piece. Wait, no.
God. Oh, goodness. Yeah, those are interesting.
I think it would have to be briefs, considering how snug that black exoskeleton is.
Boxer briefs. Like Under Armour. Like athletes would wear.
I can envision that. That's good.
Overalls.
It's like, no, really, I can.
His suit?
I'm doing it right.
Yes. That way I don't have to imagine Master Chief in his underwear. He's just wearing overalls under that. There you go.
What was your guys' opinion while people are coming up with questions? What were your opinions of the store? Because it seemed like there was a good amount of stuff there, but there were some things where I thought I would have expected a little more.
That was my thing. I think there was a lot there. There were things that I was really surprised to not see there.
Yeah.
Like
books.
Oh.
I mean, I was really surprised.
The only book that was there was Evolutions, right?
I think Evolutions encrypts them, if I'm not mistaken.
There was an art book there too, right?
Yeah.
Yes.
I'm pretty sure there was an art, concept art book.
Wait, which book was that? Because if it was the art of Halo 3, people better have snatched that up, because it's like $300-400 on eBay.
I don't remember. I think it was Tex got some kind of visual guide. I don't remember what it was. But
that's what it is. It's the new one. It was just released, and actually Stephen Loftus from the HBO community actually helped out with that book. That's the official visual guide, the Halo visual guide,
okay.
Which is really cool. It's like 204, if I'm not mistaken, 204 different items / characters / locations in the Halo universe, and they did a really, really brilliant job. Jeremy Vociferous from formerly Ascendant Justice, he was kind of the leading force behind that, and it's just really well done. I personally really enjoyed that they did a lot of armor variants, and I'm big into the backstories on the armor permutations and stuff, and they actually went through and there's a page for each thing that talks about history and what it's used for, and some really neat fiction talking points all through it. But that's a brilliant book. It's pretty cheap. I think I got it for like $11 or something like that. So any Halo fan who at all likes the fiction or it's even good just to kind of have on hand for a reference. Like if people are like, oh, what about Halo? They don't
we're
know.
talking right now. I just
Yeah.
have it muted right now.
I mean, I liked the store. I thought there was a lot of good variety in there, and most of the stuff in this store is stuff I hadn't seen other way.
Plushies.
Well, yeah, I mean, like the books, I can get the books at my, my local Barnes and Noble or whatever, and the T-shirts I can always order online. But I mean, like the keychains and the magnets and the plushies and some of the art prints like that. And I just thought I thought it was a nice, interesting variation. I guess. I'm sorry, the background noise is
Ace.
distracting me.
Sorry.
I regret not getting a grunt plushie. I regret that so much.
We have them for sale at HBO on HBO.
Keep notes so you know who
Ace, mute your mic.
signed up for what and who called.
I think he thinks it is muted, but it isn't.
My mic is muted.
No, it's not.
If he thought it was muted, who did he think he was saying that to?
There, it's
Yeah,
muted,
really
guys. Jeez. No, they keep saying mute your mic. I'm like, my mic is muted.
It's not muted.
On a quick note, I see Slightly Live is saying something in Halo chat. Says Halo needs more authors of Greg Bear's caliber. I'm going to all at once agree and then potentially disagree. I definitely think that I would love to see more authors of his caliber. If he's insinuating that the other authors aren't any good, I wouldn't agree necessarily with that. I think that each author has kind of brought something neat to the table, even if I necessarily haven't felt like something wasn't my favorite. I think they've done a pretty good job with selecting who is writing. I mean, I love Greg Bear stuff, obviously, but Eric Nyland and John Goff and Joe Staten, I think everybody has brought some neat stuff to the table.
I think Eric Nyland is definitely my favorite
Mine
of the
too.
authors. Just his style, I feel like he's the most detail-oriented and immersive. Like when I read his books, I feel like I'm actually there. And not that that doesn't happen with other authors, but with him it's almost instant immersion.
Started writing the books in the first place.
And he did such a good job creating just all these characters that I want to know more about.
Right.
It's interesting to see the expanse of the fiction outside the games. That's one. I mean, just like Grimm said earlier, that's one of the things that keeps me tied to Halo is the storyline behind the game, and that the universe is expansive enough to where these other types of mediums can't come in and build upon that.
Someone else is talking.
And Ace, you're not muted.
Okay, I clearly see that my mic is muted.
You're not muted.
It's not.
We can hear you.
How could we be arguing with you if we couldn't hear you?
Hey, I get the message. Thanks.
But I mean, the books, now the fan films and even the costumes, being able to make those and we see those at Halo Fest, it's just amazing to see that expanse.
I think the only thing that I worry about is how expanded the expanded universe gets, because I know there is a lot of words and blood and sweat that is spent over debating between Star Wars canon and the EU. And personally, I think that's a huge waste of time, and you're all just Star Wars fans, get over it. But I'm sure anybody here who is actually even more of a diehard fan is probably cringing at that. But I just hope that they keep control of the Halo canon. And I know there's already some pretty big inconsistencies, but it's not to the scale where you can just dismiss entire works entirely. So I really hope that they keep a handle on that, because although canon, I mean, it's what makes the universe real. Following the rules, and once you just disavow those rules, then it's not really real anymore, and it doesn't have that capture and that hold to it.
Well, one of the things that Frank O'Connor said during Halo Fest was everything being written at this point ties into, what we're going to see, in the games at some point. So I don't think they're out there building a huge universe that we won't see, as the game players. I think most of that will come full circle, and we'll see, where we look at Greg Bear's writing this, the Forerunner saga, and lo and behold, Halo 4 is going to take us right back into that realm. So I don't think they're building a massive universe that's out there that we'll never see as the core of the game playing community. So I think they do have a good handle on it. It's just my opinion, obviously, but I don't think it's getting too big. I don't think they have that out of scope at this point.
Well, that's good to know. That's reassuring.
Yeah, well, and I had a good long talk too with Bonnie Ross, who is Frank's boss, but and that's what she said. She was just like it's so vitally important to them that they keep things as consistent as possible. And I think on the fan end, it's important that we remember that this is still stories about humans and aliens being made by humans and maybe aliens. And as such, there is gonna be some miscommunication. There's gonna be some fallibility there, and as long as I know that they are trying their best to keep everything consistent, I feel like that can kind of cover a multitude of sins. Not all of them, but quite a bit. And I think they're doing a good job. And I think that they realized that they were jumping into a universe and a franchise that had a lot of strands, and some of them were starting to get tattered, and some of them were, definitely loose and unkempt. But I think they're wanting to, they've made the statement multiple times that going forward, they want everything to be connected. They want the books to be able to connect to the short films, to connect to the games, to connect, to even connect to the marketing and everything. I mean, it's neat to see when you watch Prototype, which was one of the Halo Legends short films, and near the end of it, spoiler alert, they're trying to get to the Midlothian, which is a story, and then after that there's a story that takes place in Halo Evolutions, and so that's there's all these different little connected threads. And I think that somebody on HBO mentioned it on the forums the other day that there's probably stuff that's in like Legends that goes all the way to Halo 4 that they literally just hid in plain sight right in front of us, but because we didn't have a point of reference, we didn't realize it. And I think that we're going to go, even see some of the looks of the Forerunners in the terminals now, hearkening back to what we saw in Origins and, things like that. And I think it's only going to get cooler and grander from there, especially when you've got the likes of people like Greg Bear working on stuff. And as long as you try your best to keep it consistent, then I think they're definitely heading in the right direction. Do I think they're going to be perfect? Absolutely not. But I am fully prepared to give them the benefit of the doubt until they do something really stupid.
Well, speaking of Halo marketing, I'm always curious to see what they do market and what they don't. And I'm just wondering, what do you guys think would be the coolest thing that they could make Halo-wise that they haven't yet? Personally for me, I would love a pair of Master Chief hoodie pajamas, the hood. I think that would be awesome. So what do you guys think, though? What do you think would be really cool?
As far as marketing goes?
Yeah, something you would love to see that Halo would market that they haven't yet.
I want a plasma grenades stress ball.
Oh, that's awesome!
Yeah.
Yeah.
That's
Halo
a good
Fest 2's special 5,000 thing giveaway.
Yeah,
There you
right?
go.
Hadn't really thought about that.
Well, one of the things I heard you guys talking about at one point at Halo Fest was, a nice little Griff Ball Nerf set. That would be really cool.
Oh my god, that would be awesome.
Nerf hammers and bombs, and go at it.
Oh, we would.
I would like to see. I know, like Weta Workshops has done some really sick high-end collectibles. But I always like my family and I, we're big Lord of the Rings fans, and I always like when they do the full scale models of like Sting or Foehammer or the swords from that mythology. I think it would be sick to have like an energy sword. Like obviously we can't do a real one, but to have like a super high quality like full size energy sword replica, that you can, and I've seen some pretty awesome community built ones, but I think something like that, or some really neat weapon replicas that are, something that you wouldn't necessarily use as cosplay. It would be something that came on a stand and sat there and looked awesome.
Well, no matter what you price them at, too, they'll sell. So
Oh, yeah.
It's absolutely, like, without a doubt.
Yes,
Like,
someone will buy them.
any weapon they make.
Anybody else?
I honestly can't really think of anything else.
I can think of more things I don't want them to market.
Like what?
Lunchbox. I don't want to see a Halo Saturday morning cartoon. I don't want to see Halo. Actually, I have Halo boxers. Okay.
Halo shot glasses.
Yeah, right. You know what? I have never played Halo Risk, which actually Halo Wars Risk, and there's another one too, the Halo interactive board game.
I have that one.
Yeah, I feel like a bad fan for saying that, but I've actually never played those.
I haven't either. I haven't.
There is an interactive board game.
Yep.
Well, at least we don't have a Halo themed Monopoly board,
I would buy that. Yeah. You imagine, dude, like you could be the ghost. They can make all the little tools.
Yeah.
Everyone would want to be the grunt.
Yeah.
Everyone would.
Do not pass the arc. Do not collect $200.
Nice.
Your planet was glass. You're bankrupt.
Yeah.
Exactly. Go straight to flood spores.
I want to make this now.
Yeah,
Do it.
All right, I take it back. I want to see it.
I think a Halo themed Monopoly would be kind of cool. I mean, there's there's Monopoly themed everything else, just about.
Or Trivial Pursuit.
Now, Trivial Pursuit. Trivial Pursuit's a weird thing because anything that involves the trivia for something, I always feel like, oh no, just wait until such and such a book comes out, so then we can include that. Oh wait, no, just wait until this next thing comes out, so we can include that
They're
too.
Expansion packs. At that point.
Yeah, right. That's the way I felt about the encyclopedia. I bought the encyclopedia, which unfortunately is not the most error-free of publications. But now they're doing a re-release of it, and I think it's got 14 new pages of stuff or something like that. And I'm getting that too because I have a problem. Because I want to see, now it has the Reach stuff, and now, and if they released another one every 6 months, I'd probably get it. I shouldn't say that in public because now they're going to, but
it'd be weird to see a Halo Jeopardy, a Halo themed Jeopardy.
You're like, what is rampancy? No, I'm really asking.
Well, I mean,
that might be the one time you can make Alex Trebek look like an asshole, though. Do I really have to say this?
Okay, apparently Ricari is pissed off because he says a Halo lunchbox would be badass.
I have to agree.
It's fine. You know what?
But, I mean, honestly...
Have to do it. You just have to do it right. It's got to look like you got to do more of an adult style lunchbox, like a metal lunchbox, and it's got to look. Oh, you know what? You just do the spanker ammo, the rocket launcher ammo for
that would be cool.
There you go.
Okay, that would work.
Okay, so Ricari, am I forgiven on that one? I'm gonna wait because he's gonna come on my tweet feed.
They already have one of those ammo boxes for storing your controllers and stuff, don't they?
They do?
I think.
Yeah, I'm pretty sure.
I've seen some sort of
something like that.
ammo crate.
Yeah.
Really?
Yeah.
I have to look into this.
Really?
I want a portable way to carry around my Xbox and controllers at some point. And it's right now I just have to put it in my backpack and carry it around that way.
There is a special 360 backpack that has slots for controllers and stuff.
Yes,
it doesn't look cool. It just is a backpack.
Oh. Well, that sucks. Why would I get that then?
No idea.
If it's not cool looking. Okay, so we finally have a couple questions in here. The first one comes from username Slightly Live. And he was asking about Bloom, whether or not with the upcoming title update, our opinions on, do we like the bloom? Do we not like not having the bloom?
Hot topic.
It can't possibly make me play any better.
Yeah.
Yeah, honestly, the only time I found the bloom to be kind of, I don't know, kind of too annoying and too different from maybe it's just Reach was when we played what's the Halo PC level, the big one, 20% smaller level.
Timberland.
Timberland. Or whatever the new
name is. Yeah.
Ridgeline.
Yeah. I found it on there that when there was a zero bloom, that was I was just getting pegged left, right, and center. Like I'd spawn and just be gone.
Yeah.
That was my
the needle rifle is ridiculous on Zero Bloom.
Yeah, I did notice. I checked it out for some of the community members, and it's sometimes like again, sometimes it's fun in closer quarters. I think it's a really fun addition, but it's when it's really big. I feel like everyone has a sniper that's better than a sniper all the time.
I think what's tough is that we play with it on regular bloom, and the title update was Zero Bloom. And they've mentioned that they can just scale it back and forth to however much they want.
Right.
And I think I would almost prefer that instead of one extreme or the other. Maybe have a little bit of bloom, but it's hard to tell since we've only had one of the two extremes.
Well, didn't the last bulletin that BS Angel put out, didn't that say that they found a happy medium to try out was like 15%
I think it was 85%. Bloom? I think
okay.
85%.
I thought they said that on the multiplayer panel that 15% reduction.
That would be 85%.
Or sorry, 15% bloom. Sorry. But
I don't know. Maybe.
I mean, I know it frustrates the heck out of me.
I know there are going to be playlists, at least to my knowledge, there are going to be playlists that have Zero Bloom, like there's Zero Bloom Slayer or something like that. Right. But I think that for kind of the general, newer way forward stuff is they're going to try to have, I think, at an 85% level. And again, don't quote me. That's not an official 343 thing. But, and then I would assume that they're still going to have, from what I hear, it seems like they're going to still have the vanilla Slayer as well with this standard bloom you've come to expect from Reach. So.
Well, like what all is not going to be affected by bloom? Do we know that?
What you mean? What playlist?
Well, like what weapon? Well, what playlist? But I mean, like, is all weapons just not going to have any kind of bloom?
Anything that blooms will be affected. So,
like, I could think like with the assault rifle, that could get kind of vicious with no bloom.
Well, that'd be nice to finally have a vicious assault rifle.
The hammer.
That pistol needs maximum bloom at all times.
Zero bloom hammer.
Yeah,
well,
sounds good to me.
When you mentioned the pistol, I found you still needed to kind of do the DMR thing with the pistol anyway. Like you want to time your shots with it anyways. I found like even with the 3-shot pistol.
Yeah,
because it's got that pull on it.
Yeah, it's got a lot of feedback.
All I know is every time I spawned, I was dead within 20 seconds because of that pistol.
Yeah, I don't see myself playing in any of the Halo 1 playlists. I mean, exclusively because I really didn't like the pistol. Now I know it's classic and everything, but I mean, it's so overpowered that there's no point in having any of the other weapons on the map. So you might as well just be playing pistols only.
Yeah. They removed it for a reason.
But it
was
irritates
gone
me.
for a reason. Yeah, it irritated me too because everyone was an expert with it, and then I picked it up and I suck.
Yep, me too.
Well, I find it's more of a I personally see it as like a fun game type. It's like, I'm gonna, we'll just have some fun, hop on a game, and do some 3-shot pistol. But I wouldn't want to see it as a constant thing. So I hope it's not implemented too widely.
Yeah, I mean, it's not going to be across the board or anything.
Yeah, so that's a good thing at least.
One thing I am surprised at is that there still won't, you still don't have the ability to change that in customs.
Yeah.
I mean, I know you'll obviously have the ability to save the playlists, and still use them in customs. But I also think that that's more of a function of 343 not necessarily having it from the very, very beginning. Right. They're dealing with just making adjustments to what they have.
Well, it's almost
available
like
now.
How Bungie overloaded or took away the shield door stuff from the Halo 3 maps. They had to tinker with it in a certain way, and you
hated that.
can't really edit those, but you can save them and use them. And I was talking with Shishka about this actually, and it's like, yeah, the game types have to be done in such a way that those features are set, and you can't like modify the game type. You just have to take the game type how it is.
Taking away the shield doors in Halo 3 was the worst thing that ever happened to Halo. Like, I remember playing Snowbound and being so pissed that my shield doors were gone. Because to me, that took away the tactics of the game.
Yeah,
I mean,
it
if
did.
someone's... irritated. Beyond
Well,
irritated.
I don't know, but it also took away a lot of shotgun camping the shield doors.
But that was the point. Like,
And what was wrong with that?
But
though?
no,
What was wrong with that?
On
If-
Snowbound, there were like 5 different ways into each base. You know, if you were stupid enough to keep coming through the same door, then that's your own problem. You
And
know,
I
there,
was
there were
kinda-
tons of doors to get through.
I
Well,
was kind
I
of
don't know. Stupid enough is one thing, because you would get teams that would get a 4 or 5 kill lead and then just sit in there. And so then it became a function of, well, it's not because you're stupid enough. You have to go in there to get them to try to even the score out.
But
So-
the shield doors didn't prevent that. I mean, if you're in that back door by the open bay and you crouch in that corner, it doesn't matter how many grenades they throw in there. They're not going to get you. Or, you know, hiding around the corner.
Well, no, I see what he's saying. The one working, I guess what were those solar panels of some kind? But the working side, they all had shield doors. There was, I mean, if your whole team was,
Yeah, there was no way in there other than that, really.
yeah, there's 4 doors, and if everyone is camping each one of those, everyone has support. It's hard to breach those.
But that's
Well,
where
it's
teamwork
supposed to be
comes in,
hard.
and I'm going to have to agree with Goose Checka is that there when they totally swapped out, shields for no shields. It changed that map, and actually those maps, Epitaph, I think they did the same thing. It just changed the play on those maps, and it seemed like it was appealing to one group over another. I mean, there should be a happy blend if that's what you're going to do.
What
But
if you had a
they
map that
seriously
the shield
weighted
doors-
it one
that
way over the other?
came on like every 30 seconds for 30 seconds?
that'd be cool.
And that would have been great.
You know?
I mean, I think the shield doors just added a sense
Or they were
of
activatable.
strategy. Well, it reminds me a lot of the not armor abilities, but the armor pickups in Halo 3. You know, you knew the active camo was going to spawn based on the map, once every
Yeah.
90 seconds. And your strategy on that map depended and revolved around that spawn. And that's my thing with Reach, is that with everybody having their own armor ability, I'm usually pretty lost as far as strategy goes, because I don't feel like there's an objective I have to take. Like
Duncan.
on
Yeah.
high ground in Halo 3, it was all about, okay, you get the camo, you get the overshield, we're going to go take the base and get the high ground. Like that, there was a strategy and there was a point. And a lot of the maps in Reach, I feel like there's no point. You're just running around like idiots with your head cut off, shooting each other. There's not as much strategy involved.
I do agree with that. Actually, Duncan from HBO and Halo Gaff, he wrote a great article on what he thought maybe needed to happen, a suggestion with the armor abilities. It was kind of like an in-between armor abilities and usable equipment. And, he was saying that, what if you had certain things that were always available to you? Like, let's say you always had sprint. So no matter what, everybody started with sprint. And then, the jetpack and the things like that were something that you would pick up and had a limited number of uses that weren't just one use, because that was part of the problem that Bungie had said with the equipment, is that you'd go grab the grav lift, and you'd either use it once on accident or you would use it and it wasn't the right moment, and they would have people that would never use equipment because they were always waiting for the right time, and the right time never came. So, I think that it would be cool to, if you were to have the bubble shield, you get 3 uses or you get 5 uses or whatever it is. But it is something that you go and you pick up. And I agree with you, Goose, on that, because the strategy overall of the gameplay definitely changes. And you end up it seems like in Reach or in Halo 3, you use the equipment to offensively plan. Whereas in Reach, you end up defensively and you end up just game planning, not what can I grab to use for me. It's what do I need to do to make sure that I don't get beat by armor lock or jetpack or something.
How can I
like
piss
that.
off the other team?
Yeah.
My strategy on high ground was get in the ghost, ride it back and forth, and hope some idiot jumps in front of it.
Yeah.
Sounds like a solid plan.
It worked on my teammates.
Yeah.
Oh.
Poor thing.
Aww. That sucks. Let's see. Let's take another question from the chat room. Someone down here.
Hey guys, I gotta pull out for now. I'll be back if I can.
Okay. See you, Redemption.
See ya.
See ya.
We also have another late entry. Keat from the Running Riot.
Yes.
Hey. Listen, tell me everything that happened up until now.
You're gonna have to listen to it. Tell us when you're caught up.
Griff ball, shield doors.
Is there a bubble party
Do it
in
on
here?
double
All right.
time.
Bubble.
Cod piece.
God peace.
Then there's no more need for me to be
As soon
here.
as someone said something about a crotch, BS Angel jumped in the chat.
Yeah.
She's responsible for all codpiece activity.
Oh, goodness.
I'm pretty sure she was the reason why it left.
Oh yeah, I support the theory, or the initiative that the codpiece missing had her input.
Fair enough. Okay. Question we got here from Dragon V20. He says, "So I've heard it would be possible to customize weapons on the go in Halo 4. What is the word on that?"
We don't make Halo 4.
I'm not sure.
What
do you mean by customize? I guess is
I think what he's getting at is the whole, like, theories around in the trailer he can, like, plug something in, but it might even just be a grenade to that pistol.
Yeah, that to me seems like a different weapon. I mean, it could be wrong.
I think. But,
yeah, maybe like a Crisis 2, somebody mentioned, or like a Borderlands, I think. You could also, you could, like, customize the weapons, put different attachments on them and things like, or even something like Army of Two, 40th Day, ended up having a really cool customization option or Metal Gear Solid series did the same thing, where you had like a base weapon and then you could customize it from there.
Okay, that almost goes back to my argument earlier about how much changing of the game keeps Halo and brings other elements in, because that to me feels like Call of Duty, the whole attachment stuff.
But how much not changing of the game can you do before it turns into Madden with guns?
Do what? Madden with guns?
Well, no, but I mean, like the big cry out against like a game like Madden is that the game is the same exact thing every year with maybe a feature or two tweaked or graphics updated or rosters and things like that. I mean, I do want Halo to retain its Halo-ness, but at the same time, I think that there are certain things, even maybe fairly radical things, that can be changed and not mess with that. Like having it so that you're able to, maybe upgrade a needler or something like that. I mean, I wouldn't be opposed to that.
Or getting rid of all the stupid gun crap and just having it be driving all the time. That'd be pretty awesome.
Or go shooty Halo.
Just fists.
Fists.
Just like Halo Mario Kart. That'd be awesome.
Isn't that Rocket Race already? Pretty much.
Super Rocket Race. It'll be like ODST.
I think in Rocket Race, if you shoot a rocket directly behind you, you should get a speed boost.
Yeah.
I do that all the time, and that's why no one plays with me anymore. By the end of Halo 3, nobody would play Rocket Race with me. Because I was too good at boosting.
Boosting.
I don't think it was that kind of boosting they were mad about.
Halo needs a portal gun.
That would be interesting.
That will dramatically change. It won't be Halo that much anymore.
Another question. We'll take one more question for this round, then we'll give out a code, and then we'll hit back into Halo Fest stuff. Comes from Almighty343. He says, should they bring back playlists that will be Spartan versus Elites, or a mix like in Halo 3?
Well, don't they still technically have it? But that's more just invasion, right?
Well, I'm not sure if he means like talking about Reach or if he's talking about Halo 4.
Okay.
I'm not. If he's still here, he can comment on more specifically what he means. But
Well, just in case.
oh, he means Reach.
Reach.
He means Reach.
Yeah, you can't have Spartans Elites together because as a free for all because it's an imbalance.
Yeah.
Although it would be nice to see something like that though, like Halo 3 was.
Well, just
The option, yeah, is a fun.
switch up just all Spartans, and it gets, I don't know, it's kind of stale.
What was the question again, real quick?
Wondering if our opinions on bringing like a mixed style of Spartans and Elite back into matchmaking. Kind of like how it is in Halo 3, where you could choose whether you want to be a Spartan or Elite, and then play.
I kind of, again, this is fictionally. I kind of liked the fact that it was all or one, or even if they were mixed, that you had a difference. There were some different attributes. And I mean, maybe I just wasn't playing the right game types, but I did not see that big of a difference where there was a huge advantage one way or the other.
SWAT.
I mean, the elites. Well, yeah. I mean, but again, I don't see there ever being a mix. I guess if you're playing custom SWAT, then I don't know.
I mean, I
guess
another way to look at it is because you can only do Spartans versus Elites in Invasion and Invasion Slayer type stuff, right?
Correct.
Unless you're doing customs. It'd be interesting to see doing a capture the flag type of thing with Spartans versus Elites, or some other game types like that. Well, what would you think about that? Having it not necessarily bound to.
Why I loved Invasion. Invasion, I think, is my favorite playlist that is not Firefight, and I love that. Spartans are working and they have a certain type of attack style, and the Elites have a certain type of attack style. And I would love to see the metrics on it, but I wonder if there's a huge disparity between Spartans versus Elites. If the Elites win most of the time or Spartans win most of the time, I would imagine it has to be within, no worse than 60-40 one way or the other, and I would imagine closer to 50-50, because I still think it probably comes down to the individual skill rather than the attributes of the species that you're playing with.
I mean, I would think so. Because, I mean, as far as we know, the shields and the health are the same. Granted, Elites gain back health.
Yeah.
And Spartans don't. But then again, I mean, Elites move a little bit quicker, but they also have bigger bodies, so they're easier to hit.
Yeah. Yeah, I was going to say the Spartans are definitely harder targets to get a beat on.
So, nice. And he adds on even just letting you be an Elite and Living Dead.
Well, maybe it'd be cool, like if you turned into an Elite in Infection. That would be kind of neat.
Like if you were infected, you were an Elite, and if you weren't, you're a Spartan.
Because because then you automatically have a little bit more of a speed advantage.
That makes sense.
And it would just it would also be cool because it would help you differentiate them visually. And until they implement my turn into Flood, for Infection, so. But yeah.
Okay.
You want me to grab that other question, Dust?
What? Kevin Hurd?
Yeah.
Yeah, I was gonna do that one. You can go ahead and read it off.
Oh, okay. I didn't know if you saw it on the.
I just saw it.
Alrighty.
I was gonna add it.
Get it.
Mr. Kevin Hurd asks, does the panel think that the Halo community will respond faster and in greater numbers if a second Halo Fest was announced, especially now since the first one was so great? I think the answer is yes, pretty much.
Well, yeah. Well, I think, especially for the first one, you can see, it was right away as soon as, PAX was sold out, as soon as everything started happening and all the hype was starting to be built, everyone being so excited about going to Halo Fest, that, everyone was kicking themselves if they didn't go. And I think for absolutely the first year, that it happens again, it'll be substantially bigger. But again, it's the issue of continuing it on after that, because it's gonna grow tired. It's gonna start to wear out a bit.
I think it shouldn't be maybe any more than every other year.
Yeah, absolutely.
And that will help coincide too a little bit better with game and franchise launches. You'll have a lot more to show and talk about if you do it every 2 to 3 years. Because think about it, if it's real easy, you can have a Halo Fest or 2 that's doubled up within the lifespan and life cycle of one specific game. And with really the only new stuff being maybe new content fictionally on Waypoint or books or such and such.
Well, and then there was the other thing that we talked about in our little post-Halo Fest show, where it would be interesting to see if Halo Fest ended up being its own event, separate from PAX. Like, what kind of response he would get out of that.
Kind of like the Call of Duty XP thing was.
Yeah.
I want
in all honesty,
Halo theme park.
I would love that. Because I wouldn't feel near as guilty for missing all of PAX.
I could give a rat's ass.
Did anyone else, and I might be a little overreacting, but did anyone else feel like Call of Duty XP was kind of a response to Halo Fest, or was it
I don't
announced
even know what
before?
that is.
Yeah. Nah.
I don't know if it was a response to Halo Fest because there's so many of those things. I mean, you've got QuakeCon that always goes on, and you've got BlizzCon, which does focuses a lot on the World of Warcraft, and if I'm not mistaken, James Stevenson from Insomniac, they do InsomniaCon or something kind of like that, where they do their games and everything, and I think that was in LA as well. So I just
find it a little funny that we decided to have a Halo Fest, and then there was the announcement for Call of Duty XP, and those are two really competitive titles to each other.
Yeah, well, there's too much planning that has to go into it that they could have just announced it that quickly after. So they either knew it was going on, they got wind of it and decided that they wanted to make sure they did one too, or they're just trying to. I think maybe we're seeing more specific, more like franchise and developer specific conventions because the market is getting so freaking crowded now. You've got to do more things to service your fans. You've got to do more things to focus on your community because,
the Call of Duty franchise is that big. Yeah.
Oh, yeah. Just like now the Halo franchise has a bunch of games under its belt and fiction, things like that. Call of Duty is I think the Call of Duty franchise, I'm not into it as much, but I think it does warrant, it's got a big enough fan base and it's got a diverse enough selection of games that it does warrant, having a convention. And like you said, man, there's so many games. I was taking a look. I should never do this. Take a look at all the games that are coming out that I want. But, there's like 17 to 20 games that I would love to have. But if I could only pick one, it'd be Halo Anniversary, because that's the community that, I'm most a part of. And that's a big, huge thing of it. If it's just going to be a game where it's just me playing it, or it's just me maybe jumping into some random multiplayer stuff, I'm not going to make that kind of investment. But, if I'll fly literally diagonally across the country to go, to Halo Fest, then you better believe that is the game that I'm going to be focusing on when it comes time to vote with my wallet. And that is, at the end of it all, the bottom line. That's what keeps these games going.
Well, you're talking about like big franchises we're talking about here. Call of Duty, Halo, all these ones that it's actually starting to follow this boilerplate pattern, or the same pattern of gaming. The Gears of War, like all these, like the standard edition, limited edition, then a statue. They're all, and then now you'll probably see soon some Gears of War Fest.
Yeah, it's entirely possible, or at least Epic Fest. You could do that.
Yeah, they could. As far as the studio is concerned, that's another whole thing. But the whole thing of how big Call of Duty is, it was inevitable that something like that would have to happen eventually from the size of the franchise. Is it a Call of Duty versus Halo thing, or let's go back and forth. Remember, they're kind of on the same team now. It's probably not gonna I don't think it's any more of a battle. That's just the sheer number of gamers and either they're actually part of both franchises or just some that are just only that. You got definitely have, and you run across the gamers that only play Call of Duty and don't like Halo, and you got people who like Halo and don't like Call of Duty, but then you got people who go back and forth, and just in those numbers, but who only do it sheer alone, is enough to support. So, it was inevitable. I just wanted to comment about if Halo Fest will happen again. Let me ask actually people in this room who were at Halo Fest, was the rooms and everything where it was the venue too small, too big, just right? Were there too many people waiting outside? Was it?
No, it was actually, I thought the space allotment, except for the stage, was perfect.
I think that's my thing too. Yeah, except for the stage, I definitely think that, and I was really surprised that you had the Bungie panel and the red versus blue table reading there.
Yeah, that was amazing.
The red versus blue had the biggest turnout.
They always have the biggest turnout. They have the biggest turnout, like just without no Halo Fest and without anything. Without anything, they're usually the biggest thing at PAX. They're usually the biggest panel.
Yep. It was gargantuan at PAX East.
Yeah, it was huge.
Nuts.
But no, and the surprising thing was there were rarely any lines.
Oh yeah,
especially for the games. That was one of the surprising things to me is the games and that were going on. We had 5 different stations.
Well, it helps that there were. What you mean at Halo Fest?
Yeah.
Well, it helps that there were 66 individual game stations. I mean, when you looked at other franchises, Mass Effect, things like that. I mean, you had like 8 to 12 spots that you could play. Meanwhile, this was actually, and there were 66 game stations, if I'm not mistaken, just playing the new maps that are coming out for Anniversary. And there was also, in the Halo timeline area, almost all of the Halo games had a little station that you could play there as well. Because I know Grim Brother 4 kind of bounced around to each one, and he played some ODST, and he played some, I think, Halo 3 or Reach or something like that. Most of those games, if not all of them, had a little, like a play area. I hate saying PlayStation.
Yeah.
Gaming
PlayStation.
A portal.
It would have been interesting to have someone there playing through the entirety of the Halo campaign.
That was just like a movie.
I mean, it took when I did mine, it took me 24 hours.
I tell you what, I would love to see them release like on disc or something, because one of my favorite thing about the Halo 3 Legendary was the disc that had the Halo 1 and Halo 2 like full game and cinematics on there, and basically you kind of watched it like a movie, and obviously it's not quite the same, but they did include a little bit of gameplay in between, with some pertinent areas to help continue the flow. But I loved that. Yeah, and I would love to see a disc collection of all of these cinematics from everything from Halo CE through Reach and Halo Wars even included. Or you could do it by trilogy, have the original trilogy and the new Reclaimer trilogy, etc.
It's such a good way, especially like just to go back for people like me, I've mentioned it before. I'm a very visual guy. I want to have the actual footage there. I like the videos and stuff like that. And you forget something, and it'd be so good to just dedicate some time and just watch the old cutscenes and get back up to date.
Totally agree.
I think that would be a big seller if someone decided to actually do that. The ultimate, it's much like the encyclopedia, just something, if you're a Halo fan, you just kind of got to have it.
Here's a slightly tangential, slightly related question. They announced, at Halo Fest that it's going to be the new Reclaimer trilogy, and there was a thread going on HBO talking about the names of the Halo games. And see, I'm a big fan of games that have subtitles in the names, because I think it reflects the game's story a little bit better, and it also helps keep the game keep it kind of giving it a unique identity within a larger set. So here's my my question: if you were to add a name like ODST or Reach, if you were to add a name to Halo 2 and Halo 3, what would it be, and what would you name the original trilogy? If we're going to have the Reclaimer trilogy, what would you name the original trilogy if you were going to name it something fictionally?
The Flood trilogy.
Oh, that's good.
That, because honestly, I was going to say like Forerunner or something, but not really, because honestly, and it's weird to think about it, that the Flood played such an insane role, like a pretty big role in the first Halo trilogy.
I think it could also be called the Covenant trilogy, because...
Oh, absolutely could. Well, depending on how...
Yes.
The next trilogy
and Halo
goes.
4 will depend on whether or not calling it the Flood or the Covenant trilogy is redundant or not.
Right.
I mean, and for Halo 2, I was thinking Halo 2 Schism would be maybe cool, or or Divide or something like that, because really the focus was the fall of the Covenant,
The elites.
Yeah, with the elites and the prophets and brutes and everything.
Yeah, being main assassination targets and stuff.
Halo 3 could be, the Ark, maybe.
Finish the fight.
Yeah.
Tagline.
Halo 3.
Well, that's a tagline. That's not necessarily. That's weird, because I think we've just gotten used to calling it Halo 2, Halo 3.
Should we name it? So you name Halo Combat Evolved. What we name Halo 2 instead of dropping it 2? What do we call it? Halo
Schism, I would call it. That's what I would call it. They call it the Great Schism, like that was what a lot of that was about. Or if you called it, the Divide, that's kind of neat, because it was also a divided campaign, because you played as two characters.
Yeah,
right.
sure. Well, one thing that's interesting about subtitle names is that you typically, I'm wondering would you refer to them by their original name, like would you call it Halo 2 or would you call it the second? For example, like ODST, you don't really call it Halo 3 ODST. Everyone just kind of says ODST.
Oh, I always call it ODST.
It's kind of split. Like some people say, Combat Evolved, and I always just say Halo 1.
I usually say CE.
Well, whenever I hear someone say CE, I think Custom Edition.
Yeah, I do too. True. That's what got me confused.
But you know what? When I say Halo PC, I mean Custom Edition and PC.
See, when I hear Halo PC, I think of the retail PC game.
Yes.
Halo CE is specifically Custom Edition, then Halo is Halo for the Xbox.
Yeah, but a lot of people who you talk to who know about that Custom Edition are big Halo fans who know the difference.
Yeah.
So
Kevin Hurd says Halo doesn't need subtitles.
Well,
I don't think
what? So we got HBO contingent here. Like, when you talk about it in the forums, like you usually know when someone says Halo CE, they're talking about Xbox Combat Evolved.
Yeah. Well, and a lot of times it's the context too.
True. Yeah.
So, how about I grab that waypoint question, Dust?
Yeah, go for it.
Sora Rules 20, one of my good friends over the Waypoint forums, says, what are your opinions on the fact that there's no campaign theater for Halo Combat Evolved Anniversary? Not Halo Custom Edition Anniversary.
I'm not surprised.
I'm not either.
Since it's like a reskin, kind of.
Yeah.
Well, and that's the thing, is because it's not just a graphical thing. The theater mode, it goes back to, if I'm not mistaken, you don't have things even like the rewind and everything in campaign. You don't have the freedoms in theater, even in Reach and...
in Reach, I think you can rewind.
Okay, Reach you can rewind?
Reach,
I don't think you can.
No, you can't.
Yeah, in campaign, I don't think you can. And
they added something to the campaign theater.
Wait. Actually, you can't fast forward. I think you can rewind, right?
In campaign,
in Reach.
No. In Reach, I'm not sure. I thought you could.
Okay,
I thought you
could. You couldn't.
Says you can rewind in campaign.
Yeah, you couldn't in Halo 3.
Cannot rewind. Yes, you can. Oh, let's keep this going, guys. How can you? All right. Maybe we should just do a dramatic reading of the chat room. I just did it yesterday on Alexandria. Right.
Nobody believes that
Someone
guy.
boot up their Xbox and figure it
I
out
feel like
right
I'm
now.
at Renaissance Fair.
Oh hum. I think how long it'll take somebody to type "listen, bitches."
There's another drop. Oh gosh.
Mhm.
Win.
I mean,
Real
but-
man of Halo.
Yeah, there you go. Yeah, there you go, Moa.
Cake tastes
A lot of the theater stuff that's used anyway is for multiplayer, matchmaking and custom stuff. So, I mean, I don't think it's a big detriment to not have it in the campaign.
Wait, Mango, what are you doing right now? You're rewinding or fast forwarding, Mango? In the chat room. Be more specific. You're doing it right now. What are you eating? Potato chips?
So, by the
What are you
way,
doing
I will bring
specifically?
the mango to PAX East if you need me to.
I'm seeing if I could do it. Oh, we'll call you out.
Well, we'll get that. And while he figured that out, I'm going to go ahead and give away our first code of the night,
Oh yeah.
which is going to be
Launch code?
Cortana code. Cortana code for your avatar.
Launch code for a ballistic missile.
That's what I said earlier. Oh my god.
Oh, see?
Hive mind.
Oh,
The
goodness.
Cortana code giveaways that cost me
Just take
$23,000.
a picture of it and then put the link in the chat room or something.
I was just going to type it up in the chat room. That's what I was going to do.
Then the bots will get it.
What bots?
I'm just kidding.
There's bots. You think Guilty Spark is listening to this?
Is he?
Maybe.
He was at that Halo Fest panel.
Well, no, that's why I hate when people give like codes away over Twitter, because a lot of times the bots nab them.
Yeah, I don't like people posting codes.
Twitter.
I do,
And I
better
think-
to do like you just choose the winners based because you can actually find out if they're real.
Well, I'm going to go out on a limb here since I had this planned out this way anyway, and start typing it up here in the chat.
He's got a master.
I must say, USF is destroying Ball State. Go Bulls.
Cool.
And is are beating. That's
There's the football note of the night. Whose
Somebody
dog
quiet
is that?
dog down.
Whose dog is that?
That's nobody's dog. Don't worry about the dog.
So
I don't hear a dog.
typing up the code, Mr. Keat. I heard our friend arrived safely today.
Safely in a beat up box. It was all beat up.
Oh, that's not cool.
But my my neighbor, I was outside already with my kids, and the FedEx truck pulls up and hands me the box. It's all beat up, and my neighbor looks at it, goes, "You're not even gonna," like, I knew what it was, and the neighbor's like, "You're not even gonna check that box? That thing looks like it's, you got to find out what's going on in there." I'm like, "It's okay, whatever's on in there. Nothing is gonna destroy the helmet." Opened it up. It was all wrapped nice or whatever, Mike. I pulled it out. He had no idea what was going to be in there. And I pulled it out. He's like, "What the hell is that thing?" I handed it to him. He's like, "Oh my God, this is amazing. This is incredible.
It's a life changer.
Where did you get this?" And then, it says, there's no, FedEx can't hurt the helmet.
Yeah.
It was
fine. Hilarious. I think maybe my favorite picture is the Master Chief wearing the helmet.
Yes. That was good. That was actually, it worked.
Yes, it did. It did work. It actually didn't look any worse than at least 6 or 7 of the attachments in Reach.
We have it confirmed that you can rewind in campaign.
Okay.
I think.
Is that true for both Reach and 3? I'm almost positive.
No, it's just Reach. It's just Reach.
Okay.
I know you can't fast forward, and I don't think in any of them. So
No, you can fast forward.
No, you can't.
Like, you can do the scan ahead fast forward. You can't rewind. Like
in campaign?
Yeah.
No, you can't. If that's true, then I'm gonna be.
Well, you have those games that are like 4 hours long, and you can. I remember just setting on using that.
Oh, wait! You are right. Yes, you can.
Okay.
You're right.
So
You're right.
so you can't rewind really rewind. You can only jump back certain points.
Right.
Okay.
But that's how you do it in the multiplayer films
too.
anyway. So that's the only way you can do it. But it's the way you rewind in Halo.
Yeah,
so
but
it's in a way it is still rewinding.
Player, you can't do kind of a zip back and forth, slow mo, zoom, 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 zoom.
No, you can't do that anyways in any of them.
You can never do it anyway.
I need to spend some more time in theater.
I totally forgot about that.
Yeah.
Yeah, no. For any film, you have to skip back because of how it saves. It's a stream of data forward, not backwards, and the way you skip back is it just takes a snapshot of the data at that point.
Looks like my CEO of Ready Up Live there, Rebel Rouser, nabbed that code. Well done, bud.
We have 2 more to give away, guys. So you still have a chance later tonight to get some. We have a sword and another Cortana chip. So let's talk about some of the. Yes, you can. So let's talk about the maps. How about that?
Yeah.
There were, let's see, 5 of the 6 multiplayer maps playable on the floor, and then the firefight map. Is that right? Or no, there's 4. There's 4. Hang 'em High wasn't there. The Hang 'em High remake wasn't there.
Yes.
So yeah, there was Ridgeline, which is the Timberland remake. There's the Prisoner remake, what's that called? Does anyone know?
Isolation, no. Something like that.
Oh, jeez. I think
I'm close.
What, did it begin with a C?
Contain, no.
No. Someone in the chat, look it up.
Help.
It's making me mad now.
Something like that.
There was the Damnation remake. There was the
Solitary. There we go.
Solitary.
Yes. Okay. The Damnation remake, and then what was the other one? The 4th one? Oh, the Beaver Creek. Battle Canyon.
Yes, Battle Canyon.
And then Installation 04.
Yes.
So.
By the way, I have a request. Actually, anybody who is listening to this or on chat, I really wish I had totally forgot to get pictures of each one of the new stations, the new maps. They had like a really cool like a panel that showed the entryway, and it showed pictures of the new map, and then it had a little fictional description, kind of like how most of the maps have a little bit of a piece of fiction that goes with it. But the new ones, I wanted pictures of those, and I didn't get that. So if anybody has pictures of those panels that have the little fiction descriptions for the new maps, I would love to be sent them.
Might have gotten those.
I didn't even see those. Where specifically were those?
They're like each new map had like a panel stand up to kind of show, oh, this is this map, this is Ridgeline, and had some pictures of it. And then near the bottom or throughout, it had basically a description of, what was going on or something fictionally there. And go ahead.
Were they at the game stations?
Yes.
Yeah. Where the banners? It was the banners that had the name of the map and the picture on it. There were some little nuggets of descriptions on there.
Were the banners on like the side wall banners, or like on top of the TVs, or what?
No, like at the starting of the lines, right?
Yeah, it was on like its own post, like right outside the stanchions.
Okay. I don't even recall that, because I guess I kind of ducked under the the line things anyway. I never noticed those.
No, I got the panels for the campaign ones. I don't think I got the multiplayer ones, unfortunately. I'm looking through my pictures right now. Ones that I haven't posted and will hopefully post this weekend.
Green Skull is a skipper? What?
I mean, I took videos of them, so I might have video.
Green Skull is a skipper.
I don't know what that means.
Damn you. Green Skull, why do you skip so?
Dude, it's gotta happen. Sometimes, man.
Does that mean like when you walk or run, you skip?
Don't worry, I skip, but I high five after. It's all good.
Good.
Or worse. We haven't really come to a conclusion.
The dude just skips everywhere.
I was thinking of like a ship skipper.
I think that's what he originally meant, but
okay, that's what I was thinking. That was my original thought on
my
that
friend
comment.
Is Gilligan.
Oh gosh.
Skip and Skull? sounds like some kind of food product.
So, what's everyone's, I guess, most anticipated map? From the ones that we saw.
What was the question?
Solitary.
Our most anticipated map. Yeah, I had to go with Prisoner too, the Solitary.
Waterworks.
The
What?
big team battle one, whatever that was.
Ridgeline?
Ridgeline?
That might have been it. Yeah.
I think I would have to go with the new Hang 'em High or Ridgeline.
But they didn't have the Hang 'em High there.
No, I know, but I can't wait to see it. Like, I was a big Hang 'em High fan.
Yeah.
I'm a huge Hang 'em High fan.
What have they said so far about that? I only hear words about it.
Has it even been shown yet? Right? Nothing.
Well, we saw it in a video.
Yeah, they had it. It was in a video. In fact, it was in the E3 announcement video.
Oh, is it?
We haven't really seen anything concrete about it, so I guess it's a well, no,
yeah, not an official write up like the other ones had. Yeah.
Yeah, but but other than that, definitely Ridgeline.
I mean, we had the Tombstone remake for Halo 2, so I'm wondering, because Tombstone was pretty much almost a religious remake of Hang 'em High, pretty much.
That was probably the closest when they say a reimagining.
Yeah, because I mean,
that was the closest. That was like a remake.
And even just the aesthetics of the map itself made it feel different. Like, it made it, your orientation felt
very, very similar to Hang 'em High to me, though.
Like, we're not talking what was it? With a Z, Zanzibar and Last Resort.
Oh yeah, Last Resort.
Those aren't. Yeah, but that's what they call them. They call them reimagining. They don't say it's like.
Well, I mean, the Tombstone to me seemed like it was a remake, and it worked. And it functioned very close.
And Lockout, then.
I mean, it seemed to function exactly the same way as Hang 'em High.
Yeah, but what he just said there, that the Lockout Blackout thing, but that one seemed pretty close, and it totally was, but it felt different. And I don't think the Hang 'em High felt as different as the Blackout Lockout thing.
No, definitely not.
Blackout
Lockout. Well, Blackout. See, you're also talking about two different. games
Blackout
because Blackout had to be made differently because of equipment. And
but Blackout and Lockout still feel very similar.
I don't know. I think they felt way different, to be honest.
They felt quite similar to me.
There were a lot of people who said that Blackout and Lockout were entirely different. That was a big.
I loved Lockout, and Blackout wasn't a fan.
See, the whole thing was Lockout was probably the number one map loved in Halo 2, and probably overall in multiplayer. If you just messed with that just slightly, you're gonna upset people.
Yeah, which is funny. I never liked that map. I'm sorry, I'm confessing it to the world.
Which one?
I didn't like either.
General?
Just leave.
I didn't like Lockout. I didn't like Blackout. I felt left out. It was weird.
I see what you did there. Should we even talk about the leak on what the supposed 6th map is supposed to be?
So, about the new firefight map.
Okay, we can do the firefight map.
Yeah.
We can talk about the leak. That's all right. When nobody has an NDA here.
Right.
We can talk.
So, about the new firefight map.
I'm taking it as a no.
As far as I know, I hope I know anybody in this room.
So, about the new firefight map.
Firefight! Woo!
Installation.
Yes. Firefight.
I think it's overrated. I'm gonna say it straight out and say it. I mean, don't get me wrong. It's gonna be the best firefight map, because I'm not totally sold on firefight. I like it every now and then, but it's not like, it's my thing for Halo. It's not very Halo-y to me. I don't know, but it is fun and it is my favorite map. But I think some people are just going too crazy over it.
I'm excited. I love that you have ODSTs with you. That's so sick.
That is pretty cool. Although it started to make me think about what the possibility of having a flood firefight type.
Oh yeah.
Which everybody thought can happen. They teased this big new thing, and it's first thing everyone thought of, it's got to be a level with all the flood coming in. But just not.
So, what's everyone's favorite Queen song? I think mine's Headlong.
Hello, Random. How are you?
I want to ride my bicycle.
Mine is just that song Headlong. It's such a good song and in no way related to some Halo map we're not supposed to talk
Oh,
about.
Call of Duty. Call of Duty.
About the new firefight map.
How about that?
Headlong.
Oh gosh. I mean, I think Installation 04. I mean, Unearthed was a good addition to Firefight. I think Installation 04 is going to just complete it.
Yeah, for sure.
I agree.
It's gonna be nostalgic, I think.
You know, here's something. Do you guys think that we will get any more Reach DLC?
Nah.
As much I would like to see some, aka a new Forge map, please. I would say no.
Do you really see us going almost basically a full calendar year with no? Because think about it. This comes out November 15th.
That's a good point.
And we are not going to see Halo 4 until at least September.
Okay.
I mean,
one more 3-map pack?
That's what I'm thinking. One more, maybe 2 multiplayer, 1 firefight map.
I want to see a new Forge map. I want to see because we have a Forerunner themed.
You mean
Forge
like?
Map. I want to
are
see
you talking about another big Forge world or just another something? It
doesn't have to be
something
that
with
big,
different items.
but something like a Forge world. It doesn't have to be as big, but something like a Forge world for human stuff, a Forge world for Flood stuff, and a Forge world for Covenant.
I don't think unless
teams.
Bungie's on board, I don't think you're going to see that.
I honestly, that's the last thing I think would happen in terms of DLC. I think
Yeah,
most we're gonna get in the future is gonna be some simple multiplayer maps.
I would imagine.
I mean, if they at least
basically another Defiant map pack.
Yeah, I'd say that too.
You know, I think especially if they're, if certain affinity is involved, something where we see 2 more standard multiplayer maps, maybe 1 small, 1 medium to large-ish, and then have another firefight map would be really cool. And maybe even have some fictional elements that are in there that are tying towards Halo 4.
That would be very.
I think that would be, because again, man, I just don't see, and of course, I'm probably going to be proved wrong, but I just don't see us going almost a full calendar year with nothing.
I agree, but I agree that like from what we've seen in the past and like being a whole full calendar year, the worry about like what would multiplayer be for Halo, but I actually think it would be just fine. If we didn't have it, I think people would still play. I think still have high numbers. And if it didn't happen, I think it'd be okay, but I do agree that they probably can't go a whole year without adding 1 DLC pack.
I mean, we can always by chance even see some remakes, like more remakes coming out, but.
Well, I think that's what they should do.
Here's a question: what is your guys' opinions on bringing back remakes versus building new maps for?
I prefer new maps.
I prefer remakes.
I prefer whatever map lets me drive more.
1 remake, 1 firefight map, and 1 new map. I'll be happy.
That'll work.
Okay.
I don't know, but I find like once a game comes out, all the maps that comes with it, I'm cool with having literally no remakes in there, and them all being totally new. It's a completely new experience, and then having them trickle down new remakes. I like that personally. Like, give me all the new stuff first, and then bring me that nostalgia back as we go along throughout the game.
I'll tell you what I'm not a big fan of. I actually wasn't a big fan of most, if not all, I guess, other than Forge World, of the multiplayer maps being set in campaign. Like, that was part of one of the things that
it felt really different.
Yeah, it will, and like I've always been a big campaign player, but at the same time, I didn't mind kind of being drawn toward the multiplayer side, because those were new spaces. Like I loved being in the pit or going to standoff, and like I said, I would be in a bunker running around thinking about the fictional relevance.
Yeah, I love that.
Love a map like Sandtrap where the Aegis Fate frigate is above, and looking at Isolation, and because you look at Isolation is some sort of flood infestation, and it's pre-events of Halo 3, and it's probably pre-events of Halo 1 because there's no planetoid in the Ark there. And I think that I may have been talking to Kevin Hurd about this specifically, that there's no planetoid in the middle of the Ark on that map. So it has to have been before they found it necessary to get the resources to remake a new Halo ring. So, all those little tiny cool details that are in there. And I felt like something was missing having all of the multiplayer maps be specifically found again in campaign.
How many games out there put so much thought into the backstory of multiplayer maps? That's something I love about Halo, that it's all connected. I find that amazing.
I mean, I don't know. Come to think about it,
I kind of like going through the campaign and.
Dream 53, I love you. Sorry.
I kind of like going through the campaign, then all of a sudden, geez, this is actually an area that I remembered and stuff. It was the first time, like in the past, we're not used to that with Halo. Reach was definitely the first time they did that. That sounds like a development decision too, that they actually not maybe save time also, but maybe it was allowed them to do other things. But I don't know. I liked it, but you know what? Then I realized I missed it when Certain Affinities maps came out.
Yeah. Well, not excuse me, not even Certain Affinities maps. Even the Noble map pack that came out. It was neat to see Anchor 9 because we didn't see that in campaign, at least not in that way.
Right.
If you're going to pull something from campaign, make it more like that. The way that Anchor 9 was represented was a lot like what was it called? Was it Rat Race? What was the one that was on Crow's Nest or
Rat's Nest? Rat's Nest. Rat's Nest, yeah.
I was thinking of the board game.
Rat's Nest. Because that was something that was kind of from the campaign, but it was certainly done very, very differently, and it was taken from a different time period or a different little subsection.
But it's those maps that you can tell where they would fit within the campaign story that make the maps. But in Reach, they pulled it directly from the campaign, which
the initial maps,
it gives it a completely different feel. I mean, the multiplayer Reach
Epitaph or Construct and wondering what the heck did the Forerunner use this for? And if 343 is listening to this at all, I would love to see some neat little homages or see in a book or in a motion comic or in a Legends type short. I would love to see something take place on an old multiplayer map. Like if they show us some Forerunner type thing, or maybe like in Halo 4, we see some sort of thing that looks a lot like Construct or Epitaph, or that really throws a link back to even the original trilogy. I mean, that would be.
Yeah.
I mean, even just reading through Cryptum and hearing visualizations that sounded remotely like they could fit into something like a map like Epitaph or Valhalla or something like that. Maybe
I could see that happening. Actually, I definitely could see that happening. Think of in Halo 3 the story of they remade the Halo. Not Delta Halo, the first Halo, the Halo's blown up. Installation 04, blown up, and they recreated a new one. Those environments that the Forerunners are created, obviously you can, maybe they tried that environment somewhere else, and maybe on Halo 4 we will see where they, any of their designs from an old Halo 1 multiplayer map.
Mm-hmm.
I think that would be sick. Imagine if you just came across in the campaign of Halo 4, and you just step out into an area and it looks like that Valhalla. Like in some area, like they're testing
a part of something of a much larger piece.
Right.
Yes, exactly. No, I
that would be epic.
Or literally, if you come over a ridge line and you see a huge structure rising out, and it's the same kind of structure that Epitaph is.
Cod pieces back in the chat room, but I think what we're talking about here, because Halo's been around for so long, mixing new stuff with the nostalgia, and being brought back and having the hints of stuff from a while ago that we appreciate, and then new stuff for everybody else, and for us, going back and forth. You're talking about it in the map packs, like having remakes or reimaginations, excuse me, and then having some new stuff at the same time. So it's the nostalgia stuff is I thought that was the first of all, like the anniversary thing with that firefight map to play on Installation 04. I'm probably gonna shed a tear.
Oh yeah.
Playing firefight on that map.
Yeah. Well, I mean, because it's it harkens back to that original encounter. What I think is really funny is that we're going to be getting a firefight map on Installation 04 that you're going to be playing in the Reach engine on the same disc as Halo Anniversary.
Yeah,
which is going to get us basically the same exact level with a different look to it.
That's cool. That's going to be really cool.
Yeah, it's going to be really, really neat.
Three different views of that area. That's going to be interesting.
Within what? Within an hour or two, could theoretically, fight that as Noble Six and Master Chief.
That's pretty cool. I really actually didn't think of it that way. That's pretty cool. Well, what's great is like with the campaign, like for Halo 4, the campaign, you're not gonna really know much about it as long as you go dark or whatever, about what you see in the campaign. Like multiplayer maps, you usually know a lot of them before the game is released. You know that there might be a remake of this and that and do-do-da. But if we got some surprise, from some prize maps recreated in the campaign and fighting that through those as a campaign, that's kind of what I liked from Reach too. It was nice. It wasn't nostalgic because it's the first run through I've ever seen these environments. But if we had some, that, because we're not going to know until playing through, as long as you're dark, seeing like all of a sudden seeing Valhalla, seeing Lockout.
Yeah.
Through a campaign. Imagine walking on Lockout in a campaign.
Yeah, wow.
Yeah, that would be interesting. It's like, how would you even get there, though? Because it's like floating in on the side of a cliff.
Well, but not necessarily. I mean, it could just be a structure that they've used before, but in a different area.
Exactly. Well, all right. Without, we know. What do we kind of know when Halo 4 where they're headed to?
It's got a landing.
It's a construct. It's a Forerunner construct. It's a Forerunner, not construct. It's a Forerunner,
building
planet. I guess.
Well, it is a construct.
If it's Onyx, if it's
it is a, yeah.
Yeah, is it Onyx?
It's of Forerunner origin.
Yeah. So within that big planet-looking thing, what are we going to see in there? I mean, we could very easily see anything that we've seen Forerunner before.
I tell you what, one thing that may make a big difference is, we're seeing things like Construct or Epitaph or Valhalla or Lockout, and we're seeing it basically as dead, inactive Forerunner technology. Yeah. How much cooler is it going to be if you run across something like Lockout or Construct and it's fully active and almost feels with that technologically alive?
Although wasn't Lockout used for studying flood though?
Say it again.
Yeah.
Studying the flood, so I don't think we'd see it, and just hopefully not.
Oh.
Lockout, that's why there's all these little green containers on the bottom of Lockouts, because they used to research the flood.
Well, you're asking if there's going to be flood in Halo 4.
Oh, please God, no.
No, we're done with that.
No more.
That brings up something interesting. Do you guys hope that we're looking at fighting or meeting totally new? What is your opinion on the introduction of completely new species?
That'll be awesome.
Into the Halo franchise.
Kill Forerunners for no reason.
I want those weird robot-y things that we can kind of put together from that little red part in the trailer.
Sea of guilty sparks to kill.
I just want to shoot. I just want to shoot a Forerunner.
Me too. I don't know
Because
why.
I'm pissed at them.
Keeps me up at
They put,
Why are you
they put us in a mess. This mess.
Just go for that.
True.
You know, taking hours away from my life. All because the Forerunner's fucked up.
Well, they have shown us Forerunners.
No, I know, but in a game where I can get to shoot them.
Oh, nice. You know what's interesting too is I hear a lot of people, because we've seen Forerunners a couple times now in Origins, and we saw it in the second terminal for Halo Anniversary, which looked so good. And it's funny because some people are like, "Oh my god, they look awesome," and some people are like, "Oh, I just don't like." Like, I'm not even worried about it because I would, they already said that those were life workers. I would have to imagine that someone like the Didact or their warrior class has to look so sick, like it's not even funny. And not to mention, I mean, look at humanity. We've got Spartans and ODSTs and Marines, and the elites have their different looks and things like that. I would have to imagine that there are all sorts of different types of Forerunner armor. And I get so giddy even just thinking about the way
all the different mutations,
the different classes look.
Yeah.
How about that?
Yeah. I'd imagine the Forerunners would be technologically advanced enough to actually all own COD pieces, actually.
Actually, Grim Brother 4 brought up something really neat the other day. We were having a conversation about Halo Fiction, which happens almost hourly, and we were talking about the fact that, it's funny that, Guilty Spark looks and he's like, oh, Master Chief, you only have a Class 2 combat skin, and you should have a Class 12, and how we're like, man, isn't it like lucky that that Chief was able to take on the Flood, but what's funny, and he brought up a good point. He goes, the thing is though, the Flood were all infecting humans, and a Spartan would mow through humans like no tomorrow. And if you think about the Forerunner had lots of super ultimate power warriors. So if the Flood are taking over that, and if the Flood are using the Forerunner technology, it's no wonder that they had so much more of a difficult fight than it seems like people had, that humans had. And it's something that I hadn't even really thought about to that extent.
Wait.
It was the fact that the Spartans were so much farther above and beyond everything else that was available this infection. This
is an interesting point. One thing though that about the Flood, at the time the Master Chief was going through the library and all that stuff, cutting through Massive Flood, and even later in the games and stuff like that. Remember, the Flood actually is still in the level of the way the Forerunners were fighting the Flood, where they evolved to with we don't even know how many grave mines. Maybe it was probably one grave mine, but the kind of army that the Flood had at that time was way more evolved than it was when it was fighting in this first trilogy. So they the
Wait,
kind
what
of
first
fight.
trilogy? The Forerunner trilogy?
No. The
the Halo trilogy.
1, 2, and 3.
Yeah.
As far as the size of the Flood army and how much of it is evolved, was way smaller than it was against the Forerunners.
Yes.
So the the Flood just showed up, already a big army. So what the Forerunners had, which is a way more advanced, they were way more advanced. So they still had a hard time because they were way more advanced. If the Flood ever got to the level of what they were against the Forerunners, against the humans had no shot, and Master Chief had no shot. Nobody had nothing. They would have, been done. So, the combat skin and all that thing like that. I always it's a good point you made. I always wondered, like, okay, I don't have the combat skin. I'm running through this library. How come I'm able to,
Well, you know what? If you don't have the combat skin, that means the Flood can't either.
Right.
Like, I would imagine if we had legions of Spartans, like hundreds of thousands of them, and the Flood took over them.
Too expensive, by the way.
Like,
you can't get those. Go ahead.
No, I'm done. At least for like 10 seconds. That's all I can go without.
How did we get onto this in the first place?
Because floods suck.
Aw, poor Flood.
Flood need love too.
They have a bad rap.
I want a flood plushie.
Flood need love too, but they have to pay.
Yeah, next Halo Fest. That's what we need. We need plasma stress balls, and we need infection form plushies.
Plasma stress ball, that's the best. Also have frag grenade and plasma stress balls. You can
I'm back. Hello.
Hey.
Sorry. Yeah, crashed. Skype crashed.
Okay.
Well, that would be cool in Halo 4 if we jump in some class. What class armor?
Class 12. I just want to fly a War Sphinx.
Heck, I don't even know what that is.
Be Griffin,
I
baby.
haven't read that far ahead yet.
Oh my gosh, so sick.
Like I said earlier, I have 5 Halo books sitting on my bookshelf that I have yet to touch because I'm still working on Onyx.
Well, I mean, Ghost of Onyx it's good that you're reading that right now because I'm so excited about Glasslands coming out.
And before I go on to any of the other ones, after Onyx, I'm going to go back and reread the first 3 since it's been like 8 years since I've read those.
Well, it's funny. I went back and I bought all the re-releases in large part because I'm real OCD and I wanted them all to look the same on my shelf. but like I loved the little extra ancillary story stuff at the end of all the new books was well worth the price of admission. Like, I loved that stuff. In fact, one of my favorite little pieces of like fiction comes from the story Petra, which I think is at the end of First Strike re-release. And if you haven't read it, you really need to check it out. But it brings up some really neat things that I had actually thought about in my first playthrough of Halo 3, and I was already surprised that they didn't go there. And so, this is years ago when I first played Halo 3, obviously, and so when I read this story and it brought back all of those speculations, it was like, oh yeah, it was great. I remember getting Cryptum. When I got Cryptum, literally I opened the door, the UPS guy was there. I signed for it. I opened it up while I was walking back to the couch, and I sat down, and I read through it in one sitting. I didn't get up off the couch until I was done with Cryptum, and I remember about halfway through, I look over, and Mrs. Grimoire is sitting on the... not sitting on the desk, and she's sitting at the desk, and she's looking at me, and she's laughing. I was like, what? And she's like, you have had the shit-eatingest grin on your face for like 20 minutes straight, and you've been talking to yourself. Like, and I literally, I was like, saying things were incoherent in English, but like it was just the vestigial, my mind couldn't contain it, and so the excess shavings of thought falling out of my mouth incoherently. There's the visualization for you. But it's so that's the kind of fiction, and I'm excited that it seems like a lot of the 343, slant is that they're big, huge fans of that level of fiction as well. And Greg Bear's a maniac with a pen, man. He's awesome, and I can't wait till Primordium comes out. The final. I'm going to be sad reading his third book. Unless they announce before then that he's going to write some more stuff, because he's just too good to lose after 3 books.
Okay. You think we'll actually see like living Forerunners in Halo 4?
Yes.
I
think
don't
so.
know about living.
Well, yeah, that's.
I say there's a possibility. I wouldn't say that we would definitively see.
Well, definitely a possibility, but
I think
we've been since Halo 2 and 3. You've been wanting to see it since you found out about it in the first Halo, but they still haven't given it. Even Reach, I didn't think we were going to see it in Reach, but to finally meet Forerunners.
Dream brings up a good point that in the whole trilogy, remember there's 3 games coming out. You did think, at some point.
That's true.
At some point, but I don't know necessarily in this first game if they will.
Yeah,
That
that's
should be
true. Yeah,
the
specifically
ending.
he did say Halo 4. So in Halo 4, maybe not. Because in all honesty, and it wouldn't surprise me, because in Halo 4, you've got such a newness overall. Meeting the Forerunner might be something for shock value alone that they save for Halo 5 or 6 if we are going.
Yeah, I could see that. Maybe right at the end of Halo 5.
Yes,
Yeah, that would be.
I could. That'd be a neat time to do that.
Master Chief should tell the Forerunner to suck it and tell him how he killed all the Flood without using Halos.
And
I would even
wielding only the time.
There's a legendary ending, like a legendary end of Halo 5 or something, like just like, one little glimpse of like holy crap, that was absolutely a Forerunner. Like that would be really sweet.
Like maybe a glimpse, like you're looking down at the top of one of their heads, but you don't know what it is, and at the last second, it just looks up at you.
Yeah, that kind of thing. Like, oh man.
Then Master Chief goes, suck it.
I would have to play with no pants.
Wait, you don't already?
I meant like I would have to continue playing with no pants.
There you go.
Too much information.
You know what's really funny? As soon as I said that, Dragon V20 on the chat wrote something that says meat yummy, and I don't think that he say.
Yeah, let's hope that is in conjunction with our discussion.
Oh,
there's a 3-second time delay. So.
That's good, midget dance. Bad timing. Okay.
Dragon, you just got a high five. It's all good. Or not.
Yeah, or not.
Can we have a podcast dedicated to finding out if you high five after a questionable situation, is it more homo or less homo?
There's a question for you, chat room. Figure it out.
It's because Rebel says, I wonder if you'll meet Medicant Bias in Halo 4, but he spelled meat wrong.
It's funny, I thought you said Medikit Bias, like he's the Forerunner Hospital bot,
That'd be pretty cool. Yeah, it's just like JD.
That's like, what was Steve Stack saying something about, like, you don't pronounce the S in Corpsman.
Oh, yeah.
No one wants to have the Corpsman come in and be like, don't worry, I'll call him a Corpsman. He's like, oh, no, you don't.
No, you don't. Hey, I'm killing this guy over here.
Yeah, this is a dead guy here. This is a dead guy here.
I guess you saw that email I sent to you guys about that little skin. Yeah, that was funny. But yeah, the next show we'll have of this is gonna talk a lot more about the campaign stuff.
Yes.
I mean, this is kind of relevant because of the new books that were talked about on the panel.
Don't invite me back. I'm just gonna start talking about it now.
Well, no, you'll be invited back. I've seen your numerous posts on the campaign stuff in the Waypoint forum, so it seems like you are definitely a resident expert about all Halo lore in and outside the game.
Oh,
but yeah, the next show we'll be doing will most likely be the campaign stuff, and that pertains mostly to when the games have happened and the books that came out before Halo Fest. But moving on to some other panels, how about what's some other like highlight panels you think would be
from Halo Fest?
Yeah.
Anniversary was unbelievable, and almost from a strictly non-Halo standpoint, because you got to see, first of all, the fact that it was Cortana and Chief meeting for the first time in person. That is literally unbelievable. Like, I can't believe that. Like, in 10 years, they never went to some sort of launch event or something together.
I don't know where I was when that happened. I had no idea why I missed that panel. I feel so bad now.
It's the best. It may have been my absolute favorite one. If you haven't seen it, it's so good. Marty didn't just crash that, man. He took that mess over. Like, it was so cool having him there, and to me there was almost no better handoff than that panel right there. I mean, like, it was so cool to have him. And he was very gracious, and it was a neat mix to have like him there, and the voice actors there who used to do Halo and hopefully still will continue to do Halo. And then to have like Kevin Grace and Frank O'Connor. And if I could just say something about Kevin Grace, that dude is like one approachable mofo. He is awesome. Like, you know, I'd only seen him on the Vidocs and everything, but he is such a really cool guy to talk to and just very super cool, down to earth. I mean, all of them were, but I was really particularly, not necessarily surprised, not like I had anything to go on, but just impressed by Kevin Grace in a one-on-one conversation.
Sounds great.
Yeah, that sounds like a pod, father. That's what that sounds like.
What's happening, guys? Sorry I was super duper late.
It's okay.
Nah, that's cool.
Some of us just go to the bathroom quicker.
Yes. If you eat as much as I do, you never know what to expect.
So
if I ate as much as you did, I might not wake up in the morning.
Oh.
Oh no, that's not a diss. I wish I could.
Oh, okay.
Well, I'll trade you.
So for those who don't know, JVB has joined the show.
Hello, how are you?
Good.
What have I missed so far?
Nothing.
You missed Grim ranting a lot. That's pretty much it. He has lots of words in his head somewhere that somehow organized to form coherent sentences.
It happens.
And for some reason, I smell bacon.
Oh wow, that's not me.
Does that mean you're having a stroke?
Did you do what?
He's like Sanford and
What
Son.
is it with the new bacon sundae? That's like I keep hearing about this, that the new thing is people eating these bacon sundaes, and that sounds so disgusting, even though it combines some of the greatest things.
No, I want.
It's like the double down where you're like, oh, that's disgusting, and then you try and you're like,
Yep, that's pretty much how that went, actually.
See, when that came out,
there's
I'm
no
like,
way this is gonna be sex.
What about sweaty balls?
You know, actually, Bolt was my favorite energy drink. I don't know if anybody remembers that.
Oh my god, mine too. I look for it in every gas station I go to.
I love it.
I never see it.
And 180. There was an energy drink called 180 that was, I want to say, actually put out by Anheuser-Busch. It was non-alcoholic, but I think it was under their company. But 180 tasted like a freaking sun-kissed with pep. Like it was so good. But yeah, that and balls, man. I could drink me some balls all day.
So
sounds
good.
kinky.
This would go great with dicks in Seattle.
Dude, nothing.
Why can't you find balls anywhere anymore?
Probably banned.
It's funny, I can't find balls or dicks in Florida.
There's actually one office store, like an Office Depot or an Office Max or something or other, here in Tulsa that sold balls.
Nice.
And it was like in the little corner under some shelves.
You know they weren't really for sale. The staff were trying to keep them there. And someone was like, "Oh, sweet, I'm going to buy these."
I just realized my mic was off
Freddie,
all this
why
time.
don't you let them purchase those?
Oh well, Keith, you didn't miss.
Yeah, when I was working with SFX 360, we did an event, a charity event, and there were cases. They had donated balls to the event, so there were cases of balls energy drinks of all root beer. I think there was fruit punch, and the usual nuclear reacted, the clear one, whatever that is called.
Oh.
And
oh yeah,
they were like, "Yo, take some." So I took about 3 cases home, and for lunch I would take 2 to work. So that was I wound up getting hooked on that. It's potent.
Yeah, like I found someone up in Edmonton, and I need this, and I bought so many.
Sounds healthy.
I had like 11 Red Bull one night. We had a race.
Whoa.
Yeah,
11?
we had a race at Lime Rock Park in 2005, and we were running the Viper in the American Le Mans Series, and what?
Sorry, someone just commented in the chat. Was this a food podcast? And someone and Dream wrote Iron Chef Waypoint.
Oh, that's just asking for it. Every ingredient is balls.
Damn.
It's balls.
That'd great.
Wow.
Balls of steel.
So we were running the Viper, and we had an engine fire that day or something, and we had to work like overnight to repair the car, and we were just knocking out the Red Bull. And it was funny, it was an Italian race team, and so there was no English being spoken, and it was, you know, like it was an amazing. And we had our band actually played a show like a few months ago, and like NOS had done a sponsorship thing for it, and when we left, they're like, "Hey, just take all this NOS," and we took like 4 cases home. I went up, knocked on my neighbor's door, and I was like, "I have a present for you," and he's like, "Oh Jesus." It was we rocked. We had like 64, you know, things of NOS or something like that. I remember getting
you could very easily insert an illegal drug into the places of the word NOS or other things we're talking about right now, and it would fit fine in that conversation.
Rude.
All these guys couldn't speak.
We had
English.
all this NOS, and it was incredible.
Like, and we took all this crack. And
for my next door neighbor. Dude, where'd you get all this? Get inside, quick!
Oh yes, Kevin Hurd, I want Halo 3 game fuel back.
I actually thought that was delicious.
In Canada.
I had a can of that saved in my fridge, and it's gone. I was gonna save it forever.
And like an unopened can of that.
Ugh.
I had an unopened can.
I heard a lot of my friends say it was like the most disgusting thing they've ever tasted.
I actually heard more rave reviews than negative about that.
Yeah, same here.
Surprisingly, you know, it's supposed to be nasty, but it was actually, I thought it was pretty good. I
don't drink sodas, so. Who are you calling ladies, Miguel?
All
of you punks.
He's starting.
Well, we were talking about how much we crave balls.
Yes.
Well, there you go. You can hear me all right?
Yeah.
No.
Great.
Actually,
ladies
too
and
good.
gents, Miguel Chavez from HBO has joined us now.
HBO.
Miguel.
Oh.
Screw those guys.
Aww.
It's really
the
funny
old guard.
how many times that
Careful.
man was, you know, in the panels watching him on video.
Uh-oh, Angel's watching again now.
Hey, Meg, I didn't see one picture of you at Halo Fest.
Yes.
I think I was taking, I have about 300 pictures. I haven't figured out what to do with them yet. Most of them are Claude's ass, but.
Any other peak, baby.
Was it Claude's camera? Because did you take over his camera?
No, it was my camera.
He don't know how to take pictures.
No, he doesn't take pictures. That's why I gotta step up and take pictures.
Yeah, speaking Miguel, where are the halo.breakfast.org group pictures? I want to see.
I got them. I just gotta put them up. I just gotta put them up. It's good.
I don't want to see you guys at breakfast time, okay? It's probably pretty ugly.
I was surprised how many people were.
It's no different. At dinner time, we're just as ugly.
No, I've seen breakfast time at the LAN, and it was.
Well, it's like imagine like this beautiful carved wood, diner in the hotel.
Oh, it was so.
Everyone's paying at minimum $15 for
an egg.
For toast, buttered toast, and coffee or whatever. And here we are with our T-shirts and the smegma all around our.
You weren't wearing collared shirts?
Gamers who haven't showered in 3 days.
And 3 or 4 very pretty ladies, and the waitresses,
You mean Grim was there?
Yeah.
Oh.
And all these waitresses just having to deal with us taking over half of the place. So it was fun. It was fun.
They should have gamer discount.
It was a pretty epic gathering.
Oh, Kevin Hurd just posted on Twitter a picture of the Halo 3 game fuel. Yes.
Nice.
Oh wow, I remember that. That sucker! I was jumping.
Oh,
that was nice.
Strong.
So delicious.
Mm-hmm. Very tangy.
So what you guys? Let's changing topics here. What do you guys think of the Bungie panel? Because that was
Bungie.
That was a pretty good one.
I actually I teared up
What kind of podcast is this? Is this a balls out, honest, and are we keeping things close to our
There's a lot
chest?
of balls. There is a lot of balls.
I wouldn't be here if it
stop
wasn't
thinking
balls
about
out.
balls.
I'd be leaving.
Basically,
It was awesome.
Halo Fest related.
Unless you have an NDA.
Right.
Yeah, that's something you never want to have.
It was cool. You mean the
vote
Bungie
for the
panel
government.
at the because there were two of them. There was Marty's one, and then there was the one that had most of Bungie there.
I think the official Bungie panel is what he's talking about.
Yeah, no, that was cool. Cool to
The
see
one-
them.
Where was it at? I had no idea there was an official
It
Bungie.
was Saturday in the middle of the day, right?
Yeah, it was at the
At Halo Fest?
Yeah, it was
at
at Halo Fest.
Yeah. The other one, Marty's, was in one of the giant old
Yeah, that was
auditoriums.
the Halo Universe.
Universe one, yeah.
We'll get to that one in a little bit.
Which was the one where Real Men of Halo? What was that one?
That was
the
Universe.
That was the one
That was
that
the
Yeah,
Universe.
that was
The
awesome.
universe should have really been just called, voice actors panel.
Yeah.
But there was no Jeff Seitz, so I was disappointed.
Yeah.
That's true. That's true. I was kind of expecting him to be there, but that was.
I think Jeff
that was
Seitz is a little angry.
Is that the Sarge?
No,
Jeff
he's
Seitz?
the
Jeff
multiplayer announcer voice.
Oh, multiplayer announcement. But did you notice Sarge was also missing? I thought that was also kind of interesting.
Yeah, Tim too. That's right. What's his face?
I don't even know.
Is that his real name?
I was a little
What's
surprised
his face?
that Keith David wasn't there. Too.
What's his face?
Oh, Keith David. Now that would have been a get, but I don't think that would have been interesting. I don't think they have the same sort of relationship. I mean, this was more about. You could tell that this was more about Marty, kind of giving credit to his old the Chicago.
Oh
circle.
yeah. That was the people. I mean, that he kind of brought with him that helped to make each other.
Yeah,
And I
rightly
have-
deserved.
I have to tell you, the one thing I took away from that is that they are so very humble and very approachable. Like they stayed afterwards for I don't know, maybe an hour, just milling around with everyone.
Oh, Pete and Tim were both just wonderful to hang around and talk with.
Yeah, they're just good people. You didn't see any sort of prima donna.
No.
Kind of
Does
attitude.
anybody get their email addresses? That's all I want to know.
I didn't.
How about new firefight map?
I got
sure
Marty's email address, but I didn't get Tim.
I'm
I want
pretty sure
Tim and Pete's email address if anything else. I was definitely
I'm pretty sure that if you do anything that involves Guilty Spark, Tim will somehow find you and like if you look on YouTube or on Twitter or on Facebook, he's very much pro. He's actively looking out there for any mentions
Ooh.
of his work, and he'll
All right,
say,
guys, I gotta go right now. I'm gonna go try to find him right now.
It's like you can very easily bait him because I see sometimes somebody will use some like when folks somebody took that Real Men of Halo thing and cut it to actual Halo video.
See, I haven't planned to do that.
And like the first comment on YouTube was from Tim saying, "Hey, thanks. This was I really appreciate it." So the guy is very much in tune with the whole social media thing.
That's good.
Yeah.
But
Jen, on
The
the other
approachability of all of those guys.
Wait.
They have every right to be, to feel too big to talk to all of us. Well, I mean, every right in a show business sense. I mean, no human being should never necessarily feel, more than another. But as far as, that goes, they had every
terms of career,
to look down. Yeah, as far as career wise, they have every right to kind of look down on us and not feel the need to make time for the fans. But man, you could really tell that they had just such an appreciation for. And again, maybe it's because video games are still a new kid on the block as far as famous people.
Who are these freaks?
No, like
Crazy, man.
movie stars,
God, it's just a game.
Expect to be revered, but I still think that a lot of video game. I mean, I even had a really neat experience with Cliff Blazinski. Cliffy B from Epic.
Who the fuck is that guy?
He might be someone who everybody calls him a douchebag and everything. He might be.
He's a cool dude, man.
Yeah, he's actually
He wouldn't wear the helmet on pitch.
Short.
Well, yeah, but you were slightly
short.
I was very drunk.
Well,
yes.
he is.
Well, compared to you, dude, I mean.
Are we talking about Keith and what a terrible drunk he is?
Oh.
Is there going to be a section for that in this podcast?
There might be, depending on how late we go.
That could be. We could. That segment could open up pretty soon, actually.
Drinking. Listen, bitches.
What's that? 6 now?
4?
I think
That's 5,
6.
baby. That's 5.
Is it 5?
Are we dropping the F-bombs yet?
No, there were not. Listen, bitch.
Earlier.
It's not even a swear word.
How did it even start?
Cliffy B wouldn't wear the helmet.
I saw it like kind of spawn on Twitter, but I'm still unsure how it.
It actually, see, I don't know if I can tell the Starty story. It started, I'll say, as an inside joke between the Waypoint community leaders and BS Angel, and she didn't start it. She was more subjected to it. I will give her let her out on that one.
But she is involved.
Yeah, but I started it. Telling, it was my solution to how to break news to the community was that the post needed to start out with, listen, bitches,
Fair
like,
enough.
just, this is how it is. This is how it's going to be. And it grew
That's my attention.
From there.
Well, it got my attention this morning.
Yeah, right.
Love it.
So now it's a meme between the community leaders, and now it's growing a little on Twitter. So if we can get the hashtag Listen Bitches to trend worldwide, then that'd be pretty awesome.
Do it.
Yeah, but then it's no longer a good hashtag then.
Yeah, that's true.
Everyone's using it.
Yeah, that's true, because right now I'm seeing, here are the trending topics worldwide. Puss in Boots, If My Dreams
What?
Come True, Things That Should Be Banned, You Gotta Be Real Special.
Oh, those are always fun. Click that. They're just...
10, 9, 11, Proud of Cody. Thank you, Avril Lavigne. Why is she still in the news? Is a Christmas...
I know, right?
Is she dead?
Yeah. I'm sure it was an overdose. Cliff Robertson and Jordan Main. I don't know who that is. Probably
Meep.
No and don't.
Meep.
No.
So yeah, Bungie.
Went from Bungie to Avril.
Those Bungie guys, they're great, huh?
The Bungie guys are awesome
Was
too.
there?
Gracious. There were a lot of them on the VIP party on Friday.
Yeah, it was nice to just see.
They were just really, really nice and Luke Timmons is a freaking riot. It was such a pleasure to meet him because I'm so used to him swearing on the Vidocs. It was
I love him.
Oh my God!
I was able to run into him.
Like the best. He's always talking about and I could eat it every goddamn day.
Yeah.
That's the best. It's the best. But he was so cool.
There was the remix.
Cool, and he was, we came up, my brother and I were like, dude, we love what you do. Thank you so much for, everything that you have put into the franchise. And he was like, no, thank you guys. Thank you for basically making us what we are and for making this game what it is in the community. And every single person we talked to from Bungie had that same sentiment. It was like, no, thank you guys. They were really, really appreciative. And, there was no air of hostility about it. It was, it was just kind of, it was almost kind of like a wedding, kind of like how I imagine, the dad giving away the bride is. It's kind of like, they're watching what they have created and spent so much time nurturing grow up and move on.
Were there any Bungie guys crying?
I heard a rumor that tears were.
I heard.
And
a
I'm
rumor.
dead serious about that. Was there any guys actually tearing up, passing it on?
No, I heard a couple rumors about that too.
I don't know. Dude, I teared up at the Bungie panel. Actually, I could only when we did the whole Bungie chant at the end, and we actually stood up. My brother and I, a couple other HBO people, we stood up and started the standing ovation and just to look back and to see the looks on the Bungie guys' faces and to hear everyone and everybody started the Bungie chant. I think I got out like 3 Bungies, and I literally went the little pretty choke, and I was like, nope, I gotta stop. Like, it literally
I have to be strong for my.
It's it's kind of
community.
Man, it's been such a part. Like, it's a huge part of my life for 10 years now. So, and it's more than a game. It's you make friends
It's a
with
lifestyle.
At first I would tease you about that, but I have to be honest that when folks were coming up, I forget one of the panels, I think people were coming up to say things, and I was debating coming up because I was running to the mic like every time.
Yeah.
I was able to get myself up there, but I didn't because I knew that I wasn't going to be able to hold it. But my own personal story is that the game came out just after 9/11.
Yeah.
And it was like my way. It gave me an outlet for a lot of, maybe not so much an outlet, but also like
weird.
A distraction.
Oh yeah.
It is and was a coping mechanism.
Yeah,
like,
it was a way
not that it made it go away, but at least
this bitter because I'm in New York City, so it was all around me and everything, and this was a way for me to kind of just veg out, not have to worry about, and it really helped me in that way. I mean, not that anyone ever thought that the game was, the intention was to make a game to let you cope with something so tragic, but it was just a weird coincidence, that it came out just a few weeks after 9/11, and it was like, I remember seeing the the Amazon, the pre-order is ready, it's coming, and I was like, oh geez, I can't wait to try this thing out, and finally just simply vanish for a few days, just play, but I knew that if I got up and said that I would have lost it because it would have brought up too many other memories and stuff. So I just
No one ever really talks about that. That's interesting. I've never really.
I mean, it didn't dawn on me till earlier this week that Halo was released shortly after 9/11.
Oh yeah.
I'm like,
and like Mig said too, it's not the fact. It seems silly to get choked up if you're thinking about it as just being like a game, like a video game. That people go and they beat and they trade in and they pre-order and things like that. But I mean, it's been, my brother who's 18 this year, and he and I made the pilgrimage to Halo Fest together, and he was 8 when it came out. And, I mean, every game we would sit down and we'd sit on the floor together and we'd trade the controllers back and forth. And we would play the game, and eventually, my dad started reading the novels, and my mom would ask us, "Oh, hey, what is that? What happened in the game?" And it became this big, huge thing. It became a family thing. Our dad calls himself Grim Prime. It seems kind of silly on the outside, but there, a lot of late midnight releases, and a lot of friends that were made. And man, I've talked to a lot of people that I've met through Halo about a lot of stuff that wasn't Halo. I've seen people go through relationships and breakups and kids being born and losing kids and losing parents and being there for people in the community for things that had nothing to do with the game, but you happen to have the game in common. And, that's the feeling that you get when you start to think about the history of something like that. It's just a game, but it's not just a game, because none of us are on this podcast if it's just a game.
Yeah.
Talking
about the friends thing, that's why we're here today. It's why we're all talking on the podcast right here. Many of us actually have met in person, and we've become legitimate, real life friends. And I just think that's so amazing that a game can bring people together in that way.
Yeah. Just to harp in real quick about, I'm in New York, so obviously I experienced 9/11 too damn close. But my son is 10. He's going to be 10. He was born in October of 2000, and he brought it up to my attention that along with Halo, he's going to be 10. And he's a huge. I mean, some of you can probably see my Facebook and everything. Pictures I put up of his Halo action figures, his collections.
Oh yeah.
He has done YouTube videos of unboxing the 10-year anniversary Master Chief, and he has a bunch up his sleeve. So together, we have similar to you, what you were saying about your father. We have made Halo, the whole universe, part of our conversation, our interaction as a father and son.
Yeah, that's pretty cool. It's funny that you bring that up because my son was also born in 2001. His birth date is 11/9.
Oh, my daughter was born in 2001. Or, I'm sorry, 2000. Yeah, she turned 11.
I got married on September 15th, 2001.
Wow. My son was supposed to be born in November, I believe, November 11. He came out a little early. My wife had to, not to make this a 9/11 podcast, but my wife had to walk from 34th Street to Queens, where we live. With pregnant.
God.
Yeah. I'm in Whitestone. Where are you at?
I'm in Elmhurst. So we're neighbors, brother.
Let me just come over there. We can finish the podcast stuff over
there. Yeah, I'm right across the street from the Queens Center Mall.
Oh, wow. Look at you.
Yep. So
nice. Yeah,
I love that mall. That mall is just always packed.
Yeah, that mall is crazy.
You know, I've got a bit of to move the conversation slightly, but still dealing with Bungie. I noticed somebody actually just posted a question, not for this, but a thread on the Waypoint forums, and it says, "Is Vidmaster returning?" You know, I've had the thoughts actually about with the split. I wonder what things remain a Bungie thing, and what things that a lot of fans have come to think of as Halo stuff that was Bungie stuff beforehand. You know, things like the Vidmasters. You know, the Vidmasters came way before Halo. And things like, you know, Jeff Steitzer saying triple kill and stuff. I mean, I almost feel like Bungie's next game will feel slightly incomplete if I don't hear someone yelling triple kill and overkill. and seeing.
How do you know we're going to be killing people?
Question
How do you know we're going to be killing people in the next game?
Well, someone's dying. But
it's going to be a tree simulator.
Yeah. I tried posting a question to the
I thought it was minigame watch grass grow.
I thought it was going to be a chat client.
Know your root.
See, I also had another question of, well, I tried to
let the speculation begin
to the Waypoint Twitter, and it's like, well, will 343 have like hump days? Because I know that was pretty much a Bungie exclusive too. But
I hump every Wednesday.
Times with yourself.
Yes.
I'm wondering if
I'm married.
How much? Yeah, you said how much of the Bungie stuff 343 is going to pick up.
Yeah, I mean, every time I hear the name Vidmaster, I want to rename it Vidmaster Ice or something like that. Just make a boy band out of it.
I feel that they're probably going to just figure out what feels comfortable and what doesn't. I think the 343 guys know what, you know. Like they're not going to take over like the Bungie. They're not going to have a 343 webmaster who dresses up in like an 8 costume or something. You know, they're not going to. There's not going to be any softish.
And Frank is there. Frank is there. He's gonna. He knows where to draw the line. He knows what to
I wonder about more about as far as, you know, specifically
in the game
that are, you know, in the game and that were contractually like. I mean, you know, the music, does the music stay? You know, do we hear the same kind of music in there? Or, you know, like with something like a Vidmaster or with, you know, do they own the rights to Overkill or Triple Kill? You know, not, I mean, you know, Triple
like the voices.
Games.
Yeah. Well, you know what? When they announced it as a whole new trilogy set, like calling it the Reclaimer trilogy, when you do that, it allows them to make it's their own.
Mm-hmm.
So it makes them able to create a new feel, actually, maybe with the music, the multiplayer, anything. They can rebrand it in their own way by calling it a trilogy. It's Halo 4, but when you call it the Reclaimer trilogy, you can actually make it a separate trilogy.
Even with Halo Anniversary, did you guys notice the change in the logo?
Yeah.
I know. I never looked at the logo.
What do you mean the change?
The middle used to be the marathon symbol. Is
So they
now
got rid of it?
it's
Well, hold on.
yeah,
I'm looking at the-
it's now a
good.
It's on my
Halo,
desktop.
like Guilty Spark.
Well, that makes me feel
Yeah.
good. That's good that they did
Oh, you
that.
mean the little thing in the middle?
Funny,
Yeah,
I
the thing right in the middle.
That's what she said.
a really good
Ah!
similar enough looking.
It took us this long. Okay.
It's similar looking enough, but it's I think that's another way to show, hey, here's, this is our
This is
vision.
our thing now. Yeah.
Yeah.
We gotta own
Well,
it.
and I'm also. I mean, I would be most happy if that was done without any sort of legal back and forth. Just as someone understood, hey, let's just pull this stuff out because we're not comfortable. This is theirs. Now it's ours. Instead of it being like, dear 343, this is Bungie. Why didn't you take out that logo? How dare you? It would be nice that it's being done on a sort of just a friendly, hey, we understand, that's your stuff.
Just as a respect thing.
Yeah, out of respect, exactly.
I mean,
There's
that
no
was one
doubt
thing
that's
they
happening.
definitely showed at Halo Fest was it seemed like 343 took every opportunity to thank Bungie specifically for making Halo.
And even with something as simple as the logo, it's funny because, that Marathon logo, again, is something that predated Halo. That Marathon logo was something that represented Bungie as a company. And so I think seeing it in the logos was natural because it was a Bungie-created thing. Well, this new studio is called 343 Guilty Spark. It's literally, its icon now is 343. And so I think it's a neat little touch that they left the Marathon kind of logo to Bungie.
Right.
Because that's what represents them. And they're replacing it with something that now represents visually the new studio going forward.
And plus, 343 Studios obviously have gigantic shoes to fill. So not only are they showing the respect that they should show Bungie, but they have a chip on their shoulder because this is going to be a huge step forward for this development studio and everybody who works there. So they're going to want to do the best they can and make this new extension, this new trilogy, their own.
Well, and I don't envy the job that they have ahead of them.
No, definitely not.
I mean,
No,
I would love to be a part of that. I would love to be a part of something like that. But from the outside, I look at it and I'm like, good God, that's a lot of stress. You literally do have the world, quote unquote, looking at you, the gaming world, looking to see. I mean, even people like Sony. Sony knows what a threat, quote unquote, the Halo franchise is. Mm-hmm. So they're wanting to know what the new coach, the new quarterback is going to do. So
not only Sony, but Activision.
All eyes are on them.
Oh yeah.
You look at all the big guns, no pun intended, in the first-person shooter genre. DICE with Battlefield, Activision with the Call of Duty franchise,
and with Bungie.
Yes, and to a point, Guerrilla with Killzone, stuff like that.
Yeah,
they're all keeping an eye on 343.
I just want to say two things. Just following this thread, thinking about when you mentioned how stressful it is. That was one of the big takeaways I got from the Halo 4 panel, that they were trying to. They knew that they couldn't say much, but you could also tell that there was, from the questions that were being asked and so on, I could tell that, they have just like you said, there's a lot of stress. I would not want to be in their shoes in terms of actual execution.
Yeah.
To be an armchair quarterback, that's fine. I could certainly say, oh, well, you should do this and do this, but to actually have my paycheck and my career dependent on what happens when this game is put out, geez, that's something else. But to twist this around, imagine if we have this podcast 2 years from now. Right now, we're all being very magnanimous to both 343 and to Bungie. In 2 years, the situation is going to be very different. Bungie is going to be competing with 343.
Yep.
It's got, unless of course Bungie is doing something that's not this, this kind of genre, but I think it's going to be really interesting to see what happens when the kid gloves have to come off, and now it's going to start being Activision, Microsoft, whose game is better. who's got the better sales, who's got the long, it's going to be really interesting, and we're going to have to. I'd be grateful if we can both say, if we can say that, listen, both games are great, and I'm happy to see whatever. But it would be interesting to see how things fall out in like another year or so. When the next Bungie game comes out, and then it's no longer, hi, thank you for taking our little game on, and now it's like, hey, we got some new
game on.
Bring it.
It's thank you for taking our game on, like taking it on.
Yeah, I mean, the question I got asked to me when I returned to New York after Halo Fest and PAX, because PAX was there too.
Keep hearing that.
I know.
PAX thing that keeps on getting mentioned.
They were friends of mine were asking me about the panels and stuff, and if Bungie was there. I didn't get to see the panel for Bungie, so I said no, they weren't there. So, but the question was asked in regards to the Halo community, and you and I spoke of this, Duststorm, about how much we saw at Halo Fest in regards to the Halo community and what kind of content is developed from the Halo franchise. And the question, I guess I could ask you guys as well, that was directed towards me was, did Bungie create this community, or did the game create this community? And is 343 in trouble if, let's say, Bungie did exactly, if Bungie was responsible for this ginormous community, or if the game is not good, does the community pick up and leave? My answer to him was, based on Halo Fest alone, which was Microsoft and 343 Studios, 343 Studios is definitely embracing the community more than Bungie did by actually, and Bungie acknowledged, I'm not going to say they didn't, they acknowledged the community. I still, once in a blue moon, talk with Luke Smith. That's how we met. But 343 really went out of its way. You look at Halo Waypoint, I see all the videos, I see all the photos, different racing videos and everything. I mean, it's amazing. And it seems like 343 obviously is embracing it and keeping the community involved. Perfect example is having you guys.
Bungie gave him the model.
What was that?
Bungie gave him the model. And, to embrace the community, knows, and that, I mean, look at who's there. So,
But I think actually part of it is, and not to discredit other people, but Jessica, BS Angel, does a phenomenal job, and the reason for that is because she came from where I'd say all of us essentially are in our like gaming lives, where we're either part of or like run communities, and we all know what that's like, and that's where Jessica came from.
Yes.
So for her to actually get put in a place of power like that, she understands what it's like to be ignored by a community manager, which I don't doubt everyone here probably experienced.
Oh, yes.
Where, it's like, hey, like, what are you doing if on your job as a community manager if you're not actually replying to me,
They
the
can't
community,
ignore me.
what are you doing? So the fact that she's literally taking the time, she games with people, she talks to everyone on Twitter, like I give her amazing credit for that, because it's hard to.
Absolutely. I mean, I saw
totally agree.
Yeah, I saw what she was doing over at Halo Fest, and it was amazing that here's this tiny little person, but she was running the whole show.
Well, you know what?
She is in the chat.
What's nice is that it doesn't just stop with her, because she's
That's
not going to be able to get to everybody, and it's also not going to do your company any good if you go over to Jessica and she treats you like gold, and you go over to Allison Stroll and she treats you like crap, and and she doesn't do that. You go over to her and you get the same exact feeling. When I talk to Allison, I'm treated like gold, and if I talk to David Ellis, it's treated like gold, and Kevin Grace, and it's all the way down. I've yet to run into a Halo, the 343 employee, not even community based, but just employee that didn't really embrace and know, the task at hand, and know that this game and this franchise is carried by the community that loves it.
It was funny. I haven't actually told anyone this one yet, but I saw and I can't remember who it was. There was a 343 employee. It was on the. Did you guys watch? If you saw the Waypoint panel, like what's next for Waypoint?
Yeah.
It was the dude who had the sunglasses on. I can't remember what his name was though. Yeah, I can't remember, but he was at one of the booths there, and I looked over. He was talking to one of the fans, a fan who was just there. He was a big fan of Halo. Just talked to him about everything, about the story and everything. And obviously, it wasn't his job. And I looked back, and they were there for a solid minimum 10 minutes or more, and he was interacting with this fan, just going on about everything, like continuing his job, pass out stuff, but just having a legitimate conversation with this guy. And the fan was so honored just to be talking to him, and it's just so great to see that. Just what you said, that it carries on throughout the entire company.
Wait, he was a 343 employee?
Yes.
Sunglasses?
Yes.
Dust storm. No, I got a quick story.
There were only 3 of them, I think, on that panel.
I got a story that pretty much summarized my weekend at Halo Fest because
cool story,
we joke around about PAX, but yeah, I was there for PAX, but the majority of my time was at Halo Fest.
I was very happy to hear that, by the way, because I know you're all over the goddamn place.
I went to the party. I went with my friend Paris, and
Hilton.
Sorry, he's vicious. He's from Uncle Gamer, and both of us are big Halo fans. We were at the Halo 3 lockdown event in Seattle, so we went in, and we're checking everything out. I see Garnet Lee from he does the Weekend Confirmed podcast. Can't believe I forgot, but he used to do One Up with Luke Smith, that whole crew, when they did their podcast.
And David Ellis?
Geez, I know who you're talking about. Oh,
yes, yeah, with David Ellis, all those guys. So he's taking pictures, and I tell Paris, I go, oh, there goes Garnet Lee. I'm gonna say what's up to him. Never met him before, but I always appreciate the way he does his job. And so he's taking these pictures, and then I go up to him, I shake his hand, I introduce myself, and of course he says hi, and then all of a sudden he starts talking to me about what he's experiencing at that particular moment. And his eyes were like wide open, his jaw was wide open. He's like, I can't believe that there aren't many studios doing something like this. And I told him, I said, well, we're talking about 10 years here. There aren't many games out there that have a rich history like Halo. Mm-hmm. And so I said, I consider this a museum. That's why I keep coming back. And so he agreed, and he's taking pictures, and he's like, my God, this is so amazing. And so I go, I felt like a freaking tour guide, because I'm like, have you checked out the perimeter? He's like, no. It's like, there's replicas of weapons, and there's old, you have the original Xbox, and blah, blah, blah. And he's like thanking me for all this information. And then, I'm like, go ahead and have a great time. Check it out. And during that party, I just felt like all of us there were there because of the franchise. There weren't anyone. There was, I don't know how to phrase this, but the popularity, the ranks, if you want to call it that, those were gone. Those were left at the door. Everybody there was a Halo fan, which I'm trying to get to, and it was easy to approach people that you might recognize from other websites, media, whatever. Regardless of who they are, everybody was there for the same thing.
Oh yeah. Well, and I want to clarify something real quick. I'm seeing some Twitter chatter.
I got 2 things too, but go ahead.
I don't think that any of us, and JVB specifically, you're saying that Bungie did not care about the community, or that it was that it's different. Or I'm sorry, not it's different. But it is a different thing.
I have something to say about that, but go ahead and finish your point.
Okay, because I always had a incredible experience with Bungie on the community end, and I do think that it is. I don't want anybody to think that we were, in talking about 343, that we're saying that it's not that Bungie wasn't also equally as devoted to its community, because I think Bungie, in a time, even all the way back to Marathon and Myth, they were some of the groundbreaking, one of the groundbreaking developers in creating a community around not just their game, but around the people that were making it.
Yes.
And so I do think it's good just to clarify that as happy as we are with 343, that it's not at the expense of our opinion of what Bungie has started and the legacy that they've left behind.
I mean, it's a weird thing from just a community aspect because, I mean, granted, my opinion might be biased because I haven't really focused on getting into too many communities of other games, but is there really a lot of community involvement from other publishers like Call of Duty and Gears and stuff like that? I mean, I know there's Cliffy B, but outside Cliffy B, who else?
There is, but I don't
is it as extensive
on the grassroots level?
Well,
Like,
hold on, actually.
It's different.
But what JVB said actually was to describe Halo Fest. From what I seen from pictures, you guys were there, but you nailed it. Like it was like a museum. I think of when I see the pictures I see from Halo Fest, it looks like you're walking to a wing in the Museum of Natural History of Halo.
Wait, we weren't?
Well, it was funny. I was just actually in the Museum of Natural History, and then like looking at these showcases and things and like weapons in glass and stuff like that. It's like, wow. I mean, when I was looking at all those pictures, dioramas and all that
was
stuff.
Beautiful.
Yeah, and I'm like, that looks.
so cool
it looked
seeing
like
that.
a museum for Halo. Like that should always stay there. People could go there, tour, and stay there. You know. That was perfect. You just summed it up. When you just said that about it looked like a museum, and when you make something that's like a museum, that means it's huge. You get a wing or something dedicated to that. That means you have a big franchise where you can do that. And most of that stuff was from the community.
Sorry to interrupt, guys. I gotta head out though. It's been a long, good podcast.
Fun.
Yeah, man. Take it easy, man.
See you later, Green. High five, buddy.
Internet.
Fist bump.
Yeah, in regards to other communities getting involved with the community, other developers or PR firms, how you call it, being somewhat in the industry and owning a website and stuff like that, covering a vast majority of video games, companies like EA, they embrace the community as well. Of course, EA has a crap load of franchises. Right. So they don't have the luxury of being as personable with the community as the Halo franchise because it's just one franchise. But EA will have a bunch of community managers. For example, Season, who is the community manager for Battlefield 3, he's from my little circle of community guys who happen to get a community job.
Yeah. Well, look at Justin, who was with 6OK.
6OK,
with Gears, and he was actually with Superman first, and then Gears, and then 343, and now Robot.
Yep.
I mean, he does a tremendous job.
Exactly. So there are people scattered all around the major publishers, PR firms, whoever you want to, however you want to call it.
And all those guys
that
tweeted during Halo Fest. Actually, all those guys you're talking about, they all tweeted during Halo Fest, were there and were like brought back, and were like flabbergasted.
Absolutely, but and I don't know if I heard you guys because my son was actually showing me a video as you guys were talking about the tweets and stuff. He's showing me. He goes, I found a leaked video of Firefight for Halo CE anniversary. I'm like, dude, that's fake. That's a custom-made map. But I don't know if people were insinuating that I was bashing Bungie for lack of community support, because that's not what I was doing.
Well,
I didn't think so either. I just wanted to. Okay. I felt it important to clarify for all ears.
I thought you.
Let me add to that, because I think there's another way of approaching that explains what the differences are, and I think I've actually heard this from actual voices within Bungie. Bungie's approach was that, and I wish Claude was here because he would back me up on this. Bungie's approach was that is that they would leave you alone. They weren't looking to get you folks excited. their philosophy was, we'll make a game, we'll give it a world, and then you guys can go, go to town with it. And we'll stay out of your way to, because look, think of this. The classic story is that, Claude, he registered Bungie.org.
Mm-hmm.
Now, under, we know that, when Microsoft acquired Bungie, there was big, stuff from the lawyers. You can imagine the amount of lawyers that Microsoft has. It says, hey, what is this? What is the Bungie org? Is that you guys? And Bungie was like, no, it's not us. It's a fan site. So, well, we can't allow that to happen. You have to tell them to cease and desist or whatever. And Bungie fought for leaving us alone. And that was, I think, a good example of how they, if they're not going to go out of their way to step on, and it repeats itself. Red versus blue. Microsoft could have gone in there and completely just said, listen, forget about it. This is terrible. You can't do this. But Bungie said, no, stay out of the way. I think we kind of have a little bit of staying out of the way, but also having to get involved when it came to the suits, when people started making suits, because that started. People started to sell them, and I think that got a little weird, and they had to stop them. But for the most part, anyone can make a suit. Microsoft is not going to, this was years before cosplay became so popular. Now it's a given. No one's ever going to really get involved with anyone making a suit. But early on, when some of those guys made suits, there was a lot of turmoil about that. And it's like, Bungie knows that you stay out of the way and let them, and be there to support them when they come. So like when Claude does ask them, oh, listen, we got some of these radio transmissions. Can you let us know if we got them wrong? They'll then come in and say, sure. And they'll happily come in and correct them and say, no, this was wrong, or you're missing something here. But I think that was how they got. It's not only how they created a fan base. I think it's also how they were able to get folks like us to feel chummy with them and understand that they're approachable. And like when I would go there back in the days of Mac World Expo and go to their booth, they didn't just see me as a guy coming in to buy their product. If I started talking to them about the story, they actually listened to me, and they would say, hey, that's pretty, you're pretty accurate, or no, you're completely wrong, or they would tease me about the next game. If I did that, if I walked to any of the other gaming companies, no one would ever give me that kind of response. So I think that's a big tell there. So when you then turn that around and say, well, look at what 343 did. They spent, you have to imagine now how much they spent money-wise to pull off this Halo Fest. That's a big investment that they put in. Bungie never really did that. But at the same time, I don't think it's fair, because Bungie didn't have they happened to have left just at the 10-year mark. So who knows what they would have done if 10 years came and went. Maybe they would have done something like that. But
and to be fair, similar story when I went to Seattle for Crackdown, John, who used to work for Microsoft, had introduced me to, at the time, she was the community manager for Bungie. She was involved in the community somehow, and he goes, hey, this gentleman is with Podtacular, and because him and I were speaking about Halo, and I believe it was Halo 3. Halo 3 wasn't even out, but the beta.
Yeah, if it was Crackdown, that's what the beta came with.
So we started speaking about that. So he pops her out of nowhere and goes, listen to this. And we start talking, and she was like, that's an interesting story. So I go, so are you saying that it's going to be in this? And she goes, nice try. So, we joked about that and stuff like that. And as I stated, I met Luke. Well, I met him during his stint with 1UP. But Frank, remember the first hump day? That's how we got our hump day. I contacted Frank, and he immediately told me, hey, you got to contact this guy. And the second one was through Luke Smith as well. So they definitely grasp the community. And as you stated, they kind of sit back. And, for example, during the Halo 3 lockout event, Claude, because Claude has been around since a
beginning
long
of
time.
time?
Yes, the beginning of time. He was the one who turned the light switch on to give us light. But he had, you know, his private tour of the Bungie studios and stuff like that. To me, their method, and this is what I can gather from their method, was, okay, we'll sit back. We can't favor any one community because then there's going to be that turmoil between community members and between websites and complaining about you support these guys more than you support us. So in a way, I can see why they stood back and then just let people come to them and then make a decision on who to help or try to help as much as they can, depending on what the favor was.
Right.
So I could totally see that.
Well,
and
everybody's
in regards to
jockeying
Halo
for
Fest,
position.
we would have seen Bungie. If Bungie was still around, it would have been Bungie up there. You know,
Right.
This would have happened regardless.
True.
Halo
Yeah,
Fest, that is.
it's inevitability because when something gets this, it's a numbers thing. When something gets this big, we were talking about this earlier with the like Call of Duty has their thing. They had their thing recently. It's just because of the sheer numbers.
Yeah, I mean you can't compare.
I mean, it also
That's
needs a community too. You need the kind of like community, like because you could have a bunch of people playing a game that have no community sense, which brings me to the reason why. If you want to make it kind of simple, Bungie is definitely, it was before Halo got online, which was Halo 2, before it even got online, it had a huge community.
Yeah.
So that was all Bungie. But it does help when Halo 2 got online.
Even
and-
before that, remember I Love
and
Beats?
it's all-
Before Halo, I mean, before Halo came out, it had a community that was ready and waiting for it.
Oh my God, they were ready. They were modding everything in sight just to be connected.
I remember playing on what was that old? It was a way to connect Halo CE.
Xbox Connect.
Xbox Connect. Yes,
Yeah.
I remember playing that Lagfest. I
Yeah.
remember
Yeah.
the I Love
I'm still-
Bees.
But you still played it.
I'm still trying
Oh,
to
yes.
get like a network of that going up so we could play Halo 2 again.
Oh, that would be awesome.
Well, just wait till 343 remakes Halo 2. What are you talking about? What are you talking about?
Another podcast
with the Reach engine.
My son predicted that one, but the I Love Bees.
Yeah.
That whole thing really generated a lot of, no pun intended, buzz.
Yeah.
With that. And it got to the point where my friend called me up at work and go, dude, I found somebody who cracked the last message. We know where the event is going to be in New York. I already got 2 tickets. Are you down? I said, definitely. We go to this movie theater, and what's waiting for us? A gigantic screen with Halo multiplayer, Halo 2 multiplayer.
Sweet.
And I was like, oh my God, this is incredible. But even before that, playing Rainbow Six 3 on the Xbox, everyone used to talk trash. Dude, I can't wait for Halo 2. I'm going to show you guys what skills I got. And we're like, whatever, you know. And so even before Halo 2, there was this giant community that was just waiting.
It was waiting to do that. So now, so you got Halo 2, it's got its own friends list.
Mm-hmm.
And it's got everything like that makes it had a clan list on top of its own friends list.
Yeah.
Clan list.
Yeah.
So
Double
community, it's screamed community. So you got that. Now you got the clan thing, which just, if anything, a lot of these
Party
people
system.
here, what?
The party system.
Yeah, the party system and all that screamed community. And a lot of these people here we're all talking to, I mean, there was communities before, but a lot of these people here are here now because of Halo 2's community setup. And that was bare bones.
Yeah.
Now you got Halo 3, Halo Reach, and everything else in between that is evolved to something that Bungie pretty much can take credit for.
Oh,
Yeah,
absolutely.
on there. So their community, it's besides already what they were doing community, which was already great for a developer. Then you add that on top of it, there is nobody even close.
Well,
to
you
doing
have to
community-wise
give-
what they're doing.
You have to give credit. The big thing is that Bungie is responsible for Microsoft's Xbox Live experience. I mean,
Yes.
because Halo 2
Yes.
was
It carried the
just Halo
360.
2, and Microsoft, thank goodness, saw that it worked, and they brought it out to the entire Xbox Live community, and so thank goodness that they did that, because I think it proved just how strong a technology it was. So.
Oh yeah, it carried the early cycles of the Xbox 360. It was arcade titles that carried it, and Halo 2.
Right.
In the early of the 360.
Well, the Xbox Live, Xbox Live in general.
No, wait, even before Gears. Before Gears came out, it was you had Perfect Dark,
Crimson Skies, and Project Gotham.
You had the 360. I'm talking about
I'm talking about
the original Xbox.
Oh no, yeah. Well, but Halo 2 was responsible for
you had
building. Yeah, Mech Assault. You had the glorious I forgot Brute Force, but no, I'm talking about
Brute Force. Oh my god.
You're talking about the community tools that were embedded in those games
that went from first gen to next gen.
Right.
And it was
not only
Halo
that,
2.
but I would imagine that there was no better networking stress test than Halo 2.
Yeah.
I think we suffered through. I mean, wasn't it down a lot of times at first? It was having trouble. I think,
it had some issues in the beginning. Yes.
Yeah.
Yeah, but considering what was always going on, it still wasn't bad. It was still
it was great
experience. And that's the thing, when everybody complains about lag and all that stuff, like I just think about the marvel of the fact that playing online and the way it happens now is still pretty amazing.
Look how many games. Look how many multiplayer games are utilizing a similar party system.
Yeah.
And matchmaking system.
Party system was definitely the best in the business.
Oh yeah, it still is. Still is, and their matchmaking system is still top notch.
It's like a blessing and a curse, because if every time I go to play
another
game, it's like, oh god, I'm really it's so hard to do something other than campaign.
When you're a Halo fan, how do you critique the multiplayer? Everything else is terrible compared. It scares me. I don't want to play multiplayer other games unless it's on par.
Yeah.
And the only thing I think is on par is easy and how to get a good game is Valve's attempt. So otherwise, it just either I'm just haven't played enough different games where I can recognize.
Spoiled.
I am very spoiled.
Yeah, we're just spoiled on such a solid setup.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Yeah. Well, yeah. I mean, there are some titles out there that are really close, and in their own way have a legitimate.
I wouldn't know.
A good scheme. Good scheme that
works. Can you
works.
tell me of something so I can try them out? Because I'm really curious.
Yeah, you know what? We need a scale of if it compares to the Halo multiplayer. Then I'll try it.
Well,
is there anything out there now that you think you can get on and
quality game? Oh, these are the parameters: quality game,
AAA
quickness of getting game, and the skill level.
Okay. Well, I will.
And I'll definitely give that to you, JVB. You should definitely know that answer.
Well, here are the ones that
what other games have it?
Yeah.
That would be close. The games that
Call of Duty title.
Yes, Call of Duty.
Whatever newest Call. Actually, and I mean, there's still a pretty good community supporting Modern Warfare 1. Call of 4.
Never mind the community part. Let's leave that out because we know that.
No. I'm saying there are enough people playing it still
so you can get a good game in.
Get a good game. Get a good game. Get matchmaking.
Gears of War is not in the same league, but it is in the same.
It tried to be, but it didn't succeed. Gears of War 3 should, but go ahead.
Well, I will go out of my way and say Killzone 3 still has a good community. It has a similar lobby system, though it's not up. It doesn't compare. And there's plenty of people still playing that you can find a game.
Forza 3 actually has the closest, if I'm not mistaken, the closest to Halo as far as its the party system and also the customization options within multiplayer for custom races and for custom lobbies and things like that. The closest I've actually ever seen to the Halo series is the Forza series, specifically with and what's funny is we're seeing now how there's a lot of kind of back and forth crossover between those two teams. Between
with the Warthog and everything.
Chase Base, who used to be the community guy for 10, is now over at 343 as well. So I know I know there's been quite a bit of, I'm sure informational sharing on back and forth as far as the Halo franchise and the Forza franchise, which are arguably, two of their biggest crown jewels. I mean, Forza was created to go up head-to-head against Gran Turismo, which was one of Sony's, if not the biggest title they had worldwide, at least in the top 3. So, I mean, they know that that's important, and I think that they've paid it enough attention. So I think Forza is the closest I can think of, and then maybe right after that would be whatever current Call of Duty franchise.
I would, as far as Call of Duty and its community, because it's a multi-platform system, it's kind of hard to gather that community because it's so widespread. It's on PC as well. But Forza, they have a similar approach to community because they hire guys to help them with the vinyl. They showcase people's work on the site where Che used to do that as well. So they took a similar approach and involved the community in a major way.
I actually did a community thing with Forza when Forza 2 was out. I may have, told this story before, but it was really cool, kind of a neat community involvement thing, and it was cool that they kind of let us do it without, litigation issues. But we did, I was working, we had a racing company, and one of our clients was racing a car in the Rolex series, and so we did a contest when Forza 2 was out, and we opened it up to Forza 2 players on Xbox Live and said, hey, here's the car that they're running. Here are some design parameters, sponsorship-wise, and things that need to be on the car. Design a paint job for the car. And we selected finalists, and then there was voting, and the winning design, we actually put that design on the real car for the season finale.
Nice.
And the Forza guys loved it. Che, was the community guy at the time, and they put it in their weekly update and and talked about it, and they didn't do official promotion because it's not official Microsoft thing, but again, like Bungie started and like 343 is kind of carrying, they recognized that it was something in the community that certainly wasn't doing any harm to the franchise. In fact, it was bringing more notoriety to it. And they wanted to highlight that, and they wanted to highlight, what the community members were doing and how that was translating out into the real world. I mean, it was almost the equivalent of Forza cosplay,
Oh my God.
Not to
Never
detract,
thought I'd hear that sentence.
Not to detract from the conversation, but let's go ahead and take a quick break.
Rope us in here. Rope us in.
And
Yes.
Open the lobby for questions in the chat.
This lobby.
And
Keep you from my bunghole.
we're going to talk a little bit more about the multiplayer stuff in another show as well. So we will get there eventually. But this was a good discussion. I want to at least address two more things before we do wrap up for tonight. One being a couple of the other panels, and then kind of focus on what Halo Fest was basically a gift to the community and what community means at 343. And then I know we've touched on that a little bit, but they
were just taking your money.
There's a little bit more I think we can touch on in little different areas. So with that, we'll open up for questions.
4 hours.
Question.
At the end of questions, we'll also hand out another code.
I have a few questions.
And
Who is your daddy and what?
I'm a cop, you idiot.
Oh my God.
Put that cookie down!
Don't you get JVB? We'll start cranking. You gotta watch out.
Yeah, I know. Don't get me started.
Don't start him, dude.
Don't get me started.
In the meantime, while people are coming up with questions, let's talk about the Halo Universe panel. a little bit more. Of course, we had a lot of the voice actors there, and pretty much Marty ran the show, I would think. I mean, David Ellis was there on the podium.
Marty's probably in his glory. He loves his voice actors.
It was awesome.
That stuff. He must.
I
have been bulging.
I was actually going to miss that one. I was supposed to be flying to New York during that time, but my flight got delayed, and I managed to get back from the airport in time to see that. And man, I being a voice guy and trying to do something in that line of work, hearing those guys and seeing the preparation and just seeing the enjoyment that they had doing the lines and laughing at their and reminiscing. I mean, that was one that I was really happy I didn't miss.
I was so envious of the good time they were having in the background, just preparing for that. I mean, we've been to the shows, and if you go to the shows, like, we walk around, you meet people and stuff like that, but to prepare and be able to have fun doing that was, you're like, that's the fun part.
Yeah.
Those guys put on a nice show. Knew where they were, knew what they had to do. Surprised the shit out of everybody with that. It was awesome.
Mm-hmm.
That's definitely. You want to talk about the best moment at Halo Fest? That was.
Actually, I think it was
show wise, like
that Jen and
Steve. Yeah, first time.
Until that moment.
Well, I had no idea about that actually.
Yeah.
That was the first
crazy.
time.
Yeah. Well, you know, all voiceover stuff nowadays is all done over ISDN.
ISDN, right? And the
like if you heard some of the when Marty was playing some of the clips, sometimes you would hear Marty, and it sounded like he was talking through a phone, and that was because it was. Right. Marty was probably over in Seattle, and the actors were probably somewhere in Chicago, just walking into like a booth. So there was never a need for them to be in one room. You know, it's not not necessary. So it was interesting, and because Jen is not from the Chicago crew, she's from LA, I think, or from the
Seattle.
West. Oh, she's Seattle. Yeah. So there was never a chance. Whereas the other three.
Well, Jen's very busy, actually. Though.
Yeah, but from the other Chicago crew, they know each other because they're all voice actors, and I guess they all get called to the same things. And
it's called working from home.
That's right. Yeah.
They don't have to go anywhere, so they travel. They could do it over the IDSDN, but that's the thing, though. We see all these videos of Marty and any of the vidocs we've seen, and you see the voice acting going on, and you don't actually see them in the same room all together ever. You do see them separate, but I never really thought about it until I just tonight found out the first time they met each other.
It surprised me not the fact that they had never worked in the same place, but in 10 years they had never done like a launch event or a panel or a radio interview.
I could somewhat see that because it's only getting like this now. But early on, the PAXs and the conventions and the E3s, it was all business. This is different now.
Yeah.
Now the conventions are definitely way more. The whole panel thing, everybody doing panels and everything like that. It's now they put on a nice show, and everybody's it seems to be or people who are talents are recognizing that going to panels are a good thing for their career.
Yeah.
So it's more. I'm not surprised in the fact that they've never met at a panel before. I'm more surprised it just never met working.
Yeah, but this was Halo Fest was strictly about Halo. Everybody who was attending Halo Fest was there for one reason. So, for example, if there's a Comic-Con, there's like a million different vendors with booths. There's people who are fans of other franchises that are occupying Comic-Con or E3 or even PAX in general.
Yep.
But when you throw a specific event for a specific franchise, and of course these are a few of the known voice actors who helped make Halo what it is now, it is a little easier for them to attend at the same time. And as a voice actor,
well, pull out all
they're
the
always
stops. Yeah.
exactly. Voice actors are always pretty much working. You can, as soon as I heard him do Real Man and Genius voice while he was joking around and it popped up, I'm like, wow, he sounds just like that guy.
Oh,
and then all of a sudden they said, hey, we got a surprise skit. I'm like, oh, that is him. You know?
You know what? I didn't know till then too.
Yeah, I think.
Neither did I.
Well, I'd never even heard of the Real Men of Genius commercials in the first.
Oh wow, dude!
Oh,
Wow,
so you
classic.
did. That's why when I can't wait, I don't care how tall you are. I have to slap you a couple.
I'm gonna tell you right now, I might have to put you on my shoulders.
I know he's a big guy here.
He's a big dude.
Just so you too.
Don't let the voice fool you.
You are too. Well, you know what he said? He says I was as tall as Claude, and then I just know.
Nobody's as tall as me.
Abraham Lincoln on top of Chewbacca's shoulders.
The timing is incredible. I didn't even know you just got there. Wow.
I don't know. I think Dust Storm, you might be maybe because Claude is at that age where his spine is starting to
curve a little bit to crunch down.
I mean, you're gonna have to help him across the street.
Nah.
Because I'm sorry, I got to get this out.
There's gonna come a day when I don't fit in the back of an SUV anymore.
You're living in the right country.
What was Dustin's car that we all crammed into?
What was that?
That wasn't Dustin's car. That was
Avengers.
Whose?
Redemption.
Redemption's.
Yeah.
Oh my god.
That was a tight fit. Holy crap.
That was
another big guy.
There were way too many big people
there
in
were.
the backseat of that car.
Well, I was in the backseat. I was in the front seat. My knees were totally up against the dash.
I feel bad for the people
I
who
can't
have
wait
to
to
sit
see you
behind you
guys
at
again
the
because
panels.
I'll see smaller.
Don't remember if I took a picture of that or not.
I have a couple of pictures of that.
We could put an awesome football team together.
Exactly. I mean, you could see some of the guys at the panel, and it's like, wow, these guys aren't so nerdy after all.
Yeah, they are.
It was just nice to see.
Yeah, they are.
Yeah, that's when you see them. Then you talk to them.
Yeah.
It was just nice to see Claude and see that we were pretty much the same height, and it's like, okay, there's some other people that are as tall as I am that are as nerdy as I am. That's a good sign.
You guys
Hey, wait a minute. I'm
What?
not sure.
That was kind of a backlash.
But that's a good sign.
Yeah, right?
The funny part was when
Good sign that means I'm not alone.
Are you kidding? People were never scared of nerds because they were small. Now we've got giant nerds.
Yeah, exactly. It's
Exactly.
good news for us. Good news for us.
But the funny part was one night, me and the group that I was with, we were roaming the streets of downtown Seattle, and I'm not a drinker, so somebody had bought me a beer, and I was a little woozy, and I see Claude with a crew of Bungie people, and I just totally interrupt his freaking conversation. I'm like, we're gonna throw you in the back of the SUV, and he's like, look at me, like, what the hell? I was there with Paris. And then Marty was there, and I just jump at Marty. Hey, Marty, nice seeing you again. And he's looking at me like, who the F are you?
Marty, play that song you play.
Oh, I remember.
And I just walked away like, it was an everyday
When
occurrence.
was this?
Right.
This was at Halo Fest?
This was at Halo Fest, yeah.
This was like
You what?
after it closed.
We had
See,
just come out of that bar that's right down the street from the Sheraton. I don't remember what the name of it is.
Was it Tap House?
Yeah.
Yeah,
Tap
yep.
House.
Yeah, that's it.
Right in front of Tap House.
A guy who doesn't drink, you know your bars.
Yeah, right?
That was like the meeting spot for everybody. So
He doesn't always drink, but I know he drinks sometimes.
There was a big group of us that went to the
you guys had chicken wings, right?
the elephant place that was under the
I hope
Red
somebody had
Red
chicken
Lion
wings.
Hotel. Elephant and something.
Well, we were supposed to.
Forget it,
Yellow-
Dustin.
The big
Elephant and
couldn't go.
It was
Grim
underneath the
somewhere
Red
else.
Line.
Yeah, I forget what it was called.
The Elephant Room, I think. Or Elephant Lounge. Something like that.
Something
I
like
don't know.
that.
I have the text because you texted me and I was laying on the floor actually when you. I was so beat up. I was like, ugh.
Like 2 hours later, I text you. I'm like, "You still coming?"
Yeah.
It's like,
sound
no,
like
I had my one beer. I'm
JVB,
done.
you sound like the cheapest date ever.
Oh.
Like, yeah.
Okay, well, let's get some questions in here, shall we?
Yes,
look at
please,
you,
because
moderator.
Hurry.
We're only taking questions that are about bars.
That's
Yes.
right.
Like 20 minutes ago.
And
we were
energy
gonna take
drinks.
questions.
10 minutes. 10 minutes. Okay. Let's.
Claude, did you get any flooding?
No,
Ooh,
completely
good for you.
dry here. Yeah, I'm happy.
Oh yes, definitely.
Questions.
Ooh.
Okay, this one comes from Slightly Live. He says, Halo music. What did you guys think of the new direction hinted by the music in the Halo 4 concept trailer?
Oh my God, it's terrible.
I like it.
You mean the exploding the potatoes?
Yeah, that.
No, I said the concept trailer. Yeah, the potato guns was kind of funny.
That sounds
Tell you the-
fine. I mean, you know.
Tell you the truth, it wasn't as big a difference, or there wasn't anything noticeable where you go, wait a minute, this is not Halo-esque music or Marty O'Donnell type music. So it's good.
You know what's funny too is I'm looking forward to how different or to the differences, because I think that just like, I mean, we had even Marty himself do a music for ODST that was a pretty, decent enough departure from what he had done through the trilogy, because it reflected a different story and a different atmosphere.
Mm-hmm.
So I think it's only natural that we should expect, even if it was Marty doing the music, we would expect a different feel.
Yes.
So I'm really looking forward. I know that they're gonna, cut no
Pay tribute.
as far as, who they're getting in to do the music. So I'm looking forward to it.
Look at ODST, it had a jazz vibe to it. So
Yeah, it's not. Yeah, any departure I think is not going to be something that there's never anything that Marty has done that's been like he's consistent with one genre or anything. Like he's diverse. So if anything else, anybody else does, it's not going to be. What I think we're saying is that there should be some kind of tribute to his music somewhere in those. In the music somewhere,
If it was me, I wouldn't put no tribute. You know why? Because it was what we talked about earlier. They need to establish, they need to establish this trilogy as their own. Now everybody loves Marty,
but you're gonna have to hear the march.
but that means Marty has to do it.
Yeah, that's not gonna happen.
Who knows? No.
No, I think all that. I mean, not to take away from Marty's genius, but Marty just knew that for this kind of game, you need something that, grabs you, somewhat patriotic in a very generic way, and kind of pushes you to, want to fight. So that's what these people are going to do too. They just kind of, and just like Claude said, so there won't be monks, but I think it's too soon to really tell based on that trailer. Because that trailer really was just like kind of a conception.
No, you can't draw anything from the trailer.
Yeah.
I don't think anything. I think you can actually eliminate
everything. It was almost more atmospheric sound effect.
Yeah.
Right. Yeah. So,
for chipmunks.
My opinion is on, I can't give an opinion on anything there yet.
Oh,
that was done. I don't know if it is kind of known. That concept trailer was done by one of our favorite HBO former members, Dan Chosich, who's now involved with 343.
Oh, that's right.
So and from what I know, supposedly he did like a labor of love by him. He hand painted.
He hand animated the concept art.
Yeah.
Wow.
Like all that stuff where you see stuff flying around, that was all him. Like painstakingly making it all look really cool. Like the guy's talented.
Those were all originally still shots.
Wow, that's awesome.
See, that just shows like how much people love that shit. Yeah, that's really good.
What's the next question, brother?
I just heard Hulk Hogan. Hulk Hogan just said.
Even the Hulkster loves Halo, brother.
The next one comes from Joe Coolcat. He writes, "When may we see the TU in the playlist or the Waypoint update?"
We're not free. Sure. Why are they asking us?
No,
The
joystick are.
I think because we sound like we
They
know.
said there was going to be like kind of a beta rollout in September, if I'm not mistaken.
Right. And it's not necessarily going to be the final one, but everyone's going to be able to play it.
But most of the good stuff you won't see till early October when it actually gets integrated into playlists.
Yeah.
Right.
That's don't.
Let me Google that for you.
For those that might not be familiar with that, why don't you explain what TU is?
The title update.
The title update is like it's got this lull when it's going to take effect fully. It's just going to create the largest FAQ on the web. That's all the title update is going to fucking.
The weird thing is, at least on our forums, I don't know how much this is going around in the Waypoint forums or other places, but it seems like a lot of people are confused that the title update is adding stuff. It's not replacing the features like the nerfing of the armor lock or altering of the camo. It's adding the features and the game types in. So
I still have questions, and I like to think over the years that I've grasped a little bit how it works and what it can do code wise and developers and how they can't do this to that. But I'm still slightly confused, and I think I need more hands on. It is a little complicated. The title update for Reach and what it's going to do, dealing with a whole nother disc, with playlists.
Well, okay, I can address
where the
that.
DLC's coming from.
I can address that because
this is very convoluted.
Well, they actually did diffuse a lot of.
We understand it, but I can understand other people having tons of questions, though.
Right, but I mean, while the topic's here, I might as well go ahead, or we'll go ahead and mention.
Well, Duststorm has all the
and answer the question.
Yeah,
answer the question.
Your question.
All right,
so the
Dustin,
maps.
Can you answer that question?
I think I can answer that question. Yes.
Duststorm, just type it in the chat room.
He's not going to. He just knows he can.
That's right.
Do you know what time it is? Yeah.
You know what time it is? Yes.
The maps do come on the disc, but there's also the option, and I think the game comes with a code in. I believe it's a code, and you can download the maps so that when you actually put in your Reach disc, you have all the maps available to you.
Yes.
Nice.
So you get the maps on the.
Is going to be something that is downloaded over live, like any update that you get.
Yes.
When and that's going to be applied
it's a map pack.
Your game file.
Yeah, the TU will automatically be built in to the Reach multiplayer that's on the campaign disc, but the campaign disc will only have the 7 maps, and you're restricted to the playlist that just has those maps. I forget what the playlist is called.
Here's the thing: is it going to make LAN parties harder?
No.
Then that's all I care about.
No, because you're still going to be able to just download it and have it be a part of your complete Reach multiplayer suite.
Yeah, it's just a DLC.
Nice.
Yeah, nice. And we could find out when Claude hosts another LAN party in his house. And I'm invited this time.
You were invited last time.
Me too.
Was I?
Everybody was invited.
Wait, I was?
That's not what Mig said.
That's not what Keith said.
Mig posted an open invitation on the forum. You actually had to read the forum, but
it was a code. Actually, it was Xbox Live code. You had to enter it by a certain time.
The problem was that we put it on the front page.
Yeah, right. And nobody read it.
No,
I heard there was a messenger bird that was supposed to deliver the invitation, but never showed up.
Never showed up.
The invitation that landed on your shoulder.
The problem was your neighbor ate it.
Said if you want to come, you just have to post in the forum, but no one could figure out how to do that.
I blame Keep for my non-attendance.
It all started out as a joke. The party wasn't even supposed to have it.
Nah.
It did, as a matter of fact, start as a joke. It wasn't supposed to happen.
Slightly Live says there's an HBO front page now.
Nah.
I think
you mean a BO
all
page.
of you. I really hate you all.
Hey, I didn't say. I'm just saying what he said.
There's my quote.
I hate you.
Well, he's starting to hate because he hears the same jokes over and over.
Yeah, I could only imagine.
Over and over.
Well, right now they have the Grunt plushie giveaway. Well, no, you're not giving it away. You're selling it.
Not giving it away.
Yeah.
But pretty damn close. I'm guessing we're going to end up losing a little money by the time we're all done.
How many units, or have you not, or do you not want to say?
We're over 300 at this point.
No, I don't mean selling. How many do you have?
Oh, I don't have any yet. So that's the thing. So she won't let me place the order until they arrive in Atlanta or in Georgia, wherever the store is.
I gotcha.
Alphaville or
You got to have enough orders. Plunge it in right away.
Well, that's the thing. So the original order was going to be for whatever we could buy for $2,000, and it turns out we now have $4,000 worth of orders, and it's going up every minute.
Mm-hmm. Yeah.
Should I stop tweeting it?
Yeah. Should you stop putting in extra orders? Yes.
Oh gosh. Okay, one more question.
Claude's got to stop tweeting it. Oh,
One
sorry.
more question, and while we answer it, I'll put the code in the chat. And this one again comes from Slightly Live, and I'm picking on him because he actually has good questions. If Halo Fest happens,
in one word?
if Halo Fest happens again in the future, what kind of new panels would you like to see?
I just do the same panels over and over again. Just do it over and over.
We should do a panel about the first Halo Fest.
We could do a Podtacular panel with us all on it, but it would take 4 hours.
Nah.
This one's already 4.5 hours.
Do Halo Fest anniversary. It's exactly like the first Halo Fest with updated graphics.
I think it would be well, we would hope that there would be, if there's another Halo Fest, it would hopefully be a year from now, and unless they're going to do one on the East Coast, but I doubt it. I don't know, Claude, if you've heard anything.
No, oh my God! If they do something on the East Coast, I'm a dead man.
10 more years.
Oh,
yeah, right. There should be one 10 years from now, but if they were to do one in like another year, maybe not so much a Halo Fest, but just any sort of Halo 4 or Halo CEA panels at PAX. Hopefully, we'll just have more info and be able to talk more about actual concrete stuff.
Yeah, I had predicted, probably immaturely, that this could be somewhat of a yearly thing. I know in the last episode of Podtacular, the PAX edition, when you guys were eating, someone had stated it would lose its impact if it was a yearly event.
I'm not feeling that.
Kind of like QuakeCon, where QuakeCon is this yearly event. I can
you can't
see.
compare that to that. I don't think you can.
I'd be curious if there was any way of figuring out how much of an impact Halo Fest made on the
franchise.
No, on the people who bought tickets for PAX. Like,
I'm wondering the opposite. Actually, I'm wondering how many people didn't get to go to Halo Fest because
of the limitations of PAX.
This is so funny because this has never been done before. All these different, like separate thing. This whole separate Halo museum has never been done before at PAX or anything like that. PAX is just getting in, or anywhere.
And the fact that it was connected, where you can just cross over the bridge.
Who knows where this is going to go? But I think.
But there were a lot of people who wanted that Halo Fest badge. They were like, "I want that! I want that! Where'd you get that? Where'd you get that?" So,
which is really insane because it came with every PAX ticket.
Yeah.
Yes.
Yeah.
Not every, because
how many people who didn't go? Like they had it, and they didn't go.
Legal ones.
Yeah.
Yeah. Right.
Unless you bought it outside.
I'm assuming it's safe to say that there was no profit in doing the Halo Fest. Not, like what were the tickets for 3 days? Was it $35 or something, or $75?
PAX is already cheap. PAX is already
$60 for 3 days. So,
dang.
What percentage of that would have gone to Halo Fest? Probably none anyway. I'm sure it wasn't anything like that. I'm sure that what Microsoft did was like, listen, can we rent out that other area?
And that's not Microsoft style, too. They usually $10.
In all honesty, it probably just made it more cost effective for them in the first place to latch on. I mean, they probably still paid for the event, and didn't really necessarily make money off of it.
It sounded like an experiment.
Remember, IGN was also associated with this, so I'm assuming the cost wasn't fully Microsoft, and the fact that IGN could stamp its name all over this as well.
Oh yeah,
partnership.
We're not even talking about that.
Yeah, but they supplied all the bandwidth for this, so
Yeah.
I'm not sure that they actually contributed anything to the on-site stuff. I think this really was out of Microsoft's pocket, and I think people were fine with that. I think this was a marketing cost.
Yeah.
You know?
Yeah, actually, now that I think of it, Claude, in like back in the days of E3, Microsoft, all the big players would normally have their booth area,
Mm-hmm.
and then their private area where you would come to see demos and behind the scenes kind of stuff for like the press. Since PAX is not set up like that, I mean, I don't think was there like another Microsoft area besides the booth on
there
the
was an
PAX
Xbox
floor?
booth.
Yes.
Yeah, there was.
That's actually a very good point.
Meg, we were there. It was the Crimson Alliance stuff was there.
Mm-hmm.
I know, but I mean that's the booth area. But was there like a private Microsoft like off to the side?
No,
to
but
show,
there never
like,
has been
upcoming
PAX.
Xbox.
That's not
you
what
know.
PAX is about.
Right,
Exactly.
So
PAX is-
so this would fit in with, you know, like a normal, typical package for
Mm-hmm.
Microsoft. You know, we
Now,
have
yeah.
the booth, then we have the private side, and the private side in this case was just all Halo.
It wouldn't have. It
I'm
wouldn't
not
have
sure
worked
I
that
saw
either.
that at all. I really think that this was, you know, somebody sold it to the bean counters as this is a marketing cost that will pay off in goodwill.
Right.
And I think it was 100% successful in that sense.
Oh yeah.
However much it cost them, they made more than that in goodwill.
Yes.
See, that's what I was trying to get to earlier. When I was saying that, like, how many people were there? Was they filling out the place? Was there people waiting in line? Was there, like, with the space allotted for what they paid for the place, all the marketing, all the museum showcase stuff, all that stuff they poured into that? Because that shit costs a lot of money.
It really did cost a lot of money.
All that stuff. Get that Warthog overseas.
And the stuff they were giving away too. That whole
on a marketing
Mega Block set.
Yeah.
Oh
on a
yeah.
marketing expense. All
They
those
gave away some really good swag.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah, all that stuff is heavy money. And
they were giving away what was it? Some of the bags had the Art of Halo 3 that's like $400 on eBay.
yes, you can't get
I
that.
saw
You have-
some
oh,
get
somebody
that
didn't pick me up a
hooked up to
copy?
it. I was like, hey man, make sure you hold on to that. Like,
You bastards.
You're
know,
kidding? Is that rare?
seen other things like this.
Yeah,
in
they
all.
only
He's like,
printed like
whoops.
10,000 of them or
Oh my
something.
goodness! Then
When I was at
didn't.
Claude's house, I was actually going to steal it. If I found
Nice.
If I found it.
I don't.
All right, see now I got to go up and look. Is it still there?
Ah.
If it
only
is,
down-
it's got dust on it.
Yeah,
The only
you're right on the white
downfall,
man.
the only complaint I had, and this is a personal gripe, not you know that it's personal to where I hate it, but only downfall, and this is probably an inside joke, was that Kinect was there. They got to throw in. Microsoft has to push Kinect, no matter where they're at. So obviously, Kinect Fruit Ninja with
I
Halo
didn't get
background.
I didn't get the whole Fruit Ninja thing. Like, why was that there?
Because it had a Halo
Yeah,
skin on it.
It's
It was-
still
Had a
still
Halo
a place to.
They
it's
gave you like
still-
to download it, and play it at home.
Mhm.
Even though PAX is packed, you're still marketing.
Of course. So I giggled when I saw that. I go, can't escape.
You're not
this.
going to get away from that. You walk through the floor once, you got to laugh at all that.
Exactly, but
I mean, the Forza thing was cool.
I mean, there was some of the stuff on the, like, for example, the one of the places you walked in, there were all these screenshots like on hard backing up on the wall. Now they had planned for 6 of them, and for some reason the printer screwed up and they came out much smaller than expected, so they didn't fill the wall space. So they went in that day. This was Thursday, and had like 24 new screenshots printed out on, like hard board. I don't
Yeah,
know
it was
what
like foam core, I think is what it was, but good material.
But astoundingly rushed job. Like 2 hours from here's the files to we need them on the walls. I don't know what that costs, but it's fucking expensive.
Yeah,
Super is, yeah. And they don't spare no expense. They're going to go the same firms.
Yeah. So
the FedEx across the street was probably convenient too.
The bottom line is they were they really weren't counting the pennies on this one, and
No.
and I'm glad they weren't. I think it worked out really well for them.
Yeah.
But it was not. They were not looking to save money. They were not looking to gouge people for $10 to get in. as somebody mentioned. That it really was all about, making the fans happy.
Yes.
And the argument is, we're giving back to the fans. Sure, they are, but they're also building mind share.
Well, and they're also reminding you of Halo in an increasingly crowded market.
Yes, absolutely.
Yeah, but it wasn't about it wasn't like they were selling lots of stuff there either. It wasn't about marketing.
It was about marketing, that's for sure.
It was about marketing, but you're right. It wasn't about marketing to the people who were there.
Within the event itself, you could, you want to put like a store right as you leave, just like when your kids at the museum just bought you.
You have to walk through it to get out the door.
You got So it's not like that. It wasn't set up that way.
No.
I mean,
so that in itself is a huge, huge change. I mean, if you think about how marketing used to be, the kind of marketing that was done here was so, the
subtle.
metrics, you can't measure it.
It was packs. It was packs.
10 years ago, nobody would have greenlighted it because you can't measure what you're getting for it.
Yeah,
that's true.
Oh
That's
God,
true.
I had this exact conversation with Irk at your house, Claude.
Mm-hmm.
Did you really?
About packs. Oh my God.
We had this exact conversation 30 minutes ago, but now we're doing it again.
No, it's I mean, it was a good way to remind people that, hey, you know what? There's Battlefield 3, there's Modern Warfare 3, but Halo is still here, and meet 343. These people are going to take care of your favorite franchise. They're going to continue
Forget
the trend.
Franchise. They're going to take care of you.
Exactly.
I like how JVB is back. It's back to Halo.
Thank you.
Welcome back, JVB.
Thank you very much. Good to be back.
We have an opening for you, JVB.
Nah. This might take you up, brother.
If you're interested.
Hey, I told you at PAX, dude. I said, hey, you need me, I'm here, brother.
Yep.
You were there. Were you there most of the time? Because I know who you roll with.
Dude, I was there every day.
Yeah, there you go. Like, you were all over the goddamn place. If you were, from your tweets, if it was any indication, you were at Halo Fest most of the time.
Yes, definitely.
I love to hear that stuff.
That's where most of my friends found me at. I was like, I'm here.
See, that's another true telling of PAX.
Mm-hmm.
I mean, of course, I could really care less what was going on PAX. I really didn't follow anything really that much unless, it comes over your newsfeed. But it took, from, of course, a Halo fan's perspective, it took it over.
Yeah. Well, I mean, we've had this conversation here, and I think in our previous show that we did Tuesday.
I know it's that obvious. I know I'm being Captain Obvious.
Yeah, but it's just weird that they managed to keep everyone there and put on a show that was enough for true Halo fans to stay in there the whole time and forego the kind of PAX itself. I mean, the only time I was outside of Halo Fest was I was going over to the RT booth to buy some stuff or pick up some stuff to give away or just to go to talk to the Rooster Teeth guys.
Yeah.
Nice.
Yeah,
well, I think in some ways it's you kind of did yourself you should have walked around, if not to at least get a sense of where things are going, because I took a walk around there, like right on that floor where the RT folks were at. We were kind of talking about what it's like to be a fan 10 years ago and a fan now. This has become so mainstream now. I walked into some of those conference areas. I mean, it must have been like maybe 100 PCs, lined up with everyone playing some sort of PC game. Another room must have had like maybe about 50 Xboxes.
Was that your first PAX?
That was my very first PAX. But I've been to the E3s also.
I know you've been there.
Yeah, I've been to E3, but it was really more about how the churning of people going in and out and I've seen those from some other shows, but they would never be quite as busy. These were folks were lining up for hours just to get into some of those rooms, and so it's like, wow, that is really something else to see.
PAX is a whole different animal.
And there was a wide variety of smells.
Well, that's the thing. If you don't go on the floor, you avoid those smells.
I wish there was a more descriptive word other than wide.
I will say this though. Yeah, Duststorm, you should have definitely at least, because in one day you can walk around, kind of get a feel for everything, and then go back to Halo Fest, which is what I did. And then Sunday, I because it was dying out at around 5 o'clock.
You should have been ushering his butt around.
No, he was too busy being
Halo Fest,
Mr. Sociable, yeah, which was great.
I
was great to see.
trying to get connections and everything.
But that was the beauty. That was the beauty of the entire Halo Fest experience. Was that, as you were saying, Duststorm, a lot of people within our little community, we stood there for most of the time, because how many times have we had the opportunity to meet each other in person in an event that was mutual?
So this is
Never.
definitely.
I mean,
since this podcast started, did you guys ever touch on the actual community panel? Did you talk about that yet?
No,
Well,
I was going to get.
I think we've covered that. Like
I
we
was
definitely
gonna
covered
get to
that like
When
the
were you
day
gonna
after.
get to that, dude? It's been 11 o'clock at night.
I know, right?
That should have been topic number
last
one,
segment
brother.
here.
All right, but right
You should
before.
talk about that.
Yeah, okay, but right before. So, yes, I wanted to say this.
That's what I love about you. You got this way with words.
Yeah, since Claude's here, we can finally talk about you being a drunk. So
That's
what a
all
good
right.
drunk you are.
Yeah, his refrigerator, I think, doesn't have any beer since I've been there. The Duststorm did an incredible job on behalf of Podtacular
Yes,
at
definitely.
the Halo community panel.
I felt like I was watching my a son hitting a home run for the first time. Kind of made me choke up.
Yeah, he did an incredible representation for being a deer caught in headlights.
I think it was more than the deer in the headlights. I think it was more like a deer facing a tanker.
You were like, what? Wow!
And the deer's legs are broken.
Exactly.
And the deer has headlights.
But he had.
I mean,
but,
the letter I sent out to everyone is kind of a summation of, holy crap, I honestly didn't deserve this, but since I went, I am so much more thankful, and I realize that I should be doing so much more for the community.
And what
he
have
did
you
a
done
kick-ass
since
job. Yeah.
No, you definitely belong up there,
The
brother.
representation, he did it right too. He did it with. He talked about everybody that with the JVB tweeted about it, everything, the respect to everything where it started with Podtacular. I'm talking about Podtacular right now. The fact that Podtacular was in that community panel was beautiful.
Yeah, that was very, very cool. I think it was a good representation. I mean, you had the Griffball Hub, and you had Podtacular, and you had HBO, and you had a really good litmus of the Halo community.
You had Sam Neer from the tricking community, and you had the model making community was Adam. I mean, it was great.
Yes.
And the tricking,
Oh, he is.
Yeah,
He's
is.
probably still packing.
He never talks though.
No, he doesn't. It's hard to get any words out of him.
He might not even be there. Actually,
Who would you put in next? How about that as a question?
That's a good question.
Who's missing?
Ooh.
Who would be the next group?
Keith from the Roaring Riot.
How about is there some?
There you go.
Somebody like Slightly
Actually,
Blind.
I would have actually thought that you were there.
No, I'm not
What
doing.
about music? Has anyone done? Is there some presence in music?
Simon.
Not really. There's a
Brian
couple of people
Simon?
that do stuff. Like Silverbrand has done a bunch of
Yeah.
stuff, and Nick. Oh
What
man,
about-
what's his name?
What about Brian Simon, who has done all the like parody music and stuff?
He's burned a few too many bridges.
Too
to get
many
on
bridges,
Those
he was.
panels.
They had them falling out.
It's not going to happen. You have better luck of me being on there.
How about how about the Machinima then? I guess in general, I guess there's plenty of Machinima people that could have been on
I
there,
think
right?
it's too hard to pick from, though. I
Yeah.
think
Definitely.
Yeah, that is weird. Though.
No, but we're talking about people who would be good talking on a panel.
Oh.
Well, maybe they could create their own machinima panel and have a bunch of those guys.
I mean, that would. Okay, to answer the last question that we addressed, having a machinima panel would be interesting.
Mm-hmm. Yeah, just
because I mean
create one.
That's one of the things that just erupted. I mean, you look at Rooster Teeth, and granted,
Well, I wonder what the criteria would be, though, as far as selecting who would be on that.
The Codex guys for sure would be one.
Yeah.
If you had Grim Brother, if you had
probably-
Grim Brother on a panel, it would be really one microphone.
Yeah, but where? Yep, I don't make cinema, and I'm not sure where I would fit in.
But he did good in the crowd.
Probably Chris Burke would be another one from Mission My Panel.
Chris Burke would be amazing, but he doesn't. He's starting to do panels now.
Randall Glass would be probably a pretty good choice.
Randall Glass would be cool. Because he's a
films.
I would like to see Miguel Chavez on a panel, but
I can't be on any panel because then I take it over.
No, you would. And you know what?
Be first to the question, Mike, if he was on the panel.
Yeah. Said, anyone have questions? And then I'd run down and give myself a question.
I would ask you about front pages.
Yeah, that's right.
Claude did pretty good on his panel.
Yeah, Claude did great.
And just
Claude will say so.
And having seen it from within the crowd, it was in regards to Claude, it was great to see all the accolades that HBO received.
Yeah,
that Claude received.
Was really, really freaking bizarre. I have to say.
Yeah, I saw the look in your face when you received that logo that somebody had made for you, and you were like stunned. You're like, "Who made this?"
Mr. Sci-Fi.
I even have a picture of him just standing there like,
right he's in the
chat room.
Oh, he is? Oh, awesome.
All right, this is a good show.
and you know the award they gave you, that Frankie gave you, the plaque, I believe it was.
Oh yeah.
So it's great to see. Big ups to you, man.
What was it called? The Claude Herrera Community Award.
And you know, and this is really gonna make you laugh.
Who's
Claude.
going to win next to Claude Herrera?
JBB.
Yeah, right.
I mean, by height.
By weight, I'll take it. But this is really gonna make you laugh, Claude, because I was looking at a picture that somebody had tagged you on at the Halo Fest, and my son goes, "Isn't that the guy they Red vs. Blue named the club after?"
Oh my god!
Yeah, I was like,
that was Red vs.
Oh
Blue.
Crap! I was like, you know that? He goes, "Yeah."
That's really
I was
funny.
like, wow. Yeah, dude, and I swear to God, it's a true story, man.
Raise win! Woo!
He said he heard a panel that they said it, or they said it in the video or something.
How old is your son?
9.
Oh my gosh.
Yeah, right. Claude's pad, Claude Herrera, Club Herrera, baby. I've been there. Club Herrera.
I've been there. Hey, Keith, man, I got to take pictures of that thing you sent. That was pretty amazing itself.
Oh yeah, that's
Yeah,
right.
you better post. You better post
bring
those
that up.
guys. Post that
helmet?
for 'em, all right?
I got all kinds of shit to post that's just sitting here that I haven't had time to get to in the last.
Yeah,
2
I got like
I can't
300
imagine.
pictures, Claude.
I have my pictures and videos. I have like a video.
Yeah,
of
why
What,
don't
were
you
you
have
taking pictures of me while I was sleeping, Mig?
Those are just for me.
Wait a second. You slept?
I did, yeah.
Those are
Oh my God, we're old.
We're old. We went to bed
Chris-
early, actually.
Chris took video of me sleeping, and it's really creepy.
Ah,
I'm not even kidding. Like, he was going through the PAX footage on his computer while we were sitting in his computer room, and then I just hear snoring, and I look over, and it's me sleeping on his computer.
Yeah, that's a little creepy.
They took a video because I bought a
PAX
Goku
wasn't that
plushie.
boring.
I bought a Goku plushie that had its arms crossed, and I was sleeping with it in my
sleeping
crossed
with-
arms. So me and Goku were in the same position.
oh, nice.
Okay, now it's creepy and weird.
Yeah, and that's gonna be on
Wait,
YouTube.
why?
For everyone
I
to fucking-
sense a fetish.
Thanks for that.
Thanks for that.
That was the wrong expo.
Thanks, Chris.
Yeah, right. The wrong expo.
Oh my god.
Well, hold
was
on.
the- what the
Hold on.
hell
At the
doing while I
community
was
panel.
So.
Wait, the community panel. Is Chris alive? Chris.
Chris.
So
See, this
So
is
it-
what happens. No. Let me
he
trying to
does
do
this all
power
the
to
time.
power.
let me explain something. At least once a month, Chris says, "I want to be on your show." I'm like, "You're gonna talk this time?" He says, "Sure." This happens every time where he will come on. He'll pay attention for the first hour. Whenever we say his name, he'll respond back.
That
But
was
he
not even
rarely
doing
says
that.
anything. And then after about an hour or so, he just kind of disappears or falls asleep.
Or he's furiously masturbating.
I'm spamming him. I'm spamming him with talk now. Say something. What are you doing?
I am feverishly masturbating.
And you know what? At the community panel, I didn't say much either.
No.
And but when you Dustov's like, yeah, me and Keith and the running around, we talk like constantly for hours and hours, and all of a sudden Chris chimes in and he goes, "About what?" But it kind of like, because you were still finishing what Dustov was saying. She's just like, it got overlooked. No one answered his question, but he was just like, "About what?"
See, I didn't catch that.
And I wanted to ask him or answer him.
Well, if he gets back in here,
Chris.
Yeah. Well, I only have a few minutes to spare, so.
Yeah. You and me both.
Likewise here.
Yeah, us old guys, we got our.
Are there any more
time.
questions?
About what?
You guys have any more questions in the chat?
Is it over?
About what?
We do have one more.
Wait, who said that? I think Chris said that.
That was Chris.
Wait, somebody in the chat voted
Oh,
for
he's back? Is he
masturbation.
back?
He's always listened to us. He's like Homeland Security.
Nah.
Are you guys doing all right? Nothing bad going on here, right?
Nope.
Good. My work's done. I'll be back later. Bye.
Don't forget your tissues.
Nah.
Listen.
Not
So
right
the
up
chief,
cocoa
he's a
butter.
man of few words. Right?
Yeah, right.
Master Chief, right?
I was packing. I was at a soccer game. I was all over the place.
Soccer
We've been
game?
talking about you for the
Don't
last
believe
half
you.
hour.
Nice.
It was my
Cliff
sister's
Robertson
first
died.
game, and I forgot that I agreed to go. So that was fun.
You agreed that you forgot to go?
I agreed I'd go.
Oh, okay.
Go to a first game of the
You
year.
did say that, right?
She said I forgot, and I agreed.
I did forget.
That's right.
Oh, you're
I
right.
have this.
Remember.
I have this.
So about
awesome
this Halo
thing.
Fest.
Yeah, exactly. But I mean,
Ready?
as far as Halo Fest goes, it was basically for the community, and I mean, we had the community panel and everything. And it was just nice to see that 343 is really taking hold of what the community has. But I think I was talking to JVB about this, or maybe it was Redemption. But do you guys see a possibility of them maybe taking too much from the community or relying too heavily on the community, that the quality of the game might not be as what we expect? Or I mean, I know the community focus is very important, especially since it's been built up on Halo. But how much of relying on the community do you think is good for Halo?
I was actually just
Think
thinking
of
about
that.
that earlier.
Think about that. Link that with the TU, and you might have your answer.
Well,
Like, what
since,
What if
Yeah,
they
since-
end up making the game that they think we want instead of making the game that they want to make? That's
Right.
what,
Well, all right,
that's
so
one
that's
that's
the fun
worrying
thing
me.
to remember
that's a
is
nice question.
That's
Frankie
kind of the
has
question I'm
said-
looking for.
Frankie has said over and over again, we understand that the community is completely disparate, that there are
Yeah.
that it's not one monolithic group.
You
and
can't
that
make a
is
game
really,
that
really important.
Yeah.
The fact that they recognize that says to me that they're not, that while they'll take feedback from us, they'll build the game that they think makes the most sense. And that makes, to me, that makes me happier than thinking that they're going to make the game that
For us.
they think I want.
Right. Cause,
How would it affect the story?
Because you don't even know what you want.
Absolutely not.
But I want them to be cocky. Like at that Halo 4 panel, when somebody asked, like, will the Master Chief talk more and stuff? That really bothered me that they didn't say, no, we're not going to do that. The Master Chief's the Master Chief, man. He is everything that we all love. Why mess with that formula? They were trying to play it like, well, maybe, we're not sure. And I understand, they can't really spell out, but I want that sort of cocky attitude that would make me feel like, oh yeah, these guys, they're holding on to this thing and they kind of got it figured out. Like, to me,
I kind of felt like they were in the mode of, we're here to make the fans happy this week. And
Right.
and I think they weren't in a cocky, fuck you, we're going to do our own thing mode. But But I really do believe that when it comes right down to it, they'll make what they want to make.
Well, it's funny. I saw a lot of things on the forums as far as people worried because they're not like showing us gameplay and things like that yet. And I don't know, man. Like we've kind of been in some way spoiled because I think that we in the Halo franchise we've actually been privy to more information farther ahead than most franchises get.
Yeah, I agree.
I don't know if that's
well,
true.
even from a Halo standpoint, because if you look at Halo 3, at this time of this year's E3, we just saw the announcements of Halo 3, which would have been, a couple months ago? So we're getting a little bit more information.
But that didn't even have gameplay. That was just the announcement trailer.
And some of these things
it's really not that
from
much.
what everybody else does, though, too.
I mean, we're not getting.
Well, the big difference I think is that trailer was in engine.
Yes.
And I think
and they haven't shown that yet in Halo 4, and I'm fine with that. I mean,
but it's not like they're holding out on intentionally not giving us information. It's just the progression of the game. I'm sure they probably don't quite have anything to show in game yet.
But maybe that's what people are worried about. So at this point in Halo 3's lifespan, we did see in-engine, not gameplay, but we saw in-engine stuff.
Yeah. And I think.
And if they don't have that yet, then they're not that far out.
They have a year.
Well, I don't know if it's a they don't have it thing or if they're trying absolutely possible to keep things as close to the vest. I mean, you see a lot of games nowadays that they announce them and they launch within maybe 6 to 12 months, and you see a lot of information in a very short time span. And I also think that anniversary coming out plays a big part in us not seeing the whole Halo 4 stuff.
Right.
Yeah.
Exactly. They can't put too much focus on 4. And actually, Flip Yap is in the chat room is saying like the right things here as far as.
It's not cock blocking. It's actually it's on purpose.
It's not cock blocking, but he's saying the right things as far as like they have to. You can't put your marketing evenly. You actually have to promote something way more than you do the other thing.
Oh yeah.
Right. So they're gonna do anniversary. It's all about anniversary. Halo Fest was definitely way all about anniversary. Halo 4 and the Sunday that it was, and the day they did that panel was a nice closure. But yeah, you're not gonna get.
Well, again, you don't want to overrun. I mean, anniversary is already. It's not just kind of a quick throw out HD remake. But at the same time, it's not a ground-up full game, and I think they want to put as much emphasis on as possible and give it kind of a good proper marketing.
And you'll see that all the way up through Christmas. You won't see Halo 4 stuff start until the beginning of the new year.
Oh yeah.
December was the first time we really saw anything, and it was at the VGAs, VGA Awards, when they did that in-engine trailer where you met, where you kind of saw Noble Team up close for the first time, and then they released it in September. I mean, if they're planning on doing a release again, I'm imagining in 2012 in between the September to November range.
But it won't even The reason it was then was because that was the first big event after the launch of ODST.
Exactly.
So it's the same deal.
Much quicker. ODST was like in September.
Right.
So there is a reason for another Halo Fest then next year.
Absolutely.
Because if the timing is around the same time.
But would you want it to be as big?
No.
Because.
No, and it won't be. I mean, because this was really celebrating the last 10 years, and you want the next one to be celebrating what's coming.
So
right?
it wouldn't be like necessarily a complete Halo Fest, but I mean, I could see like maybe a corner of.
Well, you could do a full day thing where maybe you take up a good spot for exhibitory and game stations, and then have one of the panel areas reserved for that day, and you have like an all Halo panel day where you're doing maybe a kind of a recap for what Reach is doing or an RVB thing, and then do some neat previewing of Halo 4 stuff, and then of course you can obviously have a Halo fiction panel.
Yeah, but I'd imagine
or you could take an evening like they did at E3 2004, where they had a fan fest in the convention center after hours.
Yeah, and you could do that, and you could do that at any convention too.
That's just talking about it from our point of view. I think also Microsoft would be gearing up for a very strong marketing push themselves, so they're going to want to keep, those, just like we were saying before, that this was a way to grow like eyeballs and keep eyeballs. They're going to want to use that opportunity to also, get people stoked about.
Well, and not only are they not trying to step on toes of Anniversary, it's kind of like what you're saying, they're also not trying to step on the toes of Gears 3 that's about to come out and Forza 4 that's about to come out, both of which are big-time Microsoft exclusives. So, I mean, it's not even just Anniversary that they're trying to, clear the way for. I think, when all that stuff comes out, they're going to get to about maybe December, January, and then they can be like, listen, bitches, this is Halo 4.
Listen, bitches. That was number what?
27.
All right.
I'm going to be at the Halo,
or at least I got to walk out because I'm
going to be at the Gears of War midnight launch in New York City. If anyone's going to be there,
I'll be there with you, buddy.
All right.
Okay. Well,
it's going to be what? It's going to be in Times Square.
Yeah, the Best Buy Theater.
I work there now. I work in 41st and Broadway now, so I'm going to be there for those releases.
Cool.
All right. Well, let's take a couple more questions. I have one more code to give out, and we'll call it a wrap.
All right. I'm gonna have to walk out right now. Okay. So
okay.
Thank you so much.
Thank you.
It was a lot of fun.
Until next time.
Until next time.
Okay.
Right.
Love, Woo.
Thanks.
Bye.
Thanks, Woo.
HBO.
HBO. HBO. He's gone.
Chat room's doing it now.
Sopranos.
Chat room.
Sopranos.
Where do I go to see the folks who are posting up questions?
It's on our Ustream channel.
When I go to the Ustream page, all I'm seeing is the feed.
Killer.
Maybe I'm not doing it right.
I'll link it.
Because I hate you all.
So I'll give them a little 1-2 chat.
There's the link.
Yeah, that's where I was going. Huh.
And then on the right.
Oh, I know. I know what I'm doing. I'm sorry. I got one of those things where it blocks everything.
Oh, you block your pop-ups. I know. You got the ad blocker too.
If you pop out the chat, it works a little bit better.
No, I'm just going to another browser.
Okay.
There they are.
Oh, hi, people.
This is Halo.
Oh, hi.
So questions, yes. Question time.
Questions.
As far as Halo Fest goes, to wrap things up, I think everyone that's in here now except for Keith went, and we had a wonderful time.
Okay.
Not to point you out or anything, but
hey, he was there in spirit, or at least in helmet.
In helmet.
In helmet. Yes.
Okay. Now I feel better.
Like plugging it forhelmet.com. That's helmet.
It was an honor to carry that around for you, my friend.
I couldn't be there. The helmet could be there.
It was awesome to wear it.
When I put it on, I felt like my face was ketified.
Ketified.
Now wherever I go from now on, I'm gonna have to wear that.
It's your iconic symbol now. You're stuck with it.
I have no problem with that.
Okay, here's a question. This one comes from Almighty343. What is your opinion on the thought of precursors being in Halo 4? Now, I do not know what precursors are, so...
That would be so frustrating. It's like the Forerunners, isn't it?
What do we call the people
wait a
before
second.
the
You haven't read
precursors?
Cryptum, right?
Huh? I'm halfway through Cryptum.
Yeah, see, and not to get any like spoiler territory, but the that precursor Forerunner relationship as opposed to the Forerunner human relationship is not quite as clear cut and reciprocal. So it's, I think if we were to see them, it wouldn't just be, because I used to think like, oh God, if we figure out the Forerunner, then it will just be, oh, look at the mysterious precursor, but I think there's some cool surprises in store, not only at the end of Cryptum that you'll see, but also just going forward, that they're going to kind of, make distinctions between those relationships that if we were to see them in Halo 4, it would make the new trilogy, it would make a lot of sense, and it would not seem like Forerunner v Human Part 2.
Okay.
Yeah, so there.
I just want to call the people before the precursors, I want to call them the before people.
Yes.
The before people?
Yeah, they got the Forerunners, precursors, and before people, and then we're done.
So is there some Latin term that we could use?
And then we can have the aforementioned.
The aforementioned.
And before that, it'll just be first.
Right.
Yeah.
There you go, first.
With the exclamation
Yeah,
point.
right? First.
Yep.
First, la 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 la.
In a perfect world, guys. In a perfect world.
First, Justin Bieber sucks. Thumbs up.
High five. Fist bump.
Any more questions before we wrap?
What's in my bucket?
Before we wrap
up the show.
Oh, like we're gonna do a song.
I mean, well, there'll probably be a small group of us staying post show and just talking up whatever. Probably just me and Keith.
Real quick, one last question here from Grim Brother 4. I'm totally biased. He says, what are your thoughts on other Halo franchise games that are not a part of the new trilogy? Like maybe something like a Halo Wars or ODST coming out. Do you want to see an offshoot like that?
If it's got Halo attached to it, we're gonna spend money.
Yeah, well, I know. I totally agree. If it's like Halo Pony, I'll buy it.
I mean,
he's asking the wrong crowd. I mean, seriously?
I think there's a lot of storyline that can be mined in between the books or parts of the book. I wish that the industry was set up in such a way that you don't have to spend so much money.
Yeah.
Because if someone could just take a scenario out of one of the books, like I don't know, like Onyx, and just create something from that, I would get a thrill. I'd pay $10 to play, one or two levels from that.
I would too. Oh, instantly. I was hoping
I
actually for something like that in Reach, where they released like a little campaign expansion where they dealt with the other Spartans on.
Sure.
I do want them to address that in the game. That is one thing I want to see. Well, I guess not necessarily in Halo 4, but in some kind of game somewhere, they need to address the other Spartans.
Well, they kind of did with the audio logs in Reach. I mean, they have a full kind of account, a partial account of what Red Team is doing there. And actually on HBO Superplug.
Well, I mean, but that's
posted an audio dog.
That's during Reach, though, right?
What?
That's during Reach, though, right? That's not.
Well, yeah.
After the events of like Halo and such.
Oh! I see what you're saying. So like Spartans on that were in Ghost of Onyx and stuff like that.
Yeah. Well, and the Spartans of John's original team.
Yeah.
Right, Linda.
Yeah, Linda, Kelly, and who was the other one? Kurt, and there was someone else.
Yeah, there's stuff in there that would be interesting enough that I'd want to try it, just to hear voices and maybe some cinematics that replay some of those scenes from those novels. That would be quite a pull for me, and I wouldn't mind that. But it doesn't seem like that's how the industry goes. It looks like they have to. Any one of those things requires so much investment that it can't be made that small, that it wouldn't pay off, I guess. But
I would even settle for like a kind of Halo Landfall short live film or a really well done, again, like a Blur Studios CGI kind of thing that tackles. I thought Legends, the idea of Legends, having like those 7 to 8 short films,
Right.
was really good to explore some of those extra little spots in the story. And I would love to see them do that again. And again, like they're doing with the motion comics, through Evolutions and stuff like that. I mean, it doesn't necessarily have to be a game. I would love it to be a game because I like the interactivity and the exploration factor. But, I mean, we're coming into a lot of transmedia type, of an age where, it's not going to be long before they'll be able to put out something on a DVD or a Blu-ray where you can watch it, but you can also explore it and look for Easter eggs in it. And, I mean, I was kind of hoping that was what the old Peter Jackson Halo Chronicles thing was going to be. And that, that's a whole nother podcast.
Did you guys... Did all of you catch that little snippet of the RVB cartoon?
Oh, yes. Yeah. That was the other... I was actually thinking about that when I was thinking, I liked all of Legends with kind of the exception of Odd One Out. But at the same time, I liked Odd One Out because I felt like the franchise was now big enough to where it could have a parody of itself. And
absolutely.
Blue is always that. I would love to see if they did another Halo Legends. 7 short films that are serious and in universe, and then I would love to see like an animated Red vs. Blue produced film in there as well. Kind of like that.
Yeah. So, I guess it's all about dollars, though. So who knows what'll come? They can be made cheaper. I mean, that's where I always figured that someone from the community would show them that it could be done, like with Forge or something, and with enough machinima tools that someone could recreate some of those scenes for the novels or something, but it's still not there yet.
Yeah.
So.
Cool. I think it's a good stopping point.
I think so. There is one question. I'm not sure how much we can really say on this, but Slightly Live says, do you guys like Halo Waypoint? What do you want from it, the app, the website with Anniversary of Halo 4?
Oh, no, don't ask that question. I have a lot of thoughts on Waypoint.
Oh,
that's another podcast.
That's another podcast.
That's a great question, but I literally have a lot of thoughts on Waypoint.
Okay, well, we'll save that for another show. Then we might get you on exclusively for a Waypoint show. Then, if you're that adamant about it,
let's do it.
Okay,
let's do it. A fiction and a Waypoint podcast. Let's do it.
Okay, well, we're gonna in our next show we're gonna do a fiction. We're gonna focus on.
We can do a separate Waypoint one. That's fine.
We're gonna do fiction and campaign for our next show, which will be in about a month, and then about a week or two before Anniversary comes out, we're going to talk about multiplayer and how Halo kind of spawned Xbox Live and everything. Multiplayer, Forge, Machinima, stuff like that.
Awesome.
So I'm going to put the last code out on the chat, and it's for a Cortana chip. And go ahead and outro everyone. I am Duststorm. We had CM near. He's maybe still here. Say bye, Chris, if you're here.
It's really fun listening to you guys talk. It really is.
Stealthy guy.
Grim Brother 1.
Listen, bitches, I love you all.
HBO.
Yeah.
Midget Dance.
And the Waypoint community.
And Waypoint. Midget Dance from Read Tricks.
Oh, bye.
Keith from the Running Riot.
The Running Riot's next show is September 24th. Interview with Jared Pelletier.
Wow.
And
from Halo Faith. Shows are Saturday nights now. Just like this show.
Just like this one.
Uh-oh.
But he doesn't do his on a weekly basis.
I know.
So. But yeah, we will actually have him as well in probably about a month. So that'll be pretty good. Lastly, who's still here? Miguel from
JBB. Is he still here?
No, he left.
He left. I'm here. Yes, Miguel. Hi. Thank you very much. It was fun.
Yes. We also had JVB, we had Louis Wu, we had Randall Glass was in here for about the first 30 minutes. He didn't talk much, but he was here. We'll get him on another show.
Mr. Kevin Hurd, you worked on Halo Faith? Chat room.
Then we had Green Skull from Ready Up Live.
Yep.
And Goose Checker
Is he
was
still
on.
here?
Goose
Wait,
Checker
wait. Goose Checker was here.
Goose Checker was on,
yeah.
and Redemption was on.
Yes.
And Ace of Spades. Card.
Yes.
I believe that was it.
And Jessica in spirit in the chat room.
Jessica in the chat room, yes. Yes.
When you
And we
mentioned
are
cod
wrapping this show up in, 5 hours and 20 minutes.
Not surprised.
You can finally sleep.
You can finally go to sleep. Okay, thank you guys for listening. Thank you guys very much. If you were here live with us, we appreciate it.
F-bomb.
F-bomb.
F-bomb. I'm dropping all the F-bombs I can until the podcast ends.
Oh, okay.
F-bomb.
The next show will be around the 22nd of October. Is it? That'll probably be when it is. It'll be the week before, the week after MLG Orlando.
F-bomb.
Later.
And see you guys. Bye.
F-bomb.